Hello friends, this is Odds, and these are the 170 survivor perks that currently exist in Dead by Daylight. In this video, we've ordered them from generally strongest at the top to generally weakest near the bottom, and we will be going through each and every single one of them, talking about what makes each of them unique, how exactly it is that they work, any interactions that might not be obvious or even explained in the description, and ultimately I'll be making a case for why each of these perks is worth bringing in the first place. As we will see, some of these perks are better than others, but ultimately this is not to discourage you from trying perks that are near the bottom, is to inform you of when they can be useful. I know that many of these perks are hidden and locked behind paid DLCs that many of you haven't unlocked and do not want to waste time just trying out to only be disappointed. My goal with this video is to give you as much information so that you have the shortest path to finding a build and perks that make you have an easier and a more fun time in Dead by Daylight. Now, with that out of the way, let's start with what is quite possibly the strongest survivor perk in the entire game. Decisive Strike, also named, if you don't own the DLC for Halloween, Will to Live. This perk is so powerful, and the best part is that, like many of the other perks in the 5-star category, they don't even need to be in the game. Just the fact that this perk exists already subconsciously dictates a lot of the killer behavior. Lots of killers that have an opportunity to play really efficiently will often sit back and be afraid that this perk could trigger, and as such give the survivors a little bit more room for error and a little bit more breathing room. So yeah, this perk is really good. What it does, honestly, is incredible. Anytime you become unhooked, which is exactly when the killer would like to target you the most, it gives you a 60-second window of protection. When you become unhooked, you are injured, you really are sometimes in a really bad position, maybe in a hook in basement or in the middle of nowhere. It would be so easy for the killer to double tap you sometimes, or wait out the 15 seconds of endurance and then down you and then put you right back on the hook. And if they do that twice, you're out of the game. The killer is in a 3v1, and that would be the easiest way to win all of your games as killer. Killers would love to do this, but the existence of this perk almost single-handedly prevents them from doing that. This perk, if you get picked up within those 60 seconds, allows you to hit a skill check, which after a bit of practice is really not that hard, and experienced survivors hit it all the time, and then free yourself from the killer's grasp. Freeing yourself from the killer's grasp is great, because after going down and getting picked up, you no longer have any deep wound that you might have had, you no longer have any killer status effect that you might have had. Some of the killer status effects go away after being down, such as, for example, the Unknown's weakened status effect. If he downs you and you use Decisive, he will have to hit you twice again with his power, right? So it pretty much resets everything. It even gives you a bit of invulnerability to go through a trapper's trap. If you are in the basement in Shack and you hit Decisive, you can go through a trap in the first couple seconds of running away from the killer. And because you are now in full control of yourself and you're not in deep wound, you can begin to use a medkit if you need to. You can use an exhaustion perk like Lithe, which is really good with this perk, or Dead Heart. Even if you were in deep wound before, it's now reset. And at its very worst, even if you just take the killer away from the action into some corner of the map and last a few more seconds, that alone is already amazing. It's already really good. Buying your teammates a few more seconds before they're in a 3v1 or before you go on second station hook, that's already really good. But what often happens with this perk is that you can do a full reset on your chase, maybe use an exhaustion perk, maybe use those few precious seconds to make it to a really strong part of the game, such as the Shack, the main building, anywhere with strong pallets, and now the killer has the really difficult decision of, do I want to commit to this chase, knowing that every single one of their teammates is on gens? Because that's what's going to happen. If your teammates know that you have this perk, they're not going to come and take hits for you. They're not going to waste time trying to help you. You will help yourself. Instead, they will do gens, and the killer will be in a lose-lose situation. They chase you, they lose 3 gens. They commit to you, they possibly eat the Decisive, and now go on a very lengthy chase that is not necessarily going to end very well for them. This perk also makes you become the obsession if you weren't already, and makes you more likely to be the obsession. And this, even though it's not very important, it's not even a bad thing. Many killer perks like Dying Light, I'd say the best for last, require the killer to focus on non-obsessions. So becoming the obsession actually can hurt the killer and make some of their perks worse as well. So even that part of this perk, which is quite secondary, can be beneficial. Overall, this perk is really good, and if it didn't exist, killers would play in a much more deadly, efficient way. The fact that it exists alone makes you get away with so much. Now, the obvious question to anyone seeing this perk up top here is like, what if the killer that I play against is not tunneling? What if the killer is spreading hooks on Survivor A, Survivor B, Survivor C? What if the killer is playing very, very fair? Well, in that case, you have so many survivor perks to make sure that you do gen so quickly and get out before anyone is dead. If there are 4 survivors alive by the end of the game, I'm going to tell you already, most killers will not be able to walk out of that with a victory. That's why tunneling someone out is so important, and that's why Decisive, which is the #1 way of preventing that, is quite possibly the strongest survivor perk in the entire game. Next up, we talk about Resurgence. Resurgence is a perfect counter to Decisive Strike. If Decisive Strike helps you if you are being aggressively tunneled, Resurgence helps you in the other ways. If the killer is heading back to hook, but they take a few seconds to get there, which happens a really high amount of times, by the way, it's such a good idea for the killer if they've already downed somebody else to come back to the hook to interrupt the heal, which will often happen after an unhook. That could honestly be devastating. You spend 10 seconds healing, now you're interrupted, and now you go down, and it's everything goes south. With Resurgence, you will almost never have that issue. Resurgence makes it so that when you become unhooked, by any means, yourself or a teammate unhooking you, you now start already 70% healed. If a teammate leaves, you can heal yourself with a medkit and barely use any charges, or with self-care and do it really quickly. If a teammate decides to heal you, you will be healed in basically 3 seconds. That is insane. That is so insane. Not only does it take the healing time from about 16 seconds to about 3 or 4 seconds, you need to keep in mind that this is the time of 2 different players, and it's a time when the killer is very likely to interrupt it and make it really inefficient if it gets interrupted, right? So being able to take 16 seconds of 2 players, which is effectively 32 seconds, and turn it into only 3 or 4 for 2 players, which is basically 8 or 7 seconds, that is so good. Being able to immediately get healed out of an unhook is just so powerful. Think about it this way. The killer spends a minute chasing after you. They spend 20 seconds hooking you. They spend another 20 seconds going for someone else, and in the span of 5 seconds, you're already healed and ready to go on another generator and ready to take another hit. Not to mention that if you have perks that require you to be healthy, such as Overcome or Dramaturgy, with this perk, you're going to be able to use them almost right away again. So yeah, with this perk and Decisive, you pretty much have the wombo combo. If the killer tunnels, they lose. If the killer doesn't tunnel, you are so insanely efficient that both you and the person unhooking you are gonna be back on gens so early and basically never get interrupted. The only way the killer can honestly play around both Decisive and this perk is if they somehow go back the hook at the perfect time and then hit you with a basic attack or something and put you in deep wound, which would make you lose this effect. Or if they have some kind of perk such as Sloppy Butcher that can make you lose progress if you don't get healed right away. But basically, it's very hard for the killer to do this while also juggling everything else going on in the match. So for the most part, having this perk and Decisive both together are really strong. Once again, we have another perk that is so strong that even if you don't actually have it, the killer has to worry that it might be there. We've talked about how good it is for the killer to tunnel people, but how hard it is with Decisive. And we've talked about how good it is for the killer to interrupt people healing under the hook, and how hard it is with Resurgence. So the other option is, what if the killer doesn't hook anybody? What if the killer just leaves everybody on the ground? Leaving people on the ground, believe it or not, as a killer is an unbelievably strong form of creating pressure. The killer doesn't waste time hooking. They down a person, they go for another person, suddenly the whole team is on the ground and it's really hard to know what to do next. With Unbreakable, you can single-handedly put a stop to this. If your team makes a mistake, 3 people on the ground can be picked up by 1 person with Unbreakable. Even if the one-time use that allows you to recover yourself and allows you to pick yourself up from the ground is something that has already been used, the fact that you recover faster means that you can be ready to be picked up by a teammate in about 25 seconds. That is so good. Even on its own, that is already so good. The fact that Unbreakable exists means that most killers have to think twice before getting too aggressive. And having 1 or 2 Unbreakables in a team is really powerful as well. There are a few other intricacies about Unbreakable. Picking yourself up with Unbreakable triggers perks like Soul Guard that allow you to tank a hit, right? You can also pair Unbreakable with Plot Twist to pick yourself even faster. You can pair it with Tenacity to recover and crawl very fast. You can pair this with basically any other perk of a similar flavor to have really, really good effects. But the big idea with Unbreakable is that you can play very aggressive with it, and you do not need a teammate to back you up. So for example, if you have Decisive Strike and Unbreakable, and some of your teammates are in an even worse position than you are when you come off the hook, you could literally run at the killer and take a hit for them. Delay the killer, make them buy as much time and distance as possible. And if the killer picks you up, guess what? You've got Decisive, and if the killer doesn't pick you up, I mean, it's not too bad because you will pick yourself up with Unbreakable. So it is an insanely good tool to shut down anything that the killer could do in the mid to late game to gain some pressure back. The fact that you can only pick yourself up is still really, really, really good. You can still get your Unbreakable really, really close and really, really fast to like 99 and get picked up by someone else if you end up not needing it. So overall, this is a perk that you feel its effects even when it's really not there. Sprint Burst is the first of the perks that is not really insidious or in the background. This perk is everywhere. Almost every lobby that you're going to play at high level is going to have one Sprint Burst, and often paired with Vigil, as we will see later. Sprint Burst is the best exhaustion perk by virtue of being extremely flexible, being something that you can use against every killer, and being so versatile. It is a perk that triggers when you begin running, and it gives you a massive 50% haste for 3 seconds. It's the perk from Mech that just makes you move really, really fast. You do become exhausted for 40 seconds, which is obviously not ideal, but the nice part is that you can run when your exhaustion is at 99% recovery, and then trigger Sprint Burst on the go. And that's what really makes Sprint Burst so bad. I've played so many killers that have to originate from a certain point. For example, the Dredge has to come out of a locker. Freddy, the Nightmare, has to come out of a teleport from a generator. Springtap has to come out of dirt. Any killer that teleports to a static location gets absolutely destroyed by Sprint Burst, because as a survivor needs to look at that location, see you coming out of it, and then hold distance against you, and catching up to them becomes really painful. Most stealth killers also get hard countered by Sprint Burst. Even killers that are really good at getting really close, they still make some sort of noise and some sort of signal when they're really close, such as the pig unsheathing her blade, and that little bit of sound, that little bit of reaction means that instead of getting a free hit or a grab, you now have a survivor that completely dodges you. There are also many killers that punish you very severely for being caught in the open. Trickster, in the open, you will die in seconds. The Cannibal with his Shenso, in the open, you will die in seconds. These are killers that if you are in a generator in the open, you need to be extremely careful and could easily die if you get caught off guard by them. But with Sprint Burst, you're almost always safe. What would have been a really bad early down becomes a slight inconvenience. It allows you to stay healthy more frequently. It allows you to reach strong windows more frequently and save resources. And it basically invalidates breaking pallets and running out of resources. With many other perks and with many other setups, a killer can break a few pallets and suddenly survivors are never truly safe. With Sprint Burst, you can have multiple survivors constantly use and reuse Sprint Burst and really be safe and pre-run away from you so often that even a map that has no pallets and no windows available can still feel really difficult. Just the fact that a survivor can pull you out of the action so much is already a massive big deal for the killer. Needless to say, killers that are really strong, that have great mobility, such as Ghoul, such as Blight, they can play around Sprint Burst pretty well. Killers that are already struggling, that don't have the best mobility, like Trapper, are the ones most affected by this perk. This perk would definitely not be this high if it wasn't for the fact that it gets ridiculously fast with Vigil. We will explain it later, but Vigil allows you to use this perk not every 40 seconds, but roughly every 24 seconds, which is outrageous, super outrageous. It is true that some killers have certain perks or add-ons that exhaust you and can remove Vigil, but almost every single time those perks and those add-ons are not that good and they have to waste a really good perk slot or a really good add-on slot, only to counter your sprint burst maybe half the times or less. And yeah, keep in mind, there's also a lot of perks and a lot of add-ons that exhaust you on contact. And with sprint burst, you run away before they can contact you, before they can hit you, before they can apply it to you. So yeah, it's an exhaustion perk that is leagues above all others, and it even counters some anti-exhaustion methods as well. It really is way stronger than it should be. Moving on, we have Shoulder the Burden. Unlike Sprint Burst, this is really not a perk that you see very often, and it does not need to be run by several survivors to really hurt you. It is a little bit like Decisive Strike, a type of perk that can really hurt the killer in being efficient with their hook stages. Think of Shoulder the Burden as a perk that allows you, the user, to steal a hook stage. So normally a survivor has to be hooked 3 times in order to die. Hook number 1, then the second one is struggle, then the third one will kill. With this, you will actually be borrowing one of their hooks onto yourself. So a survivor that is dead on hook now is no longer dead on hook. Now they're at 1 hook again, and now you have a hook. Now, let's talk about the obvious downsides of using this perk. When you use this perk, you take a hook onto yourself. It also makes you expose for 40 seconds, which if the killer is right there means that you will go down no matter what, pretty much, as long as the killer is right there. And this can be pretty bad. If the killer downs you immediately, now you went from being 0 hooks to being 2 hooks, and maybe the killer will trigger some of their own perks that only trigger when they hook a new survivor. This includes perks like Pain Rest, and this can be horrendous. I've seen survivors use this perk really, really badly, and they do a trade. I get a really strong perk. Now instead of tunneling the original survivor, I tunnel whoever is using Shoulder the Burden, and they die. And yeah. At its worst, this perk is obviously useless, and if the killer is not tunneling, that's good, I guess, but it's also not very good. What happens to this perk to actually make it worth it? What exactly is the situation where this perk shines? The situation where this perk shines is when multiple people have it, or the people that has it does not take the first chase. If the killer hooks a survivor, and then maybe hooks somebody else, and then they end up hooking the same survivor, and we have 1 survivor dead on hook, the person that has Shoulder the Burden can swoop in whenever there's a good time and use Shoulder the Burden on them. Now the killer, instead of having a person dead on hook, they only have 2 people with hooks, which is nowhere near as useful. If you have hooks spread among multiple survivors, nobody will die quickly. Nobody will die in just 1 hook. So no matter what you do, it's going to take you a little while, and in that little while, survivors will do the final gens and get out of the match. It's really that simple. The exposed status effect really doesn't matter a lot. By using Vigil, which we'll talk about in a minute, you can make it much shorter. If you're already injured, it doesn't really have any effect. Many killers have powers that hit you with special attacks, so the exposed doesn't really matter unless they are literally right at the hook, which is not very possible to do with the anti-camp feature, right? So basically, Shoulder the Burden at its best can be a free trade of hook stages that prevents the killer from having someone dead on hook. And not having someone dead on hook, let me tell you, as a killer, is so stressful, because it means that you now have to go through so many hook stages when time is already against you. Shoulder the Burden also has a few fun interactions. For example, if your teammate has the perk from Adam called Deliverance, which only works if you self unhook from your first hook, you can give them a second chance to use it. If they have a perk like Dead Hard, you can give them multiple uses of Dead Hard, which are normally limited to only 1 per unhook. So you can make some other strong perks more usable as well. But ultimately, the way to look at this perk is by thinking of it as something that teams, not solo players, but typically teams, can use to help their weakest link, or to help whichever one of their teammates is in trouble. It is a staple of competitive survivors that want to win as much as possible, because if 1 or 2 people bring this perk, pretty much no one in the team can be tunneled. And as for the flip side, the fact that you yourself can be tunneled, well, this is easily paired with Decisive Strike. If I run this perk with Decisive Strike, if the killer tunnels me, they will go through Decisive Strike and I will gain momentum, and my team will not help me and just do gens. And if the killer tunnels somebody else, well, guess what? We can go last second, Shoulder the Burden, and now we take that tunnel away from them. So basically, this perk, along with Decisive, gives you a plan A and a plan B that for a lot of the lower tier killers is generally really hard to outplay. Next up is Deliverance. Deliverance is a perk that allows you to self-unhook from your first hook stage. Very important. You can never self-unhook on the second one. But it needs to be activated first, and you need to unhook somebody else. Now, there is a bit of a joke in the community, which has some weight to it, that whenever you run this perk, the killer will often find you first, hook you first, and then you'll never be able to use it unless, as we said, some teammate saves you of the hook with Shoulder the Burden. But the thing is, you can play a little bit safe. You can run this perk not with solo teammates, but with a team, and make sure that somebody else takes the hit at the start and then save it for later. Or you could have 2 people run Deliverance, and at that point, at least one person is going to get it off. Why is this perk so good? Very simple. It's the same reason as Unbreakable. If you have a situation where 3 people are desperately fighting for their life working on the final generator, and you yourself are the object of the chase, and you have Deliverance, you now have basically carte blanche to go anywhere you want. You can take the killer really far away. You can even take the killer into the basement if you want to. You can do things that are really stupid and really outrageous. And normally it would be, oof, if I go down here, my teammates will not be able to unhook me here, or I will have a bit of a trouble. You're fine. You know for a fact that when you go on the hook, you will be able to unhook yourself, and there's no counter realistically for the killer. They're not really able to do anything. When you unhook yourself, you will come out with the 15-second endurance timer, possibly with Decisive Strike if you brought it, and any other perks that trigger as well. You will be broken. And that's important. You cannot heal immediately. You cannot have Resurgence or anything to heal immediately. You will have a 60-second timer, and the killer will know that you have Deliverance. But other than that, there's really not a lot of downside. And the most beautiful part about Deliverance is that a killer might not realize that you have it. And what might end up happening is that they camp you and they proxy you, and they expect your teammates to come and do a rescue. And you could just, if you notice that the killer is doing nothing, you could just hold on to the Deliverance, wait 69 seconds, and then last second unhook yourself, make them waste that much amount of time. It's also insanely good in endgame situations. In endgame situations, if your team has done exceptionally well and everyone is alive, everyone is in good shape, but maybe your teammate is now on the hook and it's a chainsaw killer or a killer that is really, really far from one of the gates. Normally in that situation, you would need to let that person die, or you would need to do a complicated two-man rescue, which can be tricky. But with Deliverance, you can quite literally go to the hook, trade hooks with them. If the killer hits you, you keep on hooking, then you go down, the killer will hook you instead, and now you have a free unhook. And with that free unhook, you'll probably make it to the exit gate, or at least get closer, and then your teammates can help you, and then you all get out. So yeah, this is a perk that basically just kicks a killer when they're down and punishes them for playing fair, which we are forcing them to play fair by running other perks like Decisive. So yeah, really, 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 really strong when used in the right circumstance, but it does have a little bit of a fame for being wasted sometimes. I am the #1 person that runs Deliverance and gets chased first every single time without exception. So yeah, that does make it a bit weaker. Next up is the perk Fast Track. This perk used to be useless. Now it's arguably one of the strongest perks in the game, but this is quite important. If you're watching this a few days or weeks from now, this perk is going to be nerfed and possibly reworked. So please double check the game to make sure that you're looking at the same perk. It might be not as good by the time you're watching this in the future. As it is right now, however, Fast Track is an insane gen progress perk for survivors. Anytime a teammate gets hooked, you get a certain amount of tokens that basically amount to reducing 6% of a generator's maximum charges. 6% of a generator is roughly 6 seconds of progress, which, I mean, if we think of a pretty nasty lobby where every single survivor has Fast Track, well, Survivor 1 gets hooked, and then Survivor 2, 3, and 4 get Fast Track. That means that every single time the killer hooks a Survivor, everyone else in the team gets the equivalent of 18% of a generator. That is wild. That means that if the killer gets 2 hooks, the team collectively can now quickly undo 36% of a generator. You understand where this is going, right? With everybody running Fast Track, the killer is in an impossibly lose situation. If they slug everyone, well, we saw we have Unbreakable and other perks that we'll talk about. If the killer tunnels, well, we saw we have Decisive. And if the killer somehow does a great job at spreading hooks across the team evenly, then Fast Track begins to punish them at a rate that is really hard to describe. By the time the killer has hooked a few people and the match is starting to get heated, survivors will have already completed pretty much one entire generator just with Fast Track. But there's other things that make this even stronger than it seems and stronger than we initially saw when this perk got reworked. Keep in mind that Fast Track does not make you do a gen faster, which can be countered by a gen blocking perk. And there is a maximum of tokens you can hold, which is completely generous and completely fine. But for the most part, this is a perk that can trigger and then you can use it at your convenience, right? And the fact that it does not make you do the gens faster, but instead it removes progress from a generator, makes it counter a lot of killer perks. Killer perks such as Dying Light, Gift of Pain, Wretched Fate. These are perks that slow down your action speed. This perk completely ignores them. Whenever a gen loses progress, it also makes that gen less affected by other killer perks and general slowdown. So for example, if a killer has a perk such as Turn Back the Clock, which makes a generator go back by 10%, if you've already used Fast Track on a generator, that gen now takes less damage and will be easier to complete. In other words, Fast Track is a sort of progress that is immediate, uncounterable by the killer, and also permanent. You cannot really remove it or outplay it. It's basically an extremely safe perk that makes the game a little bit faster for Survivor. The really most disgusting thing about this perk, in my opinion, is really what happens when multiple survivors bring it together. When you are towards the late stage of the game, you will try to desperately kill one survivor, and you will often have 3 survivors working together on the last generator. Normally, when a survivor group is working on the same generator together, they have a big penalty to their generator repair speed, sometimes minus 15, minus 30%, because survivors together work on gens slower. Fast Track ignores this. Fast Track completely ignores this because it's not a gen speed perk, right? So that means that pretty much if you're hooking a survivor and 3 teammates are on a gen, you are giving them an immediate 18%, that's almost a fifth of the gen, for free, right? For Fast Track to work, you need to use a great skill check, and great skill checks are also powered up by a few other perks that we'll talk about, and they happen more frequently with toolboxes. Toolboxes are already a really strong survivor item. So yeah, Fast Track and toolboxes can go together as well. And then yeah, it gets honestly really ridiculous. If you play anywhere near the high level lately, you've seen a lot of this perk and you know just how powerful it is. I do expect this perk to be nerfed pretty significantly and even be reworked, and I'm sure that after it's halved in the next update, it will go down to being a decent but not quite as powerful perk as it is right now. The next 2 perks, Up the Ante and Slippery Meat, really work in tandem, and we're going to be talking about them pretty much pretty much as a complete pack, okay? These are perks that on their own basically do nothing. They increase your luck, which is something that really does not affect anything. Luck used to have a chance to help you escape traps, or it used to have some kind of effect with chess, but now luck really doesn't do anything. The only thing luck does is it allows you to unhook yourself from the hook, if you're really desperate normally, with a slightly better chance. Normally, you cannot unhook yourself from a hook unless you are one of the last 2 survivors remaining, but if you have any luck, including these perks, you will suddenly be able to. The way Up the Ante works is really very simple. For each person alive, Up the Ante gives everyone a bunch of luck. And the nasty part is that it stacks with itself. So when you have, it's a maximum of 9%, but if everybody runs it, it's 9%, then 9%, then 9%, then 9%. So it gets to a pretty significant number if everybody has it and everybody is alive. It also stacks together if everybody is running the luck offerings, which also affect everyone and also stack together. Now, we're gonna speak about luck in the next perk because it will make more sense. But yeah, needless to say, luck on its own is really not very good, but you'll understand why this perk is so good when we talk about Slippery Meat. Slippery Meat increases your luck when you unhook yourself even further by a little bit. Normally, your base kit ability to unhook yourself is 4%, 4% over 3 attempts. This makes it go up to 8%, not over 3, but now over 6. So you go from 3 chances at 4% to 6 chances at 8%. Slippery Meat on its own is a decent perk. You don't want to use it. You don't want to take the risk. If your teammates are coming to rescue you, you should absolutely try to let them rescue you. But if the match is going really, really bad, and I mean really, really bad, you could try to unhook yourself. And just with Slippery Meat, you have about a 1 in 2 chance, a bit less, maybe about a 40-ish% chance when you attempt 6 times at 8%. And that's pretty good. That's not too bad. However, the real value of Slippery Meat and Up the Ante comes when you use them both together and the offerings. If the entire team is using this combination of perks, the chances to unhook yourself basically are 99%. And that creates an army of survivors that are capable of self-unhooking. Now, if we go back a few minutes, we talked about Deliverance and how good it was to have Deliverance. Imagine 4 Deliverances that do not require any pre-activation requisite. That's what this is. 4 people that are capable of self-unhooking themselves can use Decisive or Resurgence and so many other perks, Unbreakable, to basically make it impossible for the killer to pressure more than one person at a time. I've made a video recently that maybe I'll link up if you want to see this in action, but suffice to say, if you have a full team doing this, this is one of the most disgusting, most overpowered strategies that a team can do. I am putting it this high because I genuinely think this is like one of the most uncounterable and strongest playstyles that you can have in this game. If everybody can self-unhook, basically everyone splits up. The killer never really sees anyone healing each other. You unhook yourself. If the killer comes to you, you have 15 seconds of protection. If not, you heal yourself with Resurgence in just a few seconds. There's really nothing the killer can do, and it's really, really disgusting. Only a few killers can maybe try to counter this, and even then it's not easy. It does, however, require a full party, everyone running the same offering and everyone running 2 specific perks, which is a big ask, and not everybody can do this. So for that reason, it's not maybe the absolute strongest in the game, but still very, very, very disgusting. Kindred is the first of the 4 perk stars, and I'm going to tell you already, this perk and the next 2 perks are artificially boosted, okay? These perks are not as strong as some of the other perks before and even after, but in my opinion, I am boosting them up because they fill gaps that are super important, and they help survivors and newer players with something that they often really struggle. Kindred is really 2 perks in one. Whenever you are on the hook, this perk reveals all of your teammates to each other so they can see their aura. And it also shows the aura of the killer if they are nearby, which can be quite helpful. They can see if a trapper is setting up a trap. They can see if a cannibal is camping with a chainsaw. They can see in the end game if the killer is going to a gate or if you stay near the hook. It's really, really useful and honestly almost always welcome. The range at which you can reveal the killer can also be extended by a certain perk that we'll talk about later. So that's awesome. The best part, however, is that when someone else is on the hook, you also get the same effect. Whenever somebody else is on the hook, your teammates don't see you, but you see your teammates and you still see the killer. And this is just so wonderful. Kindred is a perk that teams can use effectively, but that especially solo queue players would be so much better if everybody was running it, or at least a few people were running it per lobby. It is just an amazing perk to help people understand the rotations of the team. One of the most tragic things that can happen in a normal match of Dead by Daylight is that you go on the hook, 3 of your teammates are on generators, which is good, but then all of them let go of their generator to come to rescue you at the same time. They all think they're doing the right thing. They're not paying attention to the HUD. They don't really know what's happening, but they all let go of their gens and they come to save you, and then the killer shows up and now nobody's doing anything. With Kindred, this sort of inefficiency is completely avoided. With Kindred, you see that your teammate is going for the safe, so you stay on the generator. You see that your teammate is injured and they're vulnerable, you go and help them take a hit or heal. You see that their generator was nearly done, but they have to be pushed out or go for the rescue. You take over it when you're done with your own generator. Basically, it fills a lot of information that is generally really hard to gather otherwise, and it is a really nice comfy perk, I think, for any level of play. Try it out if you haven't used it already. It is really, really good. Next up is Déjà Vu. I feel this perk in my bones anytime I play Killer. We all like to think that survivors are extremely efficient machines that only know how to do gens, but the reality is many survivors do not know the maps very well. They check room to room in indoor maps looking for gens that maybe already have been done or that are blocked by corrupt intervention or that maybe didn't spawn there in that one RNG variation of the map. Survivors waste a lot of time. They generally waste a lot of time. But with Déjà Vu, this is no longer the case. Déjà Vu shows them the 3 generators that are closest to each other. Anytime they complete one of these generators, the resulting next 3 gen is going to be wider and wider and wider and wider. And that means that if they keep doing these gens, which by the way, they do a little bit faster, they will make the remaining generators for you as a killer very far apart and thus very hard to defend together. This is just so crippling. Whenever you have a couple survivors with this perk, they waste so little time between generators. They know exactly where they run. They never waste 10 seconds looking for one. They never go to the wrong end of the map. The 6% generator speed, it adds up towards the end. It helps in the final 3 gen. The final 3 gen is always highlighted by Déjà Vu. So if you're defending 2 generators that are close together, sometimes the survivors do not know where the last one is. With Déjà Vu, they always know, and they're always there, and they're always doing it that tiny little bit faster. Needless to say, the generator speed from Déjà Vu pairs well with toolboxes, pairs well with fast track, pairs well with everything else that makes gens go by faster. So a few of these perks can make gens generally feel so hard. Survivors that are really experienced, that have great communication, that know the maps inside and out, they probably don't need Déjà Vu nearly as much. But especially for beginners that do not know these things and that do struggle with maps, and indoor maps in particular, Déjà Vu is probably one of the best perks that they should never ever take off their build. For that reason, I am boosting it a little bit higher than its actual power would be. Windows of Opportunity. This is the #1 survivor perk, the most popular survivor perk in the game for years. Funnily enough, I think it is objectively weaker than the next perk, but because it is so easy to use and it is so easy to access because it comes from Kate, a survivor that is easy to unlock, that you can buy from the Man in Darkness pack, that is a really good deal and comes with a lot of other really good perks. Because it is quite accessible and many people have already unlocked it, I think ultimately this perk is maybe a bit better for the average player, especially beginners. Windows of Opportunity is just great. It highlights breakable walls, which is not super important, but I mean, it's good to know. It highlights pallets and it highlights windows. Now, breakable walls and windows, for the most part, are very static. Most maps have certain buildings, certain tiles, and the windows, they don't really change. But pallets especially, it's really important to know whether they're there or not, because pallets are a resource that can be depleted. If you run to shack, hoping to find safety, with a killer with a chainsaw running hot on your heels, and then the chainsaw killer catches up to you and you find out that there's no pallet there, you're gonna die. With Windows of Opportunity, you never have that problem. You always know if a pallet has been used, and if some weird pallet that is normally not there has spawned, hey, you now know that it's there and you can use it. It is really hard to overestimate how good this perk is in the hands of beginners. Beginners often do not know anything about map generation. They run to a rock expecting to find safety and they find nothing. But with Windows of Opportunity, they always know where to run. You can literally get a bad map as a killer, play against a survivor that has 3 hours in the game, and if they just run to the highlighted pallets and windows, that survivor can last a really long time in chase with almost nothing you can do sometimes. It basically reveals to the survivors the resources that they have so that they never miss out on them. And it is, as a killer, something that can be really, really crippling. Now, there's something to be said about survivors with more experience. Survivors with more experience, they quickly remember and identify the RNG that's spawned in the map, the randomly generated stuff, and they quickly can find a safe place to go. Not to mention, they might pay extra attention to their teammates or even be in comms with their teammates so they know which pallets have been used. So they don't need Windows of Opportunity as much, but do not be fooled. Many people think that Windows of Opportunity is a noob perk or a hand-holding perk that will hinder your growth. That is not true. A lot of top players that are so good, still like to run Windows of Opportunity because it allows them to really know how much they can squeeze out of every loop and still be able to reach the next one safely. So do not be ashamed by other players or by other people's opinions into stopping using this perk. Use it for as long as you are comfortable and for as long as you want. It is a perk that I think can be useful at every single level of experience, especially when playing solo queue, because it will help you know what your team has dropped, which oftentimes will be everything they could. So yeah, Windows Opportunity is very, very good. However, if you're an experienced player, the next perk might be even better. 5 Moves Ahead is one of the latest perks introduced in the game, and it is really, really good. It functions very similarly to Windows of Opportunity. However, it does not highlight breakable walls, which is fine. You don't really need to highlight breakable walls. Many maps don't even have breakable walls. And it does not highlight windows or vaults. That is not a big deal. Most windows and vaults are easy to predict. Many of them are fixed in always their location, so windows are not that important, and more importantly, windows never get broken. So a window is going to be there no matter what. You can run to it quite reliably. Pallets, on the other hand, they do get broken, so knowing if they're there or not is quite important. So this perk has the best effect out of Windows of Opportunity. It only works when you're in chase or if you're in the killer's terror radius, but that's not a big deal because most of the times you can look around yourself, and once the chase begins, you will have had time to look around you. If you were a beginner, I think this perk would maybe mess with you a little bit, because maybe after you start running, you find yourself that you didn't look around yourself enough. But for the most part, that's really not a big deal. So in all of these respects, this perk is slightly inferior to Windows Opportunity, but it has an extra effect that Windows Opportunity does not have. And it is the fact that it allows you to recover faster from the drop pallet animation. Whenever you drop a pallet, you turn around, or, well, it depends if you're holding shift or not. You do a certain animation, right? And after about a half second, you can begin to move normally. This half a second is critical. Against many killers, dropping a pallet is straight up very, very unsafe. Play, for example, against a huntress and drop a pallet in front of her, and she will begin to pull up her hatchet, and by the time you've dropped the pallet, the hatchet goes straight into your face, and that's not good. With this perk, however, you can play around some of these killers in a way that is really difficult for them. You can drop a pallet and get out of the way, out of the hatchet. You can drop a pallet and duck to avoid a shot or a tentacle hit from Nemesis. You can basically drop a pallet and begin to move and change your hitbox to prevent a hit over the pallet. And even if you're playing against a normal killer, you begin to move faster. And that alone is very, very, very good. If you stun the killer, you are now making more distance. If you don't stun the killer breaks the pallet, you now make even more distance. If it's a pallet that is quite unsafe and the killer is waiting for you to drop it so that he can go around and hit you, you now begin to loop and mirror their movements even faster. So you can drop a pallet and basically still outplay the killer, even if you make, quote unquote, a mistake. This is really, really, really good. And it's hard to explain how good it is until you've tried it for yourself. But it is a very, very, very strong effect that I would say makes it worth it against almost every single killer in the game. It is hard to say every killer in the game because, I don't know, we have things like Nurse, which largely ignores pallets, but almost every single killer will have at least one interaction where this perk really saves you from a hit, and it is really, really good. The information on top of it is just icing on the cake. Next up is Vigil. This perk is absolutely gross. It does so many things at once. It is essentially a battery that makes you recover faster from all status effects that have a timer associated to them. This includes, as we can see here, blindness, broken, exhaustion, expose, hemorrhage, hinder, mangle, oblivious, and more importantly, this affects every sort of status effect. The ones that you inflict onto yourself, the ones that the killer inflicts with perks, and even the ones that the killer inflicts with powers. So the first thing that Vigil does which might not be super obvious, it shortens the duration of certain killers' slowdown. So for example, if you play against a clown that hits you with his clown bottle, which slows you down, when you're out of the cloud, you're going to recover 66% faster. That means that an effect that would be 1 second now gets, what's 1 second? It would be 40% less. It would be 0.6 seconds, basically, right? And if it's 2 seconds, you do the math. It is very, very noticeable. It is extremely, extremely noticeable. Against some killers, Vigil generally takes away a third of their power, and it is quite nasty. And that's only a secondary effect. The other thing that it can also do is it completely nullifies killer perks. If a killer has a perk such as Haunt the Ground or Make Your Choice that makes you expose insta-downable for 60 seconds, now it's only 40 seconds. And that is really, really bad for the killer, because the killer doesn't know you have this perk. They can guess sometimes, but they really don't know until they hit you. So yeah, a lot of killers can waste time. Many perks that last for 60 or 70 seconds, by the time you get unhooked, are gone with Vigil. If the killer has Sloppy Butcher or any other killer add-on that inflicts a similar mangle and hemorrhage, it's so easy to just be on the hook for a bit and come out, and by the time you're starting getting healed, the effect of these anti-healing debuffs are gone. So yeah, this also affects that. But the main thing that Vigil does is allows you to recover from your own status effects. So if you use a perk like Shoulder the Burden, the downside is less, and the main one, of course, is exhaustion perks. Exhaustion perks that can be spammed repeatedly, such as Sprint Burst, are the best with Vigil. Vigil and Sprint Burst is such a disgusting combo. Being able to run fast every 24 seconds is generally so unfair, and it kind of works against every killer, which many other perks fail. Many other perks work against some killers, or in some maps, or in some situations, only from a distance, only from high up, only if you're injured, only if you're healthy. This works all the time against absolutely everyone. And yeah, it allows you to do very bold things. It allows you to go for a rescue and risk everything until last second. It allows you to work in a gen that is otherwise really exposed, and every 24 seconds you just have a whoop, get out of jail free card. It is generally disgusting. The fact that a perk does so many of these things at the same time is kind of gross. And even though this perk has been nerfed, it is still really powerful. Don't forget, this perk does not stack, but it gives its effects to teammates. It gives its effects to teammates that are 16 meters away from you. So if, for example, you run by a teammate and unhook them, and they had some kind of perk around them, you also make them recover faster from it. So yeah, it is generally really broken. You basically run this with Sprint Burst, and all of the other secondary things that it does are basically just a little bonus on top. Dead Hard is possibly the first of the perks that we have here that is actually really hard to use and requires a little bit of finesse. It is a perk that activates whenever you are unhooked from a hook, not from a cage or from anything else. And it does allow you to tank a hit if you use it right at the time that you would take damage that would kill you. Now, it's very important. You need to not be in deep wound. If you are in deep wound, you can use the perk, but you'll still go down. So if a killer hits you immediately upon unhook, sadly, this perk doesn't work very well. For that reason, a lot of people pair this with Decisive Strike so that they can use Decisive and then still have a chance to use Dead Hard. The nice thing about Dead Hard, unlike Decisive Strike, is that it does not go away ever. It's a one-time use every time that you get it after unhook. So in total, you can use it 2 times or maybe 3 if you get rescued with Shoulder the Burden, which we talked about earlier. But even though it's a 1-2 time use, you can hold on to it, and it does not go away when you touch a generator or do a conspicuous action. And what this means is that you can stay injured and do risky things and know that if the killer comes to you and hits you, you have a chance to press E and extend the chase. Being able to tank a hit and get a lot of distance, it can be super crippling against the lower tier killers. Funnily enough, it's one of the few perks that gets better against some of the high tier killers. Some of the high tier killers, like Nurse, like Blight, the way they work is that they use their power to get close to you, and then they have a very narrow window to press the attack and hit you. And in that narrow window, if you time your Dead Hard well, you can make it quite quite likely that you'll use it. Some killers, they don't even get to bait out the dead heart or wait out the dead heart. For example, if you have good ping and you have good reactions and you're playing against a killer such as Wesker or Demogorgon, you can literally on reaction, just press this attack when you see their attack about to connect with you, and chances are you're going to be successful. Other killers are even worse. Other killers, not only do they have no chance, they can also give you dead heart with things outside of their control. So if, for example, you're playing against a Nemesis or a Knight and you're about to be hit by one of their minions, you can dead heart into their minion to easily tank the hit, and what would have otherwise killed you now allows you to make distance away from the killer and from the minion. So yeah, it is a really, really stupid Swiss knife that, generally speaking, gets better the stronger and the more sharp the survivor is. A lot of survivors, I will tell you already, run Dead Heart and use it poorly. Whenever I chase a survivor as a killer with a lot of experience, and I see the survivor running to a stupid place and they're looking behind them like, looking at the clock and just checking behind them, I know they have Dead Heart and I'm never going to fall for it. But survivors that are really, really smart, that bait me, that wait, that run to a pallet, that use it last second, they can generally make Dead Heart feel really, really bad. In many situations when you're looping tightly around certain objects, if you launch from afar, the survivor can react they can do it on reaction and press Dead Heart. And if you don't swing from afar, the survivor has time to drop the pallet and be safe. So in some situations, the 50-50 becomes a 100-0 for the survivor. It is a perk that, as I said, requires a lot of finesse and is best used by players that really know what they're doing. But once it's used by people that know what they're doing, oh my god, this perk is really strong. Our next perk is also a little bit of a Swiss knife that can do a little bit of everything. It's the funny Nicolas Cage perk plot twist that allows a survivor to literally flop onto the ground. This perk requires you to be injured, and the main thing that it does is it heals you. You can think of this perk as a healing perk that is nice to bring if you don't want to bring or if you don't have a medkit, right? You can use it up to 2 times, once before the end game, and after the end game has started and the last gen has been done, you can use it 1 more time if you haven't already. So you can use this basically as a heal twice per match, as long as you don't use the perk right in front of the killer and do not use it at a time when the killer can find you with perks like barbecue and chili when they hook someone else. As long as you don't time this really, really poorly, you go on the ground, you recover relatively quickly in about, in about 28 seconds or so, which is pretty fast. And then you pick yourself up at full speed with a little bit of a sprint burst as well, which, I mean, it's nice. It's not a huge deal, but it's nice. So that's already pretty good. If this is everything this perk did, just the fact that you can heal yourself without being affected by any anti-healing perks, that's huge. That's already really good. Think of how many times killers like to run Sloppy Butcher, Dying Light, Thanatophobia, all of these perks that can affect your team and punish you for being injured or make you heal slower, right? Or interrupt you after you're being healed and stuff like that. This perk ignores all of that, which is awesome, but it does so much more. Being able to down yourself can trigger certain perks and trigger them early, maybe when the killer doesn't want to trigger them. It can also slow down the endgame timer. So if you're in the endgame and your teammate is running out of time, you can plot twist to make the timer go slower and give them more time to reach the exit gates before the entity kills everyone with the endgame collapse. It also makes you completely silent when you're doing this on the ground as well. In some very specific situations, it allows you to go down in a controlled manner in a particular spot that you want to be in. So, for example, say that you want to be pallet rescued by a teammate, but you're playing against a Deathslinger, the killer that can pull you out with their harpoon gun. With this, you can go on a pallet, plot twist, and now you are in full control of exactly where you go down, which can be nice. But all of that does not tell you the full picture of what makes plot twist so strong. I actually had a match recently where a survivor used it against me and he was just so effective. Let me paint you the picture, right? I'm chasing a survivor that I hadn't managed to down the entire game. And what I want to do right now is I want to down that survivor because the last 2 survivors are on the final generator, which was pretty close. This survivor took me away, and right before I could down him, he used plot twist and he put me in a lose-lose situation. If I picked him up, I would be wasting time and I wouldn't be able to go back and stop the generator in time. But if I left him, he would get himself back up full health. So in a way, Plot Twist is similar to Unbreakable, except you can only use them when injured, and you don't threaten to get back up. You actually threaten to get back up at full health. So it is an incredibly good perk when you want to prevent the killer from slugging, aka leaving lots of people on the ground repeatedly. This can be so effective. Say, for example, that the killer is suddenly popping off. He downs your teammate, and now he downs your other teammate, and now it's only you and another one, and he comes for you. You can literally go on a pallet, Plot Twist, and now the killer has to pick you up. If he doesn't pick you up, you will pick yourself up at full health and can possibly begin to bounce back and take control of the game again. So using that aggressively like that is already very strong. You can also use it with Decisive Strike. Once again, you can go into a part of the map that is very convenient for you, go under a pallet if you want to, use Plot Twist, and if the killer picks you up, Decisive Strike. If the killer doesn't pick you up, guess what? You will heal yourself. You can also go under a pallet with Plot Twist and use the perks Flip-Flop or Power Struggle, which we're going to be explaining in a few minutes, to also guarantee that you self-escape. Yeah, it gets a little stupid and it kind of forces killers into lose-lose situations, which is something that we're also going to see with the next two perks. Next up is the perk Made for This from Gabriel. This perk is really stupid. It's really stupid. It has a secondary effect, which is not the strongest, but that can actually be active for a long time, which is it makes you 3% faster anytime you are in deep wound. Say, for example, the killer is tunneling you and they hit you right off the hook and immediately trigger deep wound. This perk would activate. Say, for example, the killer is Legion or the Deathslinger, or maybe other killers such as the Skull Merchant. Some of these killers can give you Deep Wound with their add-ons or with their powers. Anytime Deep Wound activates, anytime you have the orange bar that you have to fix on your screen, this perk will make you 3% faster. Being 3% faster is not a massive boost that will make you last 20 minutes in chase, but it does help you, and the better you are and the slower that the killer is, the more significant this 3% will feel. On its own, it's pretty good. If it stacks with other things, it can feel even stronger. So that part of this perk is okay, but it's really not the end of the world. The really important thing is that this perk allows you to heal somebody else, either from the ground to injured or from injured to full, and briefly have a 10-second, which is so big, a 10-second endurance afterwards. This is great. This is basically a shield that allows you to go in there when things are going really badly and getting really heated and not go down. And it makes it really scary for the killer to slug, especially. Say the killer, for example, is downing your teammates and two people are on the ground. You can literally go there, pick one up, maybe position yourself in a way that the killer cannot reach the survivor that you just picked up and instead can only hit you. And the killer is going to have to hit you. When the killer hits you, you tank the hit, and now you're both out of there. And your other two teammates, they can stay on generators throughout all of this, or do whatever they need to be doing, such as opening exit gates. So being able to be a one-man army is insane. It pairs really well with other healing perks, as we will see the next one. But the big idea is that it really helps you to bounce back in dangerous situations like that. You don't even need to pick someone from the ground. You can also pick someone from injured to full health. And if you're a little bit cheeky, you could kind of use this against the killer. So, for example, let's imagine a situation where the exit gate is open and the killer is waiting at the exit gate, and there's two of you, and both of you are injured. In a normal situation, you both would need to heal, because if one of you is injured, the killer will down that person and you're gonna die. With Made for This, what you can do is you can heal your teammate, leave their heal at 99% more or less, and then walk to the gate, and when the killer sees you, you finish their heal, and now you're basically both invulnerable. The person that you healed can tank a hit and get out, and you have 10 seconds to walk through the gate or through whatever and be fine. This also applies to any time you unhook someone. If you unhook someone and they have Resurgence, you can heal them in 3 or 4 seconds. And now if the killer comes back, both you and the person that you heal will both be safe. So, yeah. Can killers wait out 10 seconds? They can, but it's generally very difficult to know when this perk is active. There's no visual tell for the killer to know. So the killer often has to risk it, and many times they won't think of it, and they will eat the endurance, allowing you to get out of a bad spot. So yeah, I've already painted you a few scenarios and a few pictures of when you can use this, but I'm sure you can come up with more. If you run this perk and you have teammates that are dependable, that trust you to heal them, especially if you're on comms with them, this perk can allow you to get away with literal murder. Moving on. We're Gonna Live Forever plays out similarly to MFT. It also gives endurance after healing, but it's not to you, it's to the person that you heal, and it needs to be off the ground. But it does come with a really good effect. Whenever you heal people from the ground, you heal them at twice the normal speed, which is huge. Normally a survivor on the ground takes about 31 seconds to be ready. You don't really, they cannot pick themselves up, or are not ready to be picked up until they're at 95%, which takes about 30 seconds. Let's round it down. If you start healing them, it takes less. It takes 16 seconds. But 16 seconds healing a survivor from the ground is such a long time. It's really difficult, and it's really risky because you could go down if the killer is nearby. Being able to pick them up in only 8 seconds from 0 to 100 is insanely fast. If they're already a little bit recovered, you can swoop in a situation that has gone badly and basically make sure that everyone gets back on their feet. And not only that, if they get back on their feet, now they can take a hit for you. Even if a killer like Hillbilly is right there and can possibly insta-down you, now the person that you picked up will maybe be able to position themselves in a way that tanks the hit for you, which is insane. 10 seconds is a long time. The perk does go on a short cooldown, so you cannot spam it, but still, really good effect. So why is this so good? First of all, it stops, this is just as good as Unbreakable when it comes to stopping a killer dead on his tracks anytime they try to get too greedy. If a killer downs a survivor, downs another survivor, downs another survivor, and then they think, I could down everyone and just win the game right here. With 1 or 2 We're Gonna Live Forevers, everyone gets back on their feet so quickly. Another situation that happens even more frequently is a situation where the killer has somehow caught survivors in a bad spot and 2 downs have happened. Even if a killer gets 2 downs, it is very difficult for a killer to quickly put them on hooks at the same time. Normally, the killer will have to pick Survivor 1, then put them on the hook, then go back to Survivor 2, then pick them up, and then put them on the hook. And that's not ideal. And there's not much you can do as a survivor. But if you have We're Gonna Live Forever, it is pretty much guaranteed that in the time that one survivor gets hooked, the other one is already back on their feet. So even a really good play from the killer that would result in 2 hook stages now results in only 1. So for this reason, We're Gonna Live Forever is incredibly powerful. There are an unfortunate amount of killers that really rely on slugging. The twins in particular, and this perk is poison against them. For example, if you manage to take little Victor away from Charlotte and you are playing in duos, you can let your teammate take the down, kick Victor, and then pick them up before the killer even wakes up and gets back to you. So yeah, a lot of killers can be massively countered by this perk. It is really strong. The obvious downside of this perk, there are some killers that will never leave a survivor on the ground for more than 2 seconds. And even though survivors can try to influence it, even though survivors can try to do cheeky things like, oh, I go down under a pallet and I try to make the killer think that I'm gonna be rescued, and then my teammate comes in with We're Gonna Live Forever and MFT, which is the perk that we just saw. You can have Made for This and We're Gonna Live Forever and pick someone up, and both you and the person being picked up are both safe. You can do all of these things, but sometimes some killers are just really sharp and they don't leave you many options to do these things. But against most killers, a good squad that is coordinated can use these perks to a devastating effect. Now we talk about Lithe, which is a perk that is easily accessible for most players. It comes from Fong Min, which is a character that you will most likely unlock when you buy her DLC as part of the pack of the Maddening Darkness, which is a really good pack. You should get it. It does have great survivors and great killer perks, right? So she's a very accessible character that most people will gravitate towards in their early survivor journey. And this is one of the perks that is good. Just like Windows Opportunity, it is really good at low levels, medium levels, high levels. It's good everywhere. Lithe is just a really nice perk. It allows you to vault a drop pallet or a window, doesn't matter which, and you will get a sprint burst-like haste effect that also lasts 3 seconds and similarly makes you exhausted. Now, It is important to say that just because you have Lithe does not mean you have to use it immediately. A lot of people have this perk, they drop a palette that is really bad, they think they need to use it immediately, and then they use it at the bad time, the killer hits them, and the perk is kind of wasted. The best way to utilize Lithe is to try to figure out which window, especially windows, it can be used on palettes, it's a little riskier, which window allows you to really use it and make tons of distance away from the killer and hopefully away from your teammates so that you take the action far away from the gens being done. You can also use Lithe on windows that are not very good as a bit of a jumping spot. If, for example, you want to reach the main building, which is where most of the safety is, and there's nothing really in between, you could use a small Z-wall or a small window that's in the middle of nowhere as a bit of a way to get out early. It is a nice perk, it's not super hard to use, and unlike Sprint Burst, it does not require you to hold it and be mindful about when you trigger it. You have full control when you trigger it, pretty much. You can even slow vault in chase. It's a bit risky if you want to save it, although it is quite obvious. Don't do that unless you know what you're doing. So you have mostly control about when you trigger it, and as a result, it's really good. A special consideration needs to be said about a few creative ways you can use Lithe. For example, Decisive Strike, the possibly best perk in the game, pairs extremely well with Lithe. With Decisive Strike, you can take the killer really far away from the action, maybe go down next to a window or next to a drop pallet, and when the killer picks you up, you then immediately use Lithe on said window or pallet to make even more distance away. With this combo, even strong, high power killers like Nurse, Blight will often struggle to catch up to you really quickly. Another way that Lithe can be used is to unzone yourself. Say that the killer has chased you into a corner of the map. You look behind yourself and there's nothing behind you. There's only one tiny pallet, one tiny pallet. And once the killer breaks it, you're dead. If you drop the pallet and the killer gets stunned, you could actually vault into the killer, and while he recovers from the animation, assuming that they don't have the perk Enduring from the Hillbilly, which would let them recover faster, while they recover from the animation slowly, you vault through them and then Lithe back into the map and into a more favorable position. Those are things that you can do with Lithe, and there is a little bit of skill ceiling to it, but even at its core, it is a very simple, very easy perk to use, and it is just wonderful. Build to Last is another perk that is really simple to use. For this perk to work, you need an item that has charges. That's most items, like for example, a medkit or a toolbox, and the item needs to be depleted. Okay? You do not get to use this perk if the item has some charges. So for example, if you have a toolbox and it's at like 1%, you can go on a hook and sabotage for like a third of a second to get rid of it. If you have an empty item, you go into a locker, and the first time you come out of that locker, you will come out with a pretty much 100% version of that item recovered. If you do it a second time, it will be 2/3. If you do it a third time, it will come 1/3. So basically, it's a perk that allows you to recycle your item. I'm going to tell you already, most items in the game, especially without add-ons, are just not that good. They're not that worth recycling. At best, what you could do is get a medkit, heal, and then get another medkit and heal again, and that would be all right. But that would make this perk very meh, very mediocre. This perk shines when you have the best items in the game, and especially, pretty much exclusively, we're speaking about toolboxes. Toolboxes are really strong in Dead by Daylight. A good toolbox allows you to save about 20 seconds or sometimes more off of a gen. So think about it this way. You load into the match, the killer goes for someone else, you go on a generator, you absolutely destroy the generator with your toolbox, and by the time the killer is looking for you, you've already completed a generator, you hop into a locker for a short 8 seconds, maybe you can even activate other perks while you're in the locker, like Inner Strength, we'll talk about that later, and when you come out of those 8 seconds, you have another full toolbox that you can use on the next generator. If at one point in the game, you want to go into a locker again and get another toolbox, it's not as efficient, but I mean, you can do it. Like if the killer is looking for you and you just want to hide and you just want to go in a locker for 8 seconds, it's really not that inefficient. And the killer will be constantly appalled and confused Because they look at a gen, they see that it's at 0%, they leave, and when they come back, the gen is nearly done. And they do not understand how this gen is being done so quickly. So yeah, being able to get a second or even third toolbox can be good. You can even use a toolbox in the endgame that you've used to destroy gens as a Sabo toolbox. The best toolbox in the game right now is a Commodius, which is a blue toolbox. And that one is also really good at Saboing. So you could do 2 gens really, really fast, and then get it a second time out of a locker to use it as a Sabo toolbox in the endgame. So yeah, build to last is just ridiculous. Keep in mind, it does not regenerate a used up item, such as a syringe or as a brand new part. So it's best to use this with an item that has add-ons that do not deplenish and do not go away during the course of the match. But basically, if you know how to bring the best items, how to use the best items, and you have a build to support it, build to last is just a massive enabler of toolbox builds. And toolbox builds are just really, really strong. And yeah, the fact that they buffed this perk, if you don't mind a small personal comment, the fact that they buffed this perk baffles me to no end. And one day I hope to see it reworked into something a little bit more interesting. Unfortunately, build to last is incredibly mediocre for anything else, so don't really bother with other stuff. The next perk is from Sable. It's called Wicked, and this is a perk that many people sleep on, but let me tell you, if you learn to use this perk and you actually go out of your way to make it work, it requires a little bit of forethought. It can be really worth your time. The main thing that this perk does, we're going to talk about in a second, but let's talk about the secondary effect. The secondary effect is really nice, by the way. Anytime you come out of the hook, you see the aura of the killer for a whooping 20 seconds. How many times have you been unhooked and a killer comes back to you right as you're being healed? And you didn't realize, and now you go down. Oh no, that was a mistake. Or maybe you get unhooked and you don't know where the killer is, and you make the right choice, you make the left, you make the wrong choice, you end up getting back into the killer. Yeah, being able to know where the killer is for 20 seconds, unless they have some sort of undetectable, is a really good effect that immediately allows you to plan which generator you want to do, that you can have a pretty good confidence it's not going to be in the way of the killer and on their path. So that alone, this is already really good. Being able to see the killer when on hook is already really, really nice. But the main thing that Wicked does is it pretty much gives you a deliverance effect if you go down in the basement. If you go down in the basement, you have the ability to unhook yourself with 100% success if it is your first hook. Remember, you do not get to unhook yourself ever unless it is your first hook. The only way you can unhook yourself is if the anti-camp meter is full on the second one. But assuming that the killer is not camping, you can unhook yourself 100%. Now, why is this so strong? Very simple. Even though we're not talking about killer perks right now, as a survivor, you need to be aware of killer perks, and you need to be aware what are the common ones and how you can play around them. One of the strongest killer perks in the game right now, if not the strongest, is called Pain Resonance. It is a perk that activates when the killer hooks you on one of 4 white hooks that are normally found across the map. Those hooks are almost never ever in the basement. There can be one perk that can make them happen in the basement, but pretty much impossible to find that. You will never in a million years see that. So if you make the decision early on to take the chase into the basement or end the chase into the basement, and you go down to the basement, the killer now has a really, really bad choice to make. Number 1, they leave you and they waste a lot of time. Number 2, they hook you and they basically allow you to self-unhook. And when you self-unhook, remember, you have 15 seconds of protection, you might have Decisive Strike, you might have Resurgence to heal yourself in 3 or 4 seconds with a medkit, you might have any one of these things, right? Or they try to take you out of the basement and maybe hook you somewhere else, which is super difficult. And if you're deep into the basement, it's almost impossible in most maps. So yeah, the killer is dealt a really bad hand, and you can completely destroy a killer that has Pain Resonance, and their main plan to slow down gens was to use Pain Resonance. So it requires a little bit of forethought. It requires you to pay attention to where the basement is, maybe even bring a basement offering to highlight it or make it spawn in the main building or the shack. So it requires you to plan a little bit, and it does not work very well if you do not think it through, or if your teammates are not cooperating, or if your teammates don't know what you're doing. But if you play in a party, I think you'll find Wicked to be really, really strong and a really fun perk to run. One of the nastiest things that you can do with Wicked, by the way, is basically trick a killer in the endgame to go after you. And then if your teammates are opening gates, you just go down in basement. And it doesn't matter what the killer does. Either they leave you and you're going to be fine, or they hook you and you're going to be fine. Either way, it puts the killer in a lose-lose situation. And that alone is really good. The secondary effect, just the icing on the cake. This is a really, really strong perk when used correctly. Talking about lose-lose situations, Conviction is one of the scariest perks to go against. Anytime a killer downs a survivor, they typically have a small window of opportunity to do whatever they want, but they know that that survivor can be picked up. Normally, that window is about 24 seconds. If you down a survivor with a perk like Unbreakable, they can pick themselves up in about 24 seconds. So if you down a survivor and you can maybe get a hook on someone else, or kick a generator, or break a pallet, or do something within 24 seconds, it is typically safe. With Conviction, however, that is no longer the case. With Conviction, a survivor that has healed another survivor and has this perk active can temporarily pick themselves up from the ground in only 8 seconds, or sometimes a bit less, depending on other perks being in play that allow you to recover faster. We'll get into that later. So what that means is that a killer can, because of this perk, as a killer, it is unsafe to leave a survivor on the ground for more than 8 or so seconds, or you risk them picking themselves up. Now, unlike some of the other perks that we've seen so far, Conviction is not a full package. It does not allow you to pick yourself up and be fine. You will go down in 30 seconds, and when you go down, if the killer is on top of you, they're going to pick you up. You can do a good effort and go down somewhere really far away, really inconvenient for the killer. Or you could go down next to a teammate so they can pick you up. Or you could have the perk Unbreakable, or Plot Twist so that you can pick yourself back up with either of those perks, right? So it's not like it's a get out of jail free card, but this perk, when used at the right times, it comes so quickly. It can be devastating. Think about it. You go down next to a teammate, the killer now has 2 people on the ground and 1 person on the hook maybe, and this would be a winning situation. Except you pick yourself up and you unhook the guy. Or you pick yourself up and you get the hell away from there and go somewhere else. Or the exit gate is open, you pick yourself up, you run out. The fact that you can pick yourself up and maybe even tank a hit with other perks like Soul Guard or Dead Hard right after, the fact that you can do this and then do other stuff, or Sprint Burst away, there's so many things that you can do with this stupid little perk that are so nasty and that can make a killer's advantage turn into a disadvantage. Once you have this perk, you can also play accordingly and play very aggressively. In the endgame, for example, where the 30-second temporary timer doesn't really matter, you can go down for the teammate. If the killer will absolutely leave you on the ground thinking that they can get you and then someone else, and then you will pick yourself up in 8 seconds and then go to the gate before the bleed out kicks in and you go down again. And then maybe your teammate will also make it to safety. So there are so many little ways that you can play aggressively with this. Now, it is important to remember that this perk only activates when you heal someone else. So it is much easier to use this perk when you're playing with friends and they allow you to quickly finish a heal off of them. If you're playing with solos and everybody's doing their thing, this perk can sometimes be a little hard to utilize. Next up, we have Adrenaline. This perk used to be so strong. It was at the very top, maybe the top of the tier list, and it has been nerfed slightly. It's fallen, but make no mistake, it's still a really good perk. Anytime the final generator is completed, or if the killer closes the hatch, that can happen quite frequently as well, if you're alive, you will get a speed boost, as long as you can use it, if you're not on the hook, and you will get a health state. That means that if you're on the ground, you get up. If you're in deep wound, the deep wound disappears. And if you're injured, you become healthy. If you're healthy, well, you're healthy still. And you also get a nice little sprint burst to go with it. This is a really nice effect. It essentially allows you to skip a whole heal if everybody in the team has this and everybody is injured in the endgame. Instead of doing the awkward thing of like finishing the generator and then healing each other and then going for an exit gate. Now you just finish the generator, everybody healthy, everybody spread out, everybody exit gates, everybody fine. And if you're in chase, it's obviously really helpful. Keep in mind that if you're exhausted, this perk still kicks in. It ignores exhaustion previously. It causes exhaustion, which means you cannot adrenaline and then swim burst. But if you are exhausted from something else, don't worry, this perk will still trigger. It overrides it. That's quite important to know. Being able to be picked up from the ground is also quite a valuable effect. If you know that your teammates have adrenaline and you're on the final generator, you no longer have to do two things at once. You can now finish the generator, focus on just doing that, and your teammates will pick themselves up as well. It is really, really dangerous and really, really powerful. This perk used to be able to heal you when you came out of a hook, and that's why it was so popular. Now, unfortunately, if you are in the killer's grasp, adrenaline does not work. So keep that in mind. If you're an all-time player, you might need to remember that it's not as strong as it used to be, but it's still a really, 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 really good effect. And there are some creative ways to use this perk as well. If you're being chased by the killer, you could use the haste movement speed to start power walking around some loop, and the killer might not realize that you are walking really fast without leaving scratch marks, and he might lose you as well. There's a few creative ways. If you know that your teammate is about to go down, there are also a couple ways that you can use adrenaline, right? For example, you could wait until, let's say they're healthy, you could wait until they take a hit. They tell you on Discord, hey, the killer's about to hit me now. You wait until they take the hit, and then you finish the generator, and the killer wasted their time, and your teammate is completely fine. You could also do a little bit different. You could wait until the killer downs your teammate, and then finish the generator right after. There's basically a few strategies that you can try to time if you are confident that you can time it well. Typically, this comes with communication. But yeah, not as immediately powerful. It doesn't help you to get to the end game. It only solidifies your game once you're in the end game. Not as powerful as some of the perks that we've seen, but still a really, really, really strong effect. Babysitter is one of the perks that I think you will see the least out of all the ones we've said so far, but it's one of the most insidious and one of the hardest perks to really understand how strong it is until you've had it used against you. Let me tell you, this perk is, under the right circumstances, it is terrifying. Anytime you unhook a teammate, you will see the aura of the killer for 8 seconds. This is very similar to Wicked, but it won't be the person on the hook, it will be you, the person unhooking, that sees the killer. This information is already really, really useful and makes Babysitter already a very decent perk. Being able to see where the killer is, assuming that they do not have some kind of undetectable status effect, like, for example, Wraith, is really, really good. If you see that the killer is busy somewhere else, you know that you should commit to the heal. If you see that the killer is coming back, maybe you decide, ooh, he's coming back, maybe we don't do the heal. So you can make the perfect decision based on what you're seeing the killer do, and that already is so, so nice. But then on top of that, it also provides the person that you unhook with some incredible effects. The first one, you make them very stealthy. They don't make noise. Actually, they do make noise. They don't leave scratch marks and they don't leave blood, which means that if you both run away, you can pretty much trick the killer into chasing you or getting lost completely, and your teammate will be very stealthy. But the really, really disgusting effect is the extra 10% haste. With the extra 10% haste, for 15 seconds, the teammate that you get off the hook will literally move faster than the killer. It obviously depends on what killer and whether or not they're using their mobility power, but for the most part, they will be moving at 120 movement speed, whereas most killers are only 115. After the 15 seconds, it will not last forever. After the 15 seconds, for the next 15 seconds total, the killer will be 100. The killer will be chasing your teammate, who will be 110, which is still insane. Chasing a survivor for 30 seconds that leaves no pools of blood, no scratch marks, and that moves almost as fast as you, or in some cases as fast as you, is insanely difficult. This is a perk that it can be just as effective as Decisive Strike in preventing an unhook. And the worst part is that the killer might not realize that it's in play until it is too late. So a team full of babysitters can make a killer that is not already the strongest be in a completely hopeless situation when it comes to chasing the last survivor. The worst part about babysitter for killer is that, yeah, if you're playing a strong killer with great mobility, you might be able to play around it. But if you make it to the end game, this perk still works in the end game. It's not like Decisive Strike, which is disabled in the end game. This perk still works throughout the entire match. That means that if you unhook a survivor really far away from the gate, they can beat the killer to the gate no problem, pretty much across the entire map. In other words, unless you have some kind of mobility as a killer, you will never catch up to a survivor in a straight line or around any loop, realistically. So yeah, it is obviously a situational effect. You're not always going to have a killer chase after the survivor that has been unhooked, but in the situations that it does happen, oh my god, this effect is honestly really, really hard to overestimate, to oversell. It's really, really powerful. And the final perk of the 4-star category is Balance Landing. This perk is much like other exhaustion perks. You use it, you get a bit of a speed boost, and then you become exhausted, and you have to wait it out before you can use it again. Unlike other exhaustion perks, it does have a unique thing that separates it, which is it makes you gain speed when you drop from a big height. And normally dropping from a big height is a bad thing for a survivor. You become very slowed down. With this perk, you don't feel it as much. And for killer, you don't get slowed down. Killers going from a hill to the floor is fine. Survivors going from a second floor to a bottom floor, they slow down. So normally going up on second floors is a bad idea that can backfire pretty badly. With this perk, it becomes a good idea, and you can actually take a killer into a place that would normally be a suicidal area and actually turn it into a really, really, really good idea. You could take the killer into a hill and force the killer to go around the hill, and once they catch up, you jump down. You need to be a bit smart because this perk doesn't trigger immediately. Don't wait until last second, and then you drop down, and bam, now you make it all the way to shack, all the way to main building, all the way to whichever other place is the safest. Oops, sorry. So yeah, that alone, being able to turn the map against the killer is amazing, amazing, amazing. And because you control when you do it, it is a perk that's very easy to use without wasting. Some maps in particular become really, really good. Many maps that have holes and multiple floors can make this really, really strong. You will have noticed that almost every map has some generator that is on a second floor or is on the second floor of a building. And working on that generator with this perk can be super safe. If the killer comes for you, you can literally wait until the last second or last 2 seconds, don't wait too much, and then be safe just fine. So this is awesome. Now, the main issue with this perk, you cannot use it alongside other exhaustion perks effectively, obviously. And many maps, unfortunately, don't have many jumping spots. If you get to play something like Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria, or what's another map that doesn't have a lot of, or something such as Azrob's Resting Place, you will see 1 or 2 or 2.5 tiny places that you can jump from, but that's it. So when you run this perk, you need to become really good at identifying what are the few spots that you can use it on. In some maps, there really aren't very many. So unfortunately, when you run this perk, you are tossing a little bit of a coin, and sometimes it can land on not what you expected, and it can be a bit less powerful. For that reason, it is at the bottom of this. If you know which map you're going to, this perk is incredible, and if you get a good map, this perk can be really, 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 really powerful. Very similar to other exhaustion perks and similarly good. Also really easy to use and belongs to a survivor that is really accessible as well, that most people will unlock, so it is definitely worth using. Now we start talking about perks that are in the 3-star category, and I want to make sure everybody's on the same page. These perks in general are really, really, really good, okay? All of these perks are absolutely usable. I love all of them pretty much, and by themselves they are pretty good. Sometimes in combination they are really, really good. However, they don't have the same meta-defining impact as the perks above them do. So for that reason, I rank them a bit less, but these perks, compared to a few years ago, the average perk here is still really, really decent. We're going to begin with Off the Record. Off the Record used to be one of the best perks in the game because it had a massive duration of 80 seconds. It allowed you to become stealthy for 80 seconds and also tank a hit for 80 seconds. Now this duration has been shortened to 40 seconds. And those of you that haven't played in a while maybe need to be reminded of this. So this perk is still okay. The only real problem with this perk is that it just gets outclassed by Decisive Strike. If a killer decides to immediately upon unhook, tap you off the hook, and then tap you again, double tap you, Off the Record does nothing. Yes, if it's a spirit or some other killer that wants to listen to your audio, you obviously benefit from being able to run around without leaving scratch marks and not make the injured noises. It's nice to be stealthy, and it can be really good to have this perk and a medkit so that when you get unhooked, you can go to some corner and heal safely, knowing for a fact that the killer is most likely not going to be able to find you with any perk unless it's like Killer Instinct from their power or something. So this is really good. But it does get a little bit outclassed by Decisive Strike, which is just better. Or Resurgence. Resurgence is just better. Why would you want to be stealthy when you could just get healed in 3 seconds and then be healthy, where being healthy is just better than being injured but quiet. So yeah, Resurgence and Decisive make this perk just a little bit awkward, but if we ignore that, if we just judge this perk on its merit, 40 seconds of endurance is insane. It does not work in the endgame, right? But all throughout the match, if for whatever reason you get off the hook and a survivor tries to heal you, but maybe they miss a skill check, or maybe they don't do it in time, and the killer comes back, and it's been 15 seconds, and the killer is looking at their clock thinking, okay, 13, 14, 15, now. And they now try to hit you, they're going to be very disappointed because you will not go down, you will tank a hit, and ideally, with that movement speed that you get from tanking the hit, you will be able to make it somewhere really far and really inconvenient for the killer. So being able to have a blanket 40 seconds of endurance as a bit of a safety measure is really, 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 really good, and still definitely worth bringing if you got nothing better. Let's go. We have Botany Knowledge. Wait a minute. I have to say, one thing that's not super clear. Off the record has 2 effects. The first one is that it protects you from going down with endurance. That one goes away if you touch a gen or do other conspicuous actions. But the silent, the stealth, that one does not go away. So don't worry, you can get on a gen and you will still be stealthy. That's important. All right, now for real. Botany Knowledge. Super, super simple perk. It improves all healing speeds by 50%. Improving a healing speed by 50% means that it will be faster by about a third. That's it. Instead of spending 16 seconds healing somebody, you will spend 12 seconds healing somebody. This pretty much counters completely and sometimes really overpowers any kind of anti-healing effect from things like Sloppy Butcher. So this is a great counter to healing debuffs from killer add-ons or killer perks. I would say that, but it also has the added benefit that it also works on yourself. If you're healing yourself with a medkit or with self-care, which we'll talk about in a minute, this also speeds it up, and that's wonderful. That's great. It makes this perk really, really good and a very consistent source of time save. Remember, when you heal another survivor, you are wasting both of your times. You are spending time together. So if you save, say for example, 5 or 6 seconds, that you need to multiply by 2. That's really 10 seconds that you've saved for the entirety of the team for 2 people, right? So that alone makes Botany really, really, really decent. Unfortunately, the reason why Botany is not meta and it's not brought by every single survivor lobby ever is because perks like Resurgence make it a little bit obsolete. If you have a team with everyone running Resurgence and you don't mind staying injured a bit and you don't mind waiting until unhooked to heal, Botany is not as good. If you're playing against a killer that is slugging very aggressively, leaving every survivor on the ground constantly, then Work Only Forever and MFT are just a little bit better as well. But in most situations, Botany Knowledge is a great middle of the ground, works in almost everything, not the best at anything, but kind of good at everything sort of healing perk. And that is just great. It's just really, really good. The time this will save a lot of heals here and there is going to be really, really, really nice. By the way, if you played this game a long time ago, you might remember that Botany Knowledge used to have a debuff that made it less effective with medkits. This has been removed, so you can use this perk with medkits, and it's actually really good with medkits. Next up, we have Desperate Measures. Think of Desperate Measures as a more conditional Botany Knowledge that at times can be a bit better, and sometimes it can be a bit worse, but it's overall very, very similar. It does have, however, a secondary effect. So, this perk gets better and better the more people are injured. Normally speaking, you almost never want to heal if you're the only person injured. If you are the only person injured and the killer is not on you, that means that you're relatively safe. You can probably be on a generator for a little while and you'll be fine. It's not a solid rule of thumb, but it's pretty often that you'll wait until someone else is injured or someone else on the hook, and then you'll think, okay, it's time to heal myself. So almost every single time that you're healing yourself, you will always have at least 20% extra bonus from Desperate Measures. If you wait until one person's injured, 40%, which is almost as good as Botany. And if you wait until 3 people are injured, that's 60%. That's better than Botany, and it's really good numbers. That's awesome. If everybody is injured, which can happen quite frequently against some killers, 80% faster healing is insanely good. So yeah, this goes well with self-care, with medkits, with any other self-healing perk. This can be really, really good. But the nicest thing about Desperate Measures is that on top of allowing you to heal faster, it also makes you unhook faster. This is the part that's really amazing. Don't mind me. Unhooking other people faster not only saves a bit of time and gets you to heal them faster, it also helps you to trade more successfully. If you unhook a survivor and a killer hits you, and then you unhook them again, and you do it really quickly, you will be able to go through them, and then they can take a hit for you so that you don't go down after. Or you can maybe unhook them while the killer is recovering from hitting somebody else in the endgame. So being able to unhook fast is really, really good in a lot of tricky situations that survivors find themselves towards the late parts of the game. So this is not something that beginners see a lot, but especially when you're more advanced and you have good coordination with your team, you will really, really appreciate all of the perks that have unhook and speed, this being one of the better ones. Next up is Flow State. Flow State is like the bastard cousin of the previous two perks, okay? It allows you to heal other people and yourself faster. It allows you to unhook other people faster as well. And it also allows you to break or cleanse totems faster. This part is not super important, but if you have a boon, you can set it up more consistently, and towards the end of the game, it's going to be noticeable. And if the killer has a perk like Know It, which is a totem that is really dangerous, like allows the killer to insta down you, and sometimes you find that you have to cleanse it really, 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 really quickly, as fast as possible, this perk can also come in clutch. The thing about this perk is that unlike Desperate Measures, it doesn't get stronger the more people injured. It gets stronger the more generators completed. And that is good because at 5 generators, you're not going to be healing a lot of people very often, typically. But at 2 or 1 generator left, you will. And in the end game, you certainly will. So towards the end of the game, this perk allows you to heal 50% faster, exactly the same as Botany, unhook 50% faster, which is almost as good as Desperate Measures, and still have the faster totem doing thing, which is pretty good and not really something that you get from a lot of other perks. So Flow State is a nice perk. In my opinion, I think it's a bit less consistent than the previous two perks, but it's still a perfectly good replacement. And if you have some kind of endgame build as a survivor or a booning build as a survivor, you might like this one. It's honestly quite comfy. Being able to do quick resets towards the end of the game can be really, really debilitating for the killer as well. Resilience. Man, this perk is very popular. It is a common perk that everybody has access to. I do personally think that for newer players, it's not incredible, but it is a free perk. It's always nice to put it on if you got nothing better, and it only gets stronger the more experienced you are as a survivor. This perk activates when you're injured. Again, some killers that injure you really quickly, like Legion, like Ghoul, like Plague, which keeps you injured for a long time. This perk can be on pretty much the entire game. And it then makes you faster at doing pretty much everything in the game. Opening gates, healing yourself, healing other people, unhooking other people, cleansing totems, opening chests, sabotaging, repairing, which is what you're going to be doing for the most part. All of these things are faster. Now, I'll tell you, 9% really is not that good. Like, we have healing perks that are 50% and things that are 90%, 100%. So it really is not that insanely OP to have 9% speed, but the fact that it applies to everything and the fact that it can occasionally make a difference is pretty huge. Which, with Resilience, you can occasionally unhook a survivor and go through them so the killer does not double tap you. If they're there to interrupt you. You can occasionally vault a pallet or a window, and if the killer swings and it's really, really close, Resilience might make the difference, and you might not go down on that pallet, which is huge. And unfortunately, as a killer, I do see that from time to time. It can also help you open a gate in the last second when the killer is right on top of you. Another thing that you can do that is honestly quite crafty is if you have a medkit or self-care, you can 99 your heal. So you do not want to be caught in the open while injured. So you 99 your heal, you get on a gen, you do it a little bit faster, and whenever you're ready or whenever you enter chase, you very quickly top yourself off and fully heal so that you don't have the downside of being injured, but you do take the full advantage of the things this perk does. So yeah, this is honestly pretty good. It's hard for the killer to tell that it's there. Already one of the most crippling things that can happen to a killer is the injured survivor 1, the injured survivor 2, the injured survivor 3, the injured survivor 4, but the survivors don't heal. Now, if survivors don't heal, this is really risky. and sometimes can backfire spectacularly. But the fact that they don't heal means that they're doing gens constantly. And if they're doing gens constantly and suddenly no one's going down and everyone's staying safe and everyone's doing gens a little bit faster, this perk can actually add up and be quite nasty. Needless to say, the 9% stacks with everything else. You have Resilience and Déjà Vu, it stacks together. You have Resilience and Leader opening it stacks together, and so on. So yeah, you will see a little bit of this perk everywhere. That being said, do not worship the 9%. Resilience is a perk that is best on survivors that are comfortable being injured, that really know how to take advantage of it. It's not going to make a difference if you're still not super clean with your movement and super sharp with your pathing. So yeah, I see a lot of survivors use it that I think would be better off with other things. Wiretap. Wiretap is a curious perk that activates, like a few other perks that we'll see later, when completing a generator to a certain amount. When you do about a third of a generator, a little bit more, this perk activates, and suddenly you can activate it on that gen or any other gen that you quickly go and do. It creates a little area around the gen where a killer will be revealed to you and to your teammates. And I'm not gonna lie, this perk is like cheating. If a killer does not realize that you have this perk, you can loop them around certain structures like shack or jungle gyms, and the killer is never gonna catch you. And they're always gonna be doing mind games that will not really be mind games because you will see exactly where they are. I have found myself being the victim of a few wiretaps here and there, and it is really humbling. It is a strong effect, and being able to highlight a gen in yellow to your teammates is even useful on its own, so that they know that, hey, I'm doing this gen. Hey, there's a gen here. If you don't know where to go, there's a gen here for you to do, right? So even that bit of info is useful, highlighting the gen to your teammates. The killer can destroy this effect by kicking the generator, and unfortunately it can be a little difficult to apply this effect when certain killer perks are in play, like Ruin and so on, right? You cannot do it on a gen that is regressing, if I remember correctly. But yeah, it is quite nice. It is quite nice. Unfortunately, some killers are way too strong and way too mobile, and they go all around the map, and putting this on a particular part of the map is not that insightful. And some killers also have abilities that make them undetectable, or perks that make them undetectable, and they kind of bypass being revealed to your teammates. So do watch out. This is a perk that's kind of meant to help everybody. You shouldn't make a build entirely around it. It does not get boosted by the range of open-handed or other perks. Be careful, all right? But yeah, that's about it. The fact that you can get it multiple times per match is honestly quite nice. It is just honestly a really nice perk. Even nicer if you can find a place or a generator that the killer is going to go near but not necessarily kick, and that could reveal him through multiple floors. In maps like Gideon, this perk can actually do quite a little bit of damage. Next, we have one of the first teamwork perks. These are perks that there's many perks called teamwork, and they only work in specific situations that involve multiple survivors doing different things, right? This is by far the strongest one, and unfortunately, it is very unpopular. You never see this perk being used by your teammates. You'll never see it as a killer. But whenever you see someone use it, you will remember it, because this perk, if used correctly, can be extremely unexpected and very debilitating for the killer. Anytime you blind the killer in any way, shape, or form, that is a flashbang or a firecracker or a normal flashlight, or if you stun them with a pallet, any teammate around you gains a 10-second endurance. Think of it like a We're Gonna Live Forever or an MFT. It's like a little bottle of endurance that allows someone to take an extra hit without going down. But instead of being triggered by healing, it is triggered by either a pallet stun or a blind. Now, there are some situations where you will blind a killer that is carrying your teammate and you'll free them. That does not count as a blind. I know it sounds a little bit strange, but if you rescue a teammate with a flashlight, that counts as a grasp rescue, and this will not trigger this perk. But what you can do is you can re-blind the killer, blind them a second time, and then this perk will trigger. Basically, if you have a couple people running this perk and you are playing a killer that is not the nurse or that doesn't have any crazy movement abilities, it is often quite easy for at least one person at one point to stun you or blind you while you're breaking a pallet or vaulting a window or anything like that. And that is really nasty. If a survivor forces you to vault a window and then they blind you during the window, and then you recover from the blind, and then you hit the first person that you see, and then that person doesn't go down, that is a massive blow to your momentum. You go from downing a person to suddenly You didn't know that person made distance away from you, and the other guy is getting away somewhere else. So the fact that this perk can save a survivor from going down at a time when the killer possibly doesn't expect it is it's so nasty that I've had killers literally accuse me of cheating. I've had killers that do not understand how this perk works, that are not used to seeing this perk. The element of surprise is very, very strong on this one. The downside, why is this perk not even higher up? This perk literally is impossible to use with solo players. If you expect your teammates to know how to play around this perk, to use it to its full potential, it is a fool's errand. It's never going to happen. This is a perk that you absolutely need at least one friend on your team to know what they're doing to really make use of it. And the other unfortunate thing, every now and then you'll go against a killer with Lightborn, which you cannot blind. Every now and then you'll play against nurses and blights and other killers that are crazy mobile, that move in very erratic ways, that are very difficult to stun, very difficult to blind, very risky to even try. And some of the best strategies for survivors revolve around them just splitting up. Getting together with a teammate is always inherently a little risky. That's why this perk is maybe a little bit less useful than some of the other ones. But still, very, very powerful. And as I said, if you know when to bring it and use it correctly, it will ruin someone's day. Moving on, we have For the People. This is a perk that can only be used if you yourself are healthy and you are healing somebody else, whether they're on the ground or if they're injured. If you quickly tap the button, you can then transfuse your health state into theirs. In other words, you trade a health state. If you're healthy, you become injured, and if they're injured, they become healthy. And if they're on the ground, they become injured. You cannot use it on someone that is in deep wound, unfortunately. So what is this useful for? When is it ever a good idea to trade a health state with someone else? Well, the nice thing about this is that it can be done nearly instantly. So it could save you in a really, really, really tight situation where, for example, your teammate is dead on hook, very, very vulnerable, you're completely fine, and you do not mind possibly going down. You use For the People on them, they're healthy, they're fine. Maybe you are injured, but you have Dead Hard, or maybe you are injured, but you have Plot Twist, and you can start going on the ground. So maybe you have some kind of way to be comfortable being injured. Maybe you have Resilience to get a little bit of bonus while you're injured. So in those situations, you can use it in a pinch to quickly heal somebody else and quickly get back to the action. You can also use it when a survivor is on the ground and the killer is distracted for a second. You could quickly go and pick them up, and now you both make a run for it. Because this perk makes you broken, you cannot immediately heal someone and then heal yourself with adrenaline or any other perk or item or anything. Unfortunately, you will have to deal with a little bit of broken status effect, a bit less so if you have a perk like Vigil. This perk also makes you the obsession, which in some situations can be bad, but in most situations it's either neutral or even a positive thing because it can make it awkward for the killer to trigger some of their perks. And maybe it takes away the obsession from somebody else that they wanted to use. It's not something that comes into effect very much, the obsession part of this perk, but hey, it's worth using it. You could theoretically become the obsession to take it away from someone else and prevent them from being moried by the perk Rancor from the Spirit, for example. There are some niche case scenarios. Now, what is the deal with For the People? For the People allows survivors to rescue each other with a bit of risk, and unfortunately this perk has been power crept by other perks that we've already seen in this tier list. If you want to save people from the ground, We're Gonna Live Forever is really, really quick, not instant like For the People, but really, really quick, and has no risk. And once you pick a survivor, maybe nobody goes down because they have endurance. For the People does not have endurance and cannot be used with endurance perks. Very important, right? Unless you use it together with We're Gonna Live Forever on someone off the ground. But at that point, you can just maybe just We're Gonna Live Forever on its own. So yeah, and compared to MFT, it also does not give you endurance, so it doesn't keep you safe. So this is a perk that, with so many ways to quickly heal other survivors, Resurgence included, it has fallen off a little bit, and there's less reasons to use it. One cute way of using it would be to use For the People on someone, then Plot Twist on the ground. While you are broken, you technically cannot be fully healed, but by the time the broken status effect goes away, if you pick yourself up right after, you will be fully healed. So you could do some cute builds like this, but for the most part, even though this perk has such a strong effect that can be so game changing, especially in endgame situations where the killer is desperately trying to down someone and you quickly pick them up, it can be quite powerful. Keep in mind that picking a survivor from the ground will make them activate their soul guard. So if you know that a teammate gets targeted often by killers because maybe they are the weaker link, they are a bit less experienced, you could ask them to run the perk Soul Guard, and when you pick them up, they can tank a hit for free. This perk also works quite well with another perk that we don't see very often named Buckle Up. If you use Buckle Up with further people, the person that you pick up will get a massive sprint burst. It's possible that you will go down, but that person is most likely not going down for a long time. So this perk has some cute edge case scenarios, but if you do not go into the action, you will never use it. It can go matches without really giving too much value, and as I said, it is a little bit outclassed by other perks, unfortunately. Next up, we've got Bond, a simple God-fearing perk that every survivor pretty much will unlock immediately when they play a bit of Dwight, which is one of the basic free characters. Bond is incredible. It is not a perk that gives other survivors information, like Aftercare or Kindred, which we saw earlier, but it gives you so much information, and it kind of becomes the last piece of the puzzle that you need in order to figure out everything about the match. For example, you're working on a generator, and you see a teammate moving around really far away, with 36 meters is a really big range, towards the hook. Okay, you already know that they're going for the hook. You don't bother going there. Let's say that you get chased, and you are trying to take the killer away from your teammates, and you see that there's no one in front of you. So you run in front of you towards a certain loop or a certain filler tile to take the killer there, knowing that you're not going to take the killer into an unsuspecting teammate that is maybe in a vulnerable position. Let's say that your teammate got off the hook, but he never got healed and he's dead on hook. With Bond, you can take a few steps around the map and you will most likely find them within seconds and be able to find them, heal them, and maybe keep them healthy and a little bit safer as well. If you hear a terror radius and you see in the HUD that someone's being chased, you can look around yourself, and if you see someone running at you, then you know that that's the person being chased, and you can figure out where the killer's coming from too. So things like this make Bond an incredibly good information source that pretty much allows you to know what to do in any given situation. This perk alone is so good. It is obviously best when you're not in any communication whatsoever with your teams, if you're playing solo queue. But it can also be pretty good even when you are in communication. Having Bond allows you to see not just the general location of your teammate, but the exact location of your teammate. This allows you to greatly position yourself for the body block last second, body block the killer, or maybe hide perfectly away from the killer for a really nasty flashlight save, completely unexpected. That sort of thing you can really do so much better when Bond is in play. Things like head-on, other perks that require very fine, very precise teamwork, all get better with Bond. It's just a really solid perk. If you really value information, this is among the best perks in the game for sure. And it can see survivors from even further if you pair it with the perk open-handed, but we'll talk about that in a minute. Extrasensory Perception is another information perk. This one is not so much for your teammates, even though it can also see so many other things. I don't think, yeah, it can see your teammates as well. I was doubting myself. This is not mainly a perk that you use to see your teammates, but it is a perk that basically power creeps and makes almost every other information perk that has come out years before completely invalidated. It's completely, it makes them all obsolete. This perk is kind of crazy. You crouch for a few seconds, and then you start to see things in a bigger and bigger radius around yourself, including totems, including gates, which shouldn't be very difficult, but you never know, including chests, including generators, including hatch. And this, like, it does have a bit of a cooldown. And the perk does make you oblivious, which means you will not hear the terror radius of the killer, even though you do see the killer with this perk. But yeah, this perk gets ridiculous. I believe it can be enhanced by open-handed as well. And the big idea is that this perk is pretty much the best perk at finding anything in particular. If you have some kind of challenge or some kind of build that requires you to find chests, this perk is pretty much as good as the best chest perk, and it still does other things. If you need to find the hatch and you're the last survivor, another easy way, go to the middle, start crouching around, you will see the hatch from really far. 44 meters is ridiculous. Same thing if you need to cleanse totems for one of your perks or one of your challenges. Really, really easy. It's just a perk that allows you to find really, really good, specific things really quickly. In indoor maps and maps with low visibility, you can even use it statistically to find the killer approaching if you don't know which direction they're coming from, and find gens which could otherwise be a little bit hard to find room to room, right? In maps like Midwich especially, where gens are really dodgy and sometimes don't spawn in places that you would expect them to, this perk can save you time as well. It is not as good as some of the perks at doing one thing in particular, but it is stupidly good at doing everything at once. You can run perks like Urban Evasion to crouch faster, but do not be fooled thinking that you need to complement this perk with anything else. Is generally very good on its own. The next perk is called Reactive Healing from Ada Wong. This perk does something that is a bit less necessary with other strong healing perks. We've already talked about Botany Knowledge, we've talked about Resurgence. I'm allowing you to heal really, really quickly after a hook. The nice thing about Reactive Healing is that it does not require to be late game or require hooks. It can trigger throughout the match with no cooldown whatsoever. It is a perk that basically activates anytime a teammate takes a health state of damage. If they become injured or if they go down, this perk triggers if it happens around you, right? Mind you, this can only happen if the killer downs them. If they down themselves, I don't think it works anymore. The point, of course, is that this speeds up massively your healing process. This perk will never heal you by itself. I don't know if it can round out, but I don't think it heals you by itself, but it will get you close, and that's enough. In other words, you have self-care, or better yet, a big medkit with a lot of charges. You are maybe working on a gen or being chased by the killer, somebody takes a hit, you make a bit of distance, and suddenly you went from 0 to 50% healed. And if somebody else takes another hit, now you go from 50 to 75. And if you take another, now you're at 80-something%. That means that in a couple seconds, you heal yourself very fast, wasting very little time. And if you're using a medkit, wasting very few charges. So with Reactive Healing, you can heal yourself a ridiculous amount of time, and the main strength of this perk comes from playing it with a full team that also runs similar perks, and everyone's taking hits for each other. If you play against a killer that is easy to take hits against, not a chainsaw killer, not a killer with multiple hits like Trickster. If you are being chased by a killer like Wraith or Doctor, killers that cannot really hit through you in any meaningful way, that have to deal with body blocks, this perk can pop off and make their life extremely difficult. If you're using it by itself, on its own, it's not quite as spectacular, but it's still a serviceable perk. It is honestly very, very similar to Resurgence in the sense that it will trigger once or twice per game, save you 10 seconds here and there, and that alone can be pretty good. Definitely pops off a lot more when you have a whole build around it. Run it with a medkit, run it with self-care, and keep in mind that if the killer has some kind of add-on, such as the Begrime Chains, anything that gives you Mangold and Hemorrhage that makes you lose progress, the progress from Reactive Healing can be lost if you have one of those status effects on you. So do be careful. This perk can be a bit countered by that. Self-care. Self-care is a perk that, when this game came out, was incredibly popular and incredibly powerful. It allowed you to heal yourself in like 12 seconds, and it was in every lobby. Now it has been nerfed very severely. If you haven't played in a long time, self-care went from like one of the best perks in the game to really not the best. But right now, it's still pretty good. It allows you to heal yourself at a rate of 1/3 the usual. And it is a little bit hard to visualize that, but what you need to understand is that with this perk, you can heal yourself in about 40 seconds. If you hit a few of the skill checks, it can take a bit less. If you have some perks like Botany, it can be sped up pretty significantly. If you have perks like Reactive Healing, it can be cut in half, which is awesome. And remember, if you hit skill checks, you're fine. However, if you get interrupted, or if you miss a skill check, or if you have something like Mangold that makes the healing slower, healing and taking 50 seconds to heal is really rough. And if you get interrupted at the end and you wasted all of that, this perk can do more damage than good. I'm going to tell you when you should use self-care and when you shouldn't, to really understand why this perk at its best is this high on the tier list, okay? When is it a good idea to use self-care? It is a good idea to use self-care if your team is already doing well, or if you're in the endgame, the gens are not a problem. The only problem is for you to be healthy so that you can go to the gate and not go down. And if your team is maybe in a bit of a rough spot and someone has to go for the rescue and no one's in a good shape and you don't know where anybody is, it's not a bad idea to have at least one person healthy in the team. One person healthy in the team means that if things start to get ugly, you can go in, maybe take a hit, help a teammate, get an unhook, and everyone is more or less alive, right? So keeping a person healthy in the team and looking out for yourself in the situations where time is not exactly against you, that's fine. The problem with self-care is that a lot of people use them when they really don't need to. If your teammates are all about to die and you're on the last generator and the last generator is at 90%, do not self-care. Finish the generator, help your team, allow them to get to gates, and then later, when it's a little safer, if it's possible, then you self-care. You don't need to self-care. You can also get a heal from someone else if possible. This is a second plan B method of healing yourself in a time when the situation calls for it. If you are the only person that has been hooked, everybody else is healthy, the gens are slowly but surely being done in the background, and the killer has lost you, self-caring is fine. Yes, it wastes quite a bit of time. It takes 40 seconds or so to heal. But if that keeps you safe and the killer's not finding you, that's completely fine. In that situation, self-caring is fine. Just make sure when you self-care to ask yourself, is there something else I could be doing that would help the team more? Is it really that important for me to be healthy right now? Am I likely to be interrupted? If the answer is no, no, and no, then maybe it is okay to do it. But yeah, just being able to heal yourself in the endgame here and there is really, 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 really powerful already. Head On, a perk that is frankly very difficult to use with solo teammates and people that you're not in direct voice chat with, but that can be really, really strong when used correctly. It is an exhaustion perk, which means that you cannot use it if you're exhausted from using Sprint Burst or Lithe. You need to use it kind of on its own and understand that it has bad synergy with other exhaustion perks. And it allows you to go into a locker, and if you've been there for 3 seconds, you can come out with a bit of an animation that will stun the killer if they are anywhere near. It has a pretty big cone. If the killer sees you go into the locker, let's be real, they are most likely going to open it right away. Or if they're a bit late, they're going to feint it, and then they're going to make you come out, fail, and they'll down you. So this is not a perk that you can use in the killer's face for the most part. There are some perks that we'll see later, like Quick and Quiet, that can allow you to sneakily get into a locker or make the killer think that you're in the wrong locker and possibly get the 3 seconds. But for the most part, this is not a perk that you use in the killer's face. The one exception, I would say, is certainly the Cannibal. The Cannibal is a killer that has a Chenso, and sometimes if he's about to down you, you can go into a locker and many cannibals will bump into the locker. At that point, you can wait until their animation is completely over, come out with Head On, and you will have a 100% chance pretty much to stun them and get away for free. Without Head On, coming out too early and too late will get you killed, which is a little tricky. So Head On can be really good against that. But for the most part, this is not a perk that you use in front of the killer's face. The way to use this perk, if you don't have any other supporting perks, is to call it out to your teammates. Tell your teammates, hey, I'm in the shack, I am in the locker, take the killer here. And when the killer is brought to you and they run in front of the locker, bam, you pull yourself out of the locker and you stun the killer. If the killer was carrying a survivor, you will free the survivor. Be careful not to make it too obvious. If you hit a zombie, you will kill the zombie. It has similar properties as a pallet stun, right? It does not prevent the plague from getting her power, but it otherwise has similar abilities as a pallet stun and will often kick killers out of their power mode if you stun them with them, a few of them at least. So that's pretty good. The nastiest part about this perk is that there are so many maps that have so many rows of lockers that if you hit the killer once or twice with Head On, they are going to be forever traumatized by it. And anytime they run around a locker, they're going to second guess themselves. They won't know if you're there. They might open it. Maybe they will hesitate and then you will hit them for real. So you can kind of get in the head of the killers. This perk, believe it or not, is sometimes used in tournaments because it does allow survivors to pretty much break a chase completely and really buy a lot of distance for their teammate that is getting tunneled or that is vulnerable. It can be used pretty effectively in the endgame as well. Make a survivor go to a place that looks super, super unsafe, and the killer gets head on, and everybody walks out. It is, however, a perk that requires... It's a really fun perk, but it is a perk that requires quite a lot of coordination to pull off. With a few other perks, you can kind of use it by yourself. And after you stun the killer, you can have Parental Guidance to slip away undetected. You can have a flashbang or a firecracker to drop it in front of them, and now they're also blinded by the time they recover. There's a few other things you can do that are cute. But I would say most of them are not worth making a whole build around. It can be a little too much. You're going to be a bit of a one-trick pony, and you might end up struggling if the killer does not play around it well, or plays around it too well, rather. Overcome, another exhaustion perk that triggers, but this one does not trigger based on what you do or what you vault. It only triggers when you become injured. So if the killer hits you with their basic attack, or they hit you with a hatchet, for example, this will trigger and give you a big speed boost. When you become injured, you normally have a speed boost. Well, this basically doubles it, pretty much. Not exactly, but pretty much. So this is incredibly easy to use. It's true. It doesn't work if you're injured. If you're injured, you just go down if you take a hit. And it doesn't work if the killer insta-downs you. If you play against a hillbilly and he hits you with a chainsaw, congrats. So this is better used by... against those killers, you will need to force the killer into hitting you with a basic attack, and then this perk will shine, right? The thing is, this perk, however, is so easy to use for players of any level. The big idea with this perk is that you can pair it with Windows of Opportunity or with Bond or with both to see your teammates and to see the safety around the map and make sure that you're routinely taking a hit and going as far away from teammates as possible, as far away from gens as possible, and as safe of an area as you possibly can or need at the time. And being able to last a little bit longer by just holding forward can make an even really objectively new and inexperienced player quite difficult to catch. Many killers have abilities that injure you and put you in a really bad spot. For example, the hunters can hit you with a hatchet and still be really close to you, right? The trickster can hit you with knives and still keep throwing knives at you and down you really quickly after. The mastermind, Wesker, can grab you and slam and toss you and hit you against the wall, against the edge of the map, and now you're going to go down instantly. This perk allows you to sometimes come out of situations like that. You take a hit in a really bad spot that would normally be death, and you somehow make it to safety, possibly extending your chase for a long time. Another really nice use of Overcome is in the endgame. In the endgame, if your teammate is on the hook, one common strategy that survivors can use is to send two people to rescue. One of them will attempt the rescue, and the killer will have to interrupt it. Otherwise, they kind of get out for free. When the killer hits that person with Overcome now runs to the exit gate, and because of the massive speed boost, the killer doesn't catch them. So yeah, and the other person obviously gets the rescue in the meantime. So yeah, it's a useful perk in a variety of situations. Just keep in mind that it will really drop sharply in usefulness if you cannot heal. So for this perk to be the best version of itself, you want to make sure you have a medkit or another perk that can heal you or get you healed quickly, like Resurgence or Inner Strength or Plot Twist. You want to have something to make sure that this perk is active as much as possible. If you stay injured the whole match, this perk goes down a little bit. Next up, we have Self-Preservation, which I think, yeah, you're going to see down there, you're going to see that it has a slightly different icon. This perk has been reworked recently. This perk used to trigger anytime someone took damage near you. Now it works a bit differently. Now it triggers whenever someone gets hooked anywhere in the map. Whenever someone gets hooked, you become elusive. Elusive is a new status effect that is relatively new to Dead by Daylight, and it's basically ultra stealth. You don't make noises, you don't leave scratch marks, you don't leave blood. They can't see your friend list on Facebook, everything. They can know, you have complete privacy. You're basically really, really hard to catch. That means that you can carelessly run around the map, leave no trail behind you. If you're being chased by a killer that uses audio cues to try to find out where you are, like the spirit, this will make their life very, 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 very hard. And the main thing that this does is it allows you to roam around the map, do whatever you were doing, go for the unhook, do whatever you were doing without fear of the killer having some kind of perk or effect to reveal you. That's the most important part, really. If the killer has barbecue and chili, which would normally show you in the open, now you're safe. If the killer has friends till the end, they will not see your aura. And this is completely suppressing any kind of perks that the killer might have. If the killer has one of these perks, you are essentially completely countering every time a hook happens. If you're injured, normally you would be very loud. Well, for 30 seconds, you can literally hide in a bush or hide behind some rock and make zero noise with this perk. So I would say that in the sense that this perk is creating stealth, it is quite a match. It is one of the best stealth perks in the game. Unfortunately, stealth play and very, very sneaky play does not complete generators and does not win games on its own. I don't rate this perk extremely, extremely high. Sometimes if you stealth, your teammates don't, and then they get found, and then they die, and that doesn't really get you anywhere. But this perk, even on a coordinated team, can have a place in your build. It is honestly quite powerful. Hyperfocus. Hyperfocus is a perk that can literally do nothing or even less than nothing, or it can be the best perk in the game. And there's quite literally so much in between that, yeah, it's really hard to explain. This is a perk that activates on skill checks, both healing and generators. I'm going to tell you already, healing is technically something that you only do for a few seconds, so even though you can use Hyperfocus to get more skill checks while using self-care, it's not something that is incredibly useful to build around. If you want to heal faster, Botany Knowledge, Desperate Measures, all of the healing perks that we've discussed earlier are much, much better uses, have a much better use case than this. But the main important thing that Hyperfocus does is it also increases skill checks when you are on a generator, which you're going to be doing quite a lot of. So what's the big idea? Every time you get a skill check, if you hit the great part of the skill check, the white part, the one that's quite tricky to hit, that on a generator gives you an extra 1% of the progress. This progress happens automatically. So it doesn't matter if the killer has some kind of slowdown or 20% less action speed. This is an automatic, immediate 1% that you get with the skill check, right? This perk is going to keep making these skill checks stronger and stronger, but also harder the more you hit them. Keep in mind that if you're on console or if you have a low FPS PC, this is really hard to do, okay? But people that play on stable FPS, people that play with smooth FPS, they can hit skill checks a little bit more easily. And if you get really good at it, you can hit them pretty consistently. So your first skill check is going to get a bit harder. Then the second one's going to get a bit harder. Then the second one's going to get a bit harder. The thing is, your skill checks are going to go from granting 1% to granting 1.3, then 1.6, then 1.9, then 2.2, then 2.5. And because they will be happening more and more frequently, the gen is going to go boop, 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 and this perk can pop off insanely hard. You can, with this perk, if you're a bit lucky with skill checks, get a gen done in half the time by yourself. But here is the part that we're going to talk about first. The downsides of Hyperfocus, the possible pitfalls of this perk. This perk requires you to get skill checks. If your first skill check takes a long time to appear, then this perk does nothing. And that will occasionally happen. It also requires you to stay on the gen consistently. If you interrupt it, if you interrupt the repair, it resets itself. The killers right now run many perks that interrupt you from gens. DMS, Grim Embrace, add-ons and perks that make you scream from a distance. All of these things will force you out of the gen, whether you want it or not, making Hyperfocus potentially waste itself. And that makes this perk really bad as well. Not to mention, sometimes, guess what? You have to let go of a gen. Sometimes if you stay on a gen, your teammates are dying. You need to go help them, right? So you cannot just always be on the gen. And this perk will immediately lose any value. If you get unlucky with skill checks, this perk does nothing. If you have to let go or are forced to let go, this perk does nothing. If you miss every other skill check, this perk does literally nothing. Even if you hit 3 or 4 skill checks in a row, this perk does very little compared to Déjà Vu. I would say nothing compared to Déjà Vu or other gen speed perks like Resilience even. So if you're just going to use this perk a little bit, don't bother. It is garbage. It is really bad. But now that we know that, let me tell you why it's one of the best perks in the game. So if you do get very lucky with skill checks, or if you bring a toolbox which makes skill checks happen pretty much consistently, then you can start hitting skill checks really early and hit a lot of them and accumulate a lot of them. If you are very good at skill checks, or if you have the perk Stakeout, which we're going to talk about in 39 seconds, then you can afford to miss a few skill checks here and there, and the perk will keep on going. Not only will it keep on going, it will actually get stronger because of it. So with that perk, you can make this so nasty, and what becomes a really rare situational massive speed boost becomes a fairly strong but also fairly easy to achieve massive gen speed boost. A couple people running this build, or even one person running this build, can do a few of your generators 20-30 seconds earlier than usual, and as a killer there is nothing more depressing than facing that reality that your gens were 1 minute faster because of a perk or two. So yeah, at its strongest, this can be really powerful. But as we said, it is definitely thanks to one other perk that this perk shines so much. That other perk is Stakeout. Stakeout is a passive little perk that works in the background. Anytime you are in the terror radius of the killer, but you're not actually being chased, this perk slowly gains progress and starts accumulating tokens up to 4 times after a little while. I mean, you do not want to go out of your way to do nothing, but many times while you're going around the map, hiding, getting a teammate off the hook, doing a totem, finding a gen, doing a gen even, you will passively gain tokens. Keep in mind that some killers have bigger terror radius than normal, such as Wesker, Blight, or Hillbilly. Some killers have very tiny or non-existent terror radiuses. Against those, this perk falls off a little bit, but it's still okay. So what happens with this tokens? Whenever you hit a normal skill check and you don't hit the great white part, this will consume a token and it will make the heal or gen a little bit faster by not giving you 1%, but by giving you 2%. Now, on heals, this is really wasteful. The extra 1% on a heal is not very good. Heals already give you 5% if on a great. So ideally, on a heal, you want to hit greats. But with Stakeout, if you miss a great and you hit a normal, you add a +1%, +1%, +1%. In other words, if you have a fully maximized token Stakeout and you have 4 tokens, if you hit 4 normals, you will actually save 4% on a gen, which is 4 seconds, or maybe a bit more in some circumstances. So 4 seconds saved on a gen, that's nice, but it's really not very good. This perk would be not that great. The insane part of this perk comes when you pair it with Hyperfocus. When you pair it with Hyperfocus, 2 things happen simultaneously. Number 1, if you miss a skill check from Hyperfocus, the perk would normally reset, but with Stakeout, it doesn't reset. And the Stakeout extra 1% also gets multiplied by Hyperfocus's bonus. In other words, Hyperfocus becomes twice as powerful with Stakeout and 4 times as easy to keep going because you can afford to miss 4 times. How this plays out is you go around the map, you do a few things, you get 3 stacks, you get on a gen, hit a great skill check, hit a great skill check, miss a great skill check, doesn't matter. Hit a great skill check, miss another one, and right now you are at 6 stacks, which is the maximum of Hyperfocus, and every skill check you hit is deleting 4 or 5% of the generator, which is insanely volatile. Not the most consistent thing in the world, as we said, but anything that can do that much damage to a gen is something that killers have to be really scared of, and something that you need to be aware of. Next up, we have the perk Flip Flop. Flip Flop on its own really is not an insane perk. It can occasionally catch a killer off guard. It's a very quiet perk that does not really tell the killer what's happening. But let's explain simply what it does. Whenever you go down as a survivor, there are 2 bars that are currently going on. The first one is your recovery. Your recovery bar is basically your healing on the ground. If your recovery gets to full, you can be picked up by a teammate or picked up by yourself if you have a perk, right? And the other one is the wiggle progress. The wiggle progress commences when a killer picks you up. It takes about 16 seconds, right? I believe, or is it now 15? It might be 15. It takes about 15 seconds. And if you fully wiggle out in those 15 seconds, the killer will go, ugh, and lose you from their grasp, and then you get a free escape. What Flip Flop does is it converts your recovery progress on the ground to wiggle progress. That means that if you go down and the killer goes away for, let's say, 5 seconds to kick a generator or kick a pallet or chase someone else, those 5 seconds of recovery have translated to 2.5 seconds of wiggle progress, which means that you will now wiggle 2.5 seconds earlier. On its own, this is not very good. At most, you can wiggle up to 50% of your progress by recovering pretty much fully on the ground. So how can you just Flip Flop on its own? You could go down in a corner, and if the killer does not pick you up or picks you up after a little while, it's entirely possible that by the time they get you to a hook, they don't reach the hook and you actually break out of their grasp. If a teammate of yours runs a perk from UE named Breakout, which allows you to escape even faster, this can compound as well. So yeah, on its own, you can use this perk like that. Maybe the killer gets a little bit greedy and tries to go basement, and they would have almost made it, but thanks to this perk, now they don't. The thing is, on its own, this perk just really does not have the breathing room to do anything. It's really not that good. It is a perk that immediately jumps up in power when you pair it with another perk called Power Struggle. And I don't know if we're going to talk about Power Struggle next. Oh my god, it's Power Struggle. We're talking about it next. Power Struggle is a perk from Elodie that, much like the previous perk, has a bit of an effect that works on its own. That's not very good, but really pops off when you pair it together. So, on its own, this perk activates whenever the killer has picked you up and you've already resisted 15% of the progress, which I think takes about a second and a half, about 2 seconds something. Yeah, whenever you've been carried by the killer for about 2 seconds-ish, you can now activate Power Struggle. If the killer walks under a pallet, you spam the spacebar, whatever the pallet drop is, and you will drop the pallet while being carried. This allows you to rescue yourself from the killer. Needless to say, this can be huge. If your teammates are all doing gens and you rescue yourself, that's insane. In a lot of maps, you have a lot of killers that have to walk through pallets to get to hooks. For example, if we are in the Gideon mid-plan map and you go down in the shower/bathroom, if the killer wants to take you to the basement, which is very tempting, they will have to walk through a pallet. And in that moment, you can use this perk and bam, save yourself. And yeah, this can be really, really momentum defining and momentum changing. So this can be really good. Keep in mind that killers weren't born yesterday. Most of them understand that this perk exists. And as a general rule, if a killer thinks that you might have this perk or suspects even the possibility, they will go around the pallet if possible. So even though this perk can occasionally get you a free escape, it is not something that you will get very, very commonly. Okay, get that in your mind. However, because you need 50% of wiggle progression and you can get immediate wiggle progression with the perk Flip-Flop, which we talked about earlier, Power Struggle can be used together with Flip-Flop. If you go on the ground and you recover to 30% of the progress, which takes about 8 seconds or so, I believe, more or less, rounding it up, takes about 8 seconds to recover. If you recover for about 8 seconds, it can be a little faster with some perks. Then the killer cannot pick you up without you using a pallet on yourself. In other words, you go down on a pallet, maybe use Plot Twist even on a pallet, and if the killer picks you up and you've already recovered to that 30% recovery, that 30% converts to 15% or more wiggle progression, and then you can immediately drop the pallet and stun the killer. You could look up some builds or some videos about this in action if you want to see it, but yeah, it is a little cheesy. Some killers can play around it by pulling you out of the pallet, like Deathslinger or Wesker can use their powers, but yeah, this is not super, super strong. You do not want to base your whole build around this, but if you're playing with friends and the killer does not suspect it, and if it's a particular kind of killer that it's a bit slow to pick up, yeah, this can be nasty. This can be really nasty. The thing is, anything that gives survivors a chance to save themselves or come back or take an extra hit or in any way just deny the hard work that the killer has put into that chase for the last minute or half a minute, that can be really powerful. And even though this requires a couple perks, it is no exception. Another thing that this perk does, by the way, is that any pallets are revealed to you while you're in the dying state, which is also something that is a bit secondary. It's not very important, but it is a nice thing if you go down to see the pallets around you, because if you get picked up or if you save yourself, you can now use them in your next chase. So this perk also has a tiny little bit of information, nowhere near as good as Windows of Opportunity or 5 moves ahead, but it's something to consider as well. Next up, we have Lucky Break. Lucky Break is a perk that is very, very passive. You take damage, and then the perk works on a timer. During this timer, you basically become really hard to track. Let me have a look. You don't leave blood and you don't leave scratch marks. And keep in mind that whenever you take damage, you naturally also get a speed boost as well. So as long as you do not make noise, as long as you have some perk or enough distance to create noise, to avoid the noise giving you away. This perk can really make a killer lose you. If you play one of the quieter characters like Sheva, Ada, Kate even, and you can also crouch as well to make yourself quieter when injured. If you lose a killer by going away or hiding in some creative way, especially in indoor maps, after a killer hits you, they go around the corner and they see no blood, no scratch marks, this can completely reset a chase. And this is something that is a bit of a double-edged sword. Resetting a chase means that the killer might go for someone else that is less prepared, and maybe you are the best survivor in the team and you don't want that. If you want to get better at looping, if you want to get better at chasing, if you want to have more experience dealing with the killer one-on-one, this is not the perk to run. But if you have a few other supporting perks, or if you just want to have a perk that helps you avoid that kind of conflict because you're a bit newer to the game, this perk is nice. You put it on, there's a really good chance if the killer loses sight of you for a second, you can run into areas that are normally really unsafe, that would normally result in the killer quickly finding you and zoning you into an unsafe area. And because the killer needs a moment to figure out where you are, they lose you forever. So it can be quite powerful. Some combinations that can make Lucky Break quite powerful. Run it with healing perks, because anytime you heal other people, you recharge it, and that can be quite nice. Run it with a medkit or with plot twist so that you can immediately go on the ground. Maybe not too immediately, the killer could find you. You can somewhat immediately go into the ground and then immediately heal yourself after, and don't lose more of the timer. Medkit even, just to heal yourself quickly. Have some sort of plan to heal others or heal yourself quickly, to waste as little of it as possible. And you could also run it with Cook on Quiet. You could run it with Iron Will, which would make you completely quiet when injured, which would also account for one of the weaknesses of this. And you could also run the perk Lucky Start. Lucky Start, you could go into a locker, either slowly or quickly with Cook on Quiet, making no noise, and you would become completely silent in the locker, and the killer is never going to expect you to be in a locker that is like a little bit far away, because they will have no idea where you are. It's the kind of perk that you probably want to try out and see a little bit what you get away with. Every time I run it, or every time I go against a survivor that runs it, it's almost a 50-50 that it surprises me or I see it coming. But when it does surprise me, it can be quite unexpected. Dramaturgy is one of the most interesting exhaustion perks. Much like other exhaustion perks, you need to not be exhausted to use it, and it makes you exhausted for 40 seconds, a bit less if you have some perks such as Vigil. And of course, you cannot use this perk and then use Lithe, or then use Dead Hard. You typically want to bring only one of these perks, typically, and decide when to use it. The thing about this perk is that it can only be used when healthy. So if you want this perk not to really fall off hard, make sure that you have other perks or items to ensure that you'll be able to be full health as quickly and as often as possible. A medkit with multiple charges, Resurgence so that you get healed after being unhooked, self-care or adrenaline, whatever it is that gets you inner strength, anything that gets you healthy will make this perk a little bit easier to use. This perk is a little bit like Dead Hard in the sense that you can activate it at any time. For a minuscule amount of time, it locks you into place, right? It makes you run in a straight line for a small amount of time, 0.5 seconds, which will make you move 2 meters in front. So you have to basically clear 2 meters in front of you to run in a straight line. And after that straight line, you get a big speed boost. Not as big as Sprint Burst, not as big as Light, not as big as most of the other perks, but big enough to often dodge a hit or create enough distance to make a possible range attack harder to land. This is a really nice perk to use last second to lull a killer into thinking that they can get a hit and actually make it to safety. But it is a perk that requires very, very cold blood and precise play. Because on top of giving you a bit of speed boost, it also subsequently triggers one of 4 random effects, okay? Whenever you get the speed boost, you will have one of these 4 things happen no matter what. Number 1, you get a second speed boost. This is the best one. Getting a second speed boost makes this perk twice as good. And if you're building distance against the killer, now you build twice as much, and it can be really, really good. The second one, you scream. You scream, and the killer knows you have this perk if they didn't realize already, and it's just funny. The third one, this is amazing. You get a random item. It can be anywhere from a flashlight to a medkit to a toolbox. There are some limits. You don't get absolutely everything, but generally speaking, getting an item is a good thing. It can be a really good item. It could be a medkit. This makes this perk worth using outside of chase. Before you go to a, if it's safe and you're not throwing the game, you can use Dramaturgy between gens and between chases to maybe get a possibly good medkit or something. Be careful, if you have a good item in your hand already, this item will replace the one you have. So maybe you have a really good flashlight and then you lose it and it's on the ground. Yeah, do be careful. But yeah, getting an item with 2 random add-ons, that's great. Definitely nothing wrong with that. And the fourth one is the scary one. You can become exposed for 12 seconds. Now, if you have Vigil, these 12 seconds are going to be much shorter. It will be only like 8 seconds or something. That's fine. That's really, really fine. However, I cannot count in with the fingers of my one hand how many times I've downed survivors that expose themselves with this perk. Now, the thing to remember about Dramaturgy is that you can never, ever, ever get the same random result twice in a row. In other words, if you scream, you will never scream the next one. If you become exposed, your next Dramaturgy will never be exposed. If you get an item, you will never get a second item the next time you use it. So for that reason, you can strategically use this perk outside of chase to know what option is not going to happen. If I use, for example, Dramaturgy on my way to a rescue or a generator and I become exposed, then I know that the next one is totally safe and I'm not going to be exposed. And if I get an item, then I know that I'm probably not going to lose my item next time I use it. So you need to use your brain a little bit when using this perk. In general, this perk is best used by people that are very experienced, by people that have very good understanding of how to path around the loops and exactly where to wait to see the killer. Basically, the better survivor you are, the better you be at Dramaturgy. If you are a little bit newer to the game, you can still use it. It's still good, it's still fun, but it will get you in trouble sometimes, and it does require a bit of a fine play and precise play that it's often hard to meet as a newer player. But still, really fun, really strong perk, just maybe a little bit weaker than the other ones. And obviously, the randomness aspect of it does make it a bit less consistent. Next up, we have Finesse, a survivor favorite. This perk, in my opinion, feels more good than it actually is. This is a perk that feels like an exhaustion perk, but it's not an exhaustion perk. It has a 30-second cooldown that allows you to use it every 30 seconds, but it doesn't matter if you're exhausted or not. As long as you are healthy, you can use this perk. This perk allows you to do a faster than normal vault. There are basically 3 types of vaults, right? The slow vaults are the ones that are really slow. They make no loud noise notification. On Windows, you can have a medium vault, which does make a noise, and it's a little bit faster, but it's not as fast as you can. And then there's the fast bolt. The fast bolt is the one that you can do on Windows if you run them with a good angle and with enough momentum. On pallets, by the way, there's no medium bolts. On pallets, all pallets are fast bolts. This Finesse turns a fast bolt into a mega fast bolt. Your survivor jumps through the window so quickly that if a killer was going to hit you very, 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 very narrowly, will now miss. In my experience, this is good for Windows, although I hit quite a few survivors of Windows that try to do this, but it's even better at pallets. At pallets, killers rarely expect you to press the spacebar and already be halfway through the pallet. So you can play pallets and look like you're really, really stupid, lull the killer into a false sense of safety. They go for the basic attack and then whoop, you're past it. Do be careful though. A lot of survivors run perks like this because they feel good in chase and then they fail to realize that maybe the killer has really bad ping or they are not timing it well. Some killers will destroy you on pallets. Like if you vault a little faster against a dead slinger that can just shoot you almost immediately, it's not gonna save you. Not to mention that this perk stops working completely if you are injured. Much like Resilience, I think that this perk is best on survivors that already know what they're doing. I don't think it's really, really that hot on survivors that are relatively new to the game or average. If you're average, if you play well enough, you do not need the small 20% from this perk to make a difference. You will probably play safe enough and you'll be fine. The really, really good survivors, the ones that know the exact limits, that know how to take advantage of the little bit of extra speed that this gives, is what makes this perk a little bit scary. I personally dread this perk the most when I'm playing a low tier killer that doesn't have much mobility, that doesn't really have a chase power, that has to walk down to a survivor and hit them with their basic attack. When I play against a survivor that runs this and other chase perks, I know it's going to be a rough time on those killers. Otherwise, it's really not that impactful, but it is a perk that is almost universally useful. Moving on, we have Iron Will. Iron Will is sort of an exhaustion perk. It only works when you're not exhausted, which means that even though you can pair it with exhaustion perks, if you become exhausted from using them or from a killer add-on or anything else like that, you will stop benefiting from the effects of Iron Will. So for that reason, you often have to run this by itself, or at the very least be quite aware that it has some negative interactions. Iron Will, however, is really good by itself. Anytime you're injured, your character, who would normally do normal grunts of pain over time, is completely silent. And I don't think that this can really be outdone by killer perks as far as I remember. So you are pretty guaranteed to be quiet. If you go into a locker, for example, you'll be 100% inaudible. If you crouch behind something, unless the killer somehow gathers information somehow else, sound alone will never give you up. This is nice if you need to run behind the killer, probably to save a teammate. This is nice if the killer gets close by but doesn't quite know that you're there. This can save you in a variety of situations, and it's particularly useful when you play against a certain killer that has to listen to your audio quite specifically. For example, against Dracula in bad form, against Spirit when she's facing, and so on. These killers really need to hear you and often put together your scratch marks, your grunts of pain, as well as your footsteps. But if they only have your footsteps, or they only have your scratch marks, and they never hear you injured, this is honestly a really nice effect. You might think that this is only meant to be used very passively as a stealth thing, but it can actually be used quite actively. For example, whenever you lose sight of a survivor as a killer, they run behind an obstacle, they drop a pallet and go out of view. With Iron Will active, the killer can never know if the survivor is right there or if the survivor has run away. And sometimes you can get away with doing the opposite of what the killer is doing. For example, you run around an obstacle, and instead of running the usual way, you suddenly go behind a rock. The killer would never expect that, and if they're not quick enough to realize you have this perk, they will look at you in the usual ways, and then you can start running away. It will take them a long time to figure out what's up. Sometimes you can drop a pallet and pretend to go left, and the killer they'll break the pallet, but they'll want to go as quickly to the point that they think you're going. So they might not go through the pallet. They might just go start going to the left, and then you can go the opposite. You can do a few fun mind games, especially if you have some kind of auto read on the killer, and you can mirror their movements around walls. That pairs really well with Iron Will as well. So for that reason, this perk is honestly pretty great and a comfort pick for a lot of people. If your character, your favorite character, happens to be one of those that has particularly loud coughing and injured noises, there are a few that stand out. For example, Claire is really loud. Feng Min is really loud. Some of these characters are really easy to listen to when injured. With this perk, they are just as quiet as anyone else because they'll be making zero noise. A nice perk that unfortunately is a little bit further down because of its bad synergy with the very strong exhaustion perks that most survivors are already running. Next up is Poised from Jane Romero. This is a perk that I think more people should be running. It is such an incredible perk. It is good at high level. It is especially good at low level when you appreciate info on the killer's position even more. And honestly, it is one of my favorite perks to run on solo queue. The secondary effect, in my opinion, really is the one that gives you stealth. Anytime a gen gets completed, whether it's by you or by someone else, whether you're in a chase or whether you are just moving around the map, for the next 30 seconds, you don't leave scratch marks. This is stupid, but it can occasionally make a killer lose you. It's not enough to make this perk good. However, the secondary effect, which I think is the really important, the really main one, is the fact that anytime you touch a generator, you will see the killer aura for 8 seconds, which you can extend if you have a certain perk, Eyes of Belmont, that we'll get to in a minute. There are 7 generators on every map. You obviously only need to do 5 of them. And normally you don't touch 5 gens by yourself, but that's 7 different possibilities or seeing the killer. And the nice thing is, when you start a gen, knowing where the killer is insanely useful. At the start of the game, you know if it's a killer that maybe is far away and heading your way. You know if it's a setup killer, so you can maybe go and harass them. If you touch a gen and you don't see anything, then you probably guess that it's a stealth killer, so you can also put together more or less what's going to happen in the next few seconds. And the nicest thing is that you don't need to necessarily stay on the gen. While you're being chased, you can tap a gen for half a second and get the effect of this perk, not even half a second. And even if you're just rotating around the map, if you feel like you want to be updated on when the killer is, you can tap a gen quickly and you'll know exactly where they are. That part of this is so nice. If you use it together with the information from the HUD, seeing what your teammates are doing and seeing where the killer is, you can almost at any time guess what is the right play for you to do and what is the best play for you. You can pair this with Adrenaline, so that anytime the last gen gets done, you move really fast and have no scratch marks. You can pair it with Dark Sense, so that you see the killer also when gens are done and leaving no scratch marks. You can pair it with a few other perks, but even on its own, or even with Déjà Vu only, is a really good way of constantly being on gens, constantly be aware of what the killer is doing, and it's a very background player sort of build. You're not the start of the team, you're not going on chases, you're just doing gens and being safe. If you like to play safe, be a bit of a background guy, this perk is honestly amazing for you. No One Left Behind is a perk that only triggers when the exit gates are powered. And that means that it's not going to help you stay alive in most of your trial until the very end. However, if you get it to the end game, this is the sort of perk that makes a difficult game winnable and a game that was already looking good unbelievably impossible for the killer to come back from. I think this perk is best when used with a party, but the information that it gives is also really nice when you are playing by yourself. It does so many things at once. First, it shows you the auras of all of your teammates, just like Bond, but with infinite range, forever, in the endgame. That means that whenever you need to coordinate for a rescue, whenever you need to find someone that is opening an exit gate that maybe you missed out on the location of, whenever someone needs a heal and they're really lost and they're afraid to show up in the wrong exit gate, you will be able to basically be the dad or the grandpa of the group and lead everyone to safety, and that is great. You also heal other people and unhook other people 100% faster. If you don't know what 100% means, it means that you do it twice as fast. You unhook other people super quickly, and you also heal them in half the time. So a normal 16-second heal becomes 8-second heal. That also works on the ground. This is insanely good for resets. It allows you to get everyone healthy to go for a rescue or to take some hits until the gates are open. It's really good. The faster unhooking also is insanely noticeable. And if your teammate is a little bit smart, especially if you're coordinated, you can unhook him fast and they can immediately move and body block against the killer to protect you, so that both you and that person can now dance your way to the exit gates that are hopefully nearby. And if the exit gates are far, don't worry, because this perk also gives them an extra little bit of speed on top of the normal speed that they have. So they will be going basically faster than the killer. It is very similar to Babysitter. So this perk is kind of like a Bond, a Babysitter, and a Desperate Measures all into one, but only during the endgame. If you love playing with your friends and you love leaving no one left behind and you love going for body blocks, if you love that sort of like late game stuff and you're getting to the endgame quite consistently with your friends, this perk, for a perk that is common, is absolutely amazing. Be sure to tell your friends to let you go for the unhook, because with this, any person you unhook is basically guaranteed to make it out. It's really difficult not to make it out with this. So yeah, they want to be a little smart about this. Unfortunately, you do not give information to your teammates with this perk. They don't know that you have it. You see them, but they don't see you. So it can be a little awkward sometimes, making sure everyone cooperates. The next perk is one of the stronger perks from the Stranger Things Chapter 2, and it is one that you don't see anybody use. And I'm going to tell you already, if you use this perk normally, in a regular way, it is perfectly mediocre and absolutely replaceable by a number of other perks that are already in the game many years ago and that work just as good. This perk is basically a recycle perk. Change of Plan allows you to go into a locker with a toolbox that you've already used up, and then come out of that locker with a medkit of similar rarity and similar add-ons. It kind of like recycles it. It it transforms the toolbox into a medkit. Now, the nice thing is that medkits of any rarity are good. And add-ons on medkits are generally welcome. There's no such thing as a bad add-on on medkit. There's better, there's worse, but there's nothing bad. So this is awesome. This is great. You can bring, if you expect to find a toolbox in the wild, it's really not a great idea. But if you bring a toolbox from home, if you bring it from your loadout, you can use it on a gen or use it to sabo. If your toolbox is not completely used up, you can quickly waste it on a hook by sabotaging for a second, then go into a locker, bam, now you have a way to heal yourself that is perfectly consistent. And it only takes a second to do it. Oh, 1 second. I am so sorry, I had to answer the door. Anyway, as I was saying, you can go into a locker in a second, get out a medkit when you come out, and that is really nice. That's decent, but compared to some of the insane healing perks that we've seen and some of the other healing perks that we'll see later, like for example Pharmacy, which just straight up gives you several medkits, is this really that good? The answer is no. But there is a way to make this really, really strong. And it takes advantage of the fact that this perk can be used twice per match. What you're going to do is you're going to play with a friend. Both you and your friend are going to bring very, very, very good toolboxes. Maybe something like a Commodius with the wire spool and the Swickets, and the what's it called? I cannot say this. I cannot say this word. The two best add-ons for max max charges and max speed. Swiketsobel. I cannot. I don't know why I'm mixing up this word. I'm so sorry. You bring a really, really busted toolbox, which is already one of the best items in the game. You use it on a generator really early. You ask your teammate to also use it on a generator really early, and then you quickly hop into a locker, get yourself a medkit, go to your teammate, give them your medkit, get their toolbox, and then do it again. So you basically have two amazing toolboxes, two amazing toolboxes and two amazing medkits, all for the price of one perk. Then this perk actually pops off and is actually pretty strong. I cannot tell it. Man, it's gonna really bother me. Okay, it is the wire spool and the swivel socket. Socket swivel. That's such a hard word. I'm so sorry. I really got stuck on that, but I'm pretty sure you guys know what I'm talking about. Thank you. I don't plan to ever get stuck like that ever again. If you want to leave a dislike on the video, I will understand. Next up is Soul Survivor. If you do not have the Halloween DLC, this perk will be a common perk to all of your survivors, and it will look a bit different, and instead of called Soul Survivor, it will be named Down to the Last. But don't worry, the perk itself is the exact same thing. It's just renamed. So already I'm going to tell you that if your goal is to escape with your team, and if your goal is to take everyone to victory, this perk could honestly be at the bottom of the list. This perk only really becomes powerful when your teammates begin to die, and only really becomes actually quite powerful when all of your teammates are dead. That is not great. However, if you judge it for what it's worth, for what it's actually aimed to do, this perk is one of the best perks in the game. When all of your teammates are dead, this perk allows you to repair gens much, much faster, which you almost never want to do unless you're hunting for that one achievement. But here's the important bit. It also allows you to do gates 50% faster, which is going to massively speed up the speed at which you can get a gate open. The basic idea with this is that if all of your teammates die, and you don't find the hatch right away, you can wait by an exit gate, and when the killer closes the hatch, by the time they get to your gate, you've already opened it and left. This can be further enhanced by other perks like Resilience, but even on its own, it is very, very good. One extremely dirty trick that you can use, and I've used it a few times recently, is to use a hatch offering to make the hatch spawn in the shack or in the main building, and then don't actually go to it, because if the killer goes there, they'll close it. Instead, you go to the furthest exit gate, and you pretty much have a guaranteed escape. So when it comes to escaping by yourself, this is one of the best perks in the game to guarantee your own survival. But let me explain, that's not something that's going to make you a much better player, so it's not something you should be looking to do very often. Now let's talk about the first effect of this perk, the one that's a little bit complicated. What you need to imagine is that this perk provides a shield, okay? a shield around you that increases the more people are dead. When your first teammate dies, you have a 24-meter shield around you, where if you're closer to the killer, you become invisible to auto perks. When your second teammate dies, 24 goes to 48. And when the third one dies, it goes all the way to 72. That means that as long as you are within 24, 48, or 72 meters of the killer, you are invisible to any perk that would reveal you. This includes anything such as Ameliers, Barbecue and Chili, if you already have a bunch of tokens, and anything else such as Nowhere to Hide. So it's a nice thing to know that if you have this perk and one or more of your teammates have died, you are completely immune to any form of short distance auto read perk, unless it's from extremely far away. That part of the perk is not that important. There are much better stealth perks, but it's something that it also does, so keep it in mind if you ever run it. As I said, a bit of a selfish perk, but it's really not too bad. Next up, we have another perk that honestly feels really good to use. It's not a perk that's going to carry by itself. It's not going to win the game for you, but the information that it provides, it's so consistent and so nice, you'll almost never regret equipping it. You maybe don't want to run it along with Bomb and many other perks that do the same thing, but on its own, perfectly good. It's called Empathy from Claudette. This perk has a range limit of about 128 meters, but in case you're not aware, 128 meters is basically the entire map in every map. So anytime a survivor is injured, you will see them across pretty much the entirety of the map. Pretty much, especially at level 3. What does this mean for you? Most killers in this game do not instantly down you. They first injure you and then down you. So anytime a teammate takes a hit during chase, you will be able to immediately tell their position. And by looking at the HUD and seeing that they have the little tentacle obsession thingies around them, the little appendages, you'll know that they're in chase, you know they're being chased, and you'll know where they're being chased and where the chase is being taken into. With this perk, you'll never be caught off guard about a killer running into you with an injured teammate. You will be able to perfectly pinpoint their location to intercept them for a body block, for a flashlight save, maybe for a heal if the killer has left them. There's also quite a few killers that consistently put everyone into injury mode. Legion, Plague, Twins can do it quite easily. And against these killers, where people often remain injured on and off for the entirety of the match, Empathy is basically wall hacks on your teammates pretty much at all times. It is an effect that is quite easy to replace by other perks, but on its own, it is just really, really, really good. Many times you yourself are also injured and you are capable of knowing where other people are to meet up. So yeah, it works well as an info perk, but if you have some sort of healing perk that really makes you pop off when you heal other people, or that requires you to heal other people, like Second Wind, this perk is a great way to find a little victim to use your healing perk on. Quick Gambit is a perk that I don't think is incredible for beginners. It puts quite a bit of pressure on you, okay? It is a perk that gets better the longer you go on in chase without getting injured. And I'm going to tell you already, this is something that sometimes is completely unavoidable. For example, if you play against a ghoul and they find you, this killer injures you pretty much immediately, and it's impossible to avoid it pretty much. And there's also other killers that can chase you without initiating chase, like for example the Wraith. If the Wraith uncloaks and hits you, that does not count as a chase. You get hit immediately, right? But anytime you're chase, while the chase is going on and you still haven't taken damage, you give everybody else a speed boost on gen, in action speed on gens. It's only 5%, it's nothing crazy. However, at best, you're giving 5% to 3 different people with the cost of 1 perk, and you're also letting them know that you're in chase, which can help them figure out exactly what's happening. The nicest thing of this perk by far, however, is the fact that you see their auras while you're in chase. Seeing your auras, teammates' auras while you're in chase might seem like it's a bit too little too late. It's not as good as Bond, but it does show you the aura without any restriction on range. And it shows it at a time when you really want to have it. Knowing where your teammates are is incredibly useful for a variety of reasons. In the endgame, if you need a protection hit desperately from someone, you're super vulnerable, everyone else in your team is doing great, you run towards a teammate and they'll happily take a hit for you if they're a good teammate. Early on, you want to do the opposite. You want to take the killer as far away as possible from your teammates so that they can do gens uninterrupted, and when you go down, you'll be as far away as possible to waste as much of the killer's time as you can. So that alone makes this perk really, really good. Now, if on top of running this perk, you have perks that allow you to create distance on command, like for example, Sprint Burst, and if you're also really, really good at gauging your distance with the killer, if you're really good at dodging hatchets from afar, you know, if you're a really safe player and you're really, really good at avoiding that first hit and you don't find yourself being ambushed too often, then this perk is even better. Not a bad perk, although many of its effects can honestly be replaced by other simpler perks that I think people generally prefer. Okay, we now are at, hold up, 1 second. We are now at Saboteur. This is a perk from Jake Park that replaces and gives you an alternative way of sabotaging without a toolbox. A toolbox, most of them, actually all of them allow you to sabotage. Some of them are better at it. Make sure to read the description to know which ones are best. They allow you to break a hook temporarily for about 20 seconds, right? And they run out of charges, and it's a limited use. This perk works on a short cooldown, but it does allow you to do it infinitely. It does not run out of charges. In fact, if you're sabotaging with the toolbox and you run out of charges, you will continue sabotaging with the perk. Very similar to how self-care can allow you to finish off a heal that someone started on you but didn't quite finish. That's also a really nice thing about self-care. So that alone makes Saboteur pretty good. In a few situations, even by itself, this perk can be really good. Your teammate goes down in a corner. The killer desperately needs one hook to go there. Maybe the killer thinks they're being really smart by bringing that person that they down close to a generator. But then you go there, you start sabotaging, and they have to drop the survivor. Or better yet, the survivor wiggles off and completely invalidates that chase for the killer. That is really, really good. This perk also has a secondary effect that is really nice. It highlights all hooks around you to make it easier to sabotage, but also highlights scorch hooks in a different color, in yellow. Now, scorch hooks are a family of perks on the killer side that add extra effects to hooking a survivor or maybe when they become unhooked. There are several of them. Most of them are not very popular, but there is one that is very popular. It's one of the strongest perks in the game for killer. It's Pain Resonance. If a killer gets on a Pain Resonance, aka the yellow hook, they get a massive damage one-time type of damage on a generator. If you know that they have this perk, you can prepare a little bit smarter. You can let go of the gen so you don't scream, or better yet, you can go to that hook and sabotage it. One of the hardest things about sabotaging, and Saboteur in particular, is that the killer typically has several hooks available. You go to the right one, he goes to the left. You go to the left, he sees you going to the left and now switches to the right. And there's no real way to sabotage everything everywhere all at once. It's basically impossible, right? And don't forget that the hooks in the basement cannot be sabotaged at all with a perk or with an item. However, with Saboteur, if you see that one of those hooks are yellow, there is a really good chance that the killer will prioritize that one. What you can do is ahead of time, get to the hook, hide a little bit, wait not too much, but enough for the killer to commit to that hook, and last second, without the killer seeing you, Saboteur that hook. That alone is really powerful and can really set a killer back. Even if you cannot sabotage, you can tell your teammates, hey guys, on Discord, the killer has a Scorch Hook perk. So maybe let go of the gen, do not get caught off guard by the effects of Pain Resonance, which can kick you off the gen and trigger other nasty perks. So just that information alone from Saboteur is honestly quite nice. Saboteur also gives you a lot of blood points. Trying to sabotage is a nice blood point farm. And one thing that's quite funny that happens quite frequently is that if you unhook a teammate, and you try to heal them, you will often accidentally sabotage the hook instead because of a weird interaction. So be careful not to accidentally sabotage the hook when you rescue someone. It happens quite frequently. If you use this by itself, it's okay. If you use it as part of a Sabo build with a good toolbox, maybe the perk background player that makes you move really fast when the killer picks up, these can further enhance the effectiveness of this, especially if you get a map that doesn't have a lot of hooks and maybe you bring offerings to make the hook spawns even less favorable for the killer. Tons of little things that you can do, basically. But yeah, this is the idea behind this perk. On its own, not super good. And don't forget that some killers have alternative ways of hooking or have perks that are so good that are going to completely destroy you regardless of whether you're sabotaging or not. Do not throw the whole game just to make this work. Next up, we have Reassurance. This perk used to be really powerful. It allowed you to get close to a hook survivor. You need to get quite close, about 6 meters, and then give them the thumbs up, like this. And then they could last on the hook stage 30 seconds longer before dying. This is a one-time use. You can use it on multiple people, but you can never use it on the same person multiple people or multiple times, okay? So it's a one time per person per hook. Honestly, allowing you to have 30 seconds extra on the hook used to be really good, but the game has changed quite a bit since this perk came out. The first thing that has changed is that survivors now have 70 seconds of time to be on the hook. 70 seconds is so much time. It is so much time. You almost never need an extra 30 seconds. It is nice to have it in the end game, where maybe you need a little bit of extra time before someone dies or hits stage 2. It can be really powerful if the killer is proxy camping and trying to get back and you're in a good spot. And there's a particular scenario where this perk shines really brightly, and that is in maps with multiple floors. In maps with multiple floors, a killer will often hook a survivor on the second floor. You can walk underneath them. This happens in almost every map, and just give them the thumbs up from below, because you technically are within 6 meters right below them. This allows you to then get on a gen and literally let them rot in there for a while. Again, if the killer is pressuring other people and downing other people, there's no reason for you to do this, or no reason for you to do this multiple times. You might as well just go and unhook them and heal them really quickly with Reassurance, right? With Resurgence, right? Which is the other reason this perk is not so good now. The other thing that has changed is that survivors now have a built-in anti-face camp meter. What this means is that if you are on the hook and it's not the endgame, the killer has to keep a bit of distance away from you. If the killer is close to you, and especially close to you for a long time, you will build up a certain meter that all survivors in the team can see. And when it's full, that survivor can unhook themselves, even on the second stage, which is otherwise impossible. So a killer camping, like before, they will often proc this anti-camp measure, and it makes Reassurance a little bit less appealing. It is true, a killer that is camping on and off, you could use Reassurance and gain a little bit of time. But the truth is, there's just not that many scenarios where this perk can be really painful for the killer. It's a lot more painful if you have something else to do gens faster, so that you, in those 70 seconds, you pop one gen, or if you have something like Resurgence to get yourself healed really quickly after the hook. My summary is basically, if a killer is camping or planning to camp, there are other perks that are universally useful that can punish the killer harder than Reassurance. Reassurance is a perk that you're going to run, and the options for it to really be impactful are going to be quite limited, and sometimes you might make the mistake of reassuring a survivor and leaving when you really should just unhook and heal him as fast as possible. So if you run this perk, make sure you use it at the right times and make sure you don't mess it up. It can be part of a whole support build. You could have Reassurance and be the person that goes for the unhooked, and you could do the following. You could run to the hook. If the killer is nearby, you reassure and then you wait, maybe with sprint burst. And if the killer goes away, you unhook with Will Make It, and then you heal them quickly. You can kind of have a build with this perk that punishes the killer no matter what they do. But do be careful. Its usefulness is a little bit limited now that hook stages are generally so wide and generous for Survivor. Blast Mine is a perk that I've seen people place really low. I think it's one of those perks that seems really fun for new players. Then maybe they lose interest, and then high-level players will once again rediscover it. Blast Mine, much like Wiretap, is a perk that activates when you work on a gen for a little bit, and then you can put it on that gen or on any other gen of your choice. It sets a trap that will last 2 minutes on the gen. Notice that if you look at the top of the gen, just like with Wiretap, you will see a little item, a little gas, but the killer does not see it. It's only for survivors. You do show that little gas, that little flash grenade or gas grenade on top, and survivors see the gen highlighted in yellow, which is nice. Giving information about where a gen is being done to your teammates is a generally nice and useful thing to do. But don't worry, the killer has no idea that you have this perk unless they saw you doing the animation. So what happens to this generator? Well, it's very simple. If the killer ignores it, nothing happens. If the killer kicks the generator, they get flashbanged. They don't see anything and don't hear very well. If they're playing a killer such as Wraith, they will be stunned out of their power as well. And they get stunned in place for 4 full seconds. 4 full seconds doesn't seem like such an insane amount of time, but when you consider that that's 4 survivors' time, that's 4 seconds on all gens in the map, or 4 seconds where you run almost 20 meters away, that's a lot of distance. And it also opens a small window of opportunity to do something dangerous. For example, if a survivor is hooked next to a gen and the killer kicks the gen, now they're stunned. If the situation calls for it, you could go right there, right now, and unhook your teammate. It's sometimes not a good idea to unhook right away, but now you have an option, right? If a survivor is nearby and they're nearly picked up and the killer gets stunned, you can now go and pick them up, right? So those 4 seconds can also allow you to swoop in and do something quickly that you otherwise couldn't do. And all killers get stunned all the same. This perk really pops off against killers that love to kick generators because they have multiple perks that trigger upon kicking gens. It does fall a little hard against certain killers that run a perk like Ruin. Ruin is a perk that damages generators automatically, and the killer can never kick them. So unfortunately, with Ruin and similar builds, you will have a bit of a hard time. Although generally, from my experience, most killers will kick a generator, especially if it's a generator that's in the middle of the action and it's really, really high up. They will kick it. They will. And then they're going to eat this perk. And not to mention, it does provide like a bit of a notification. Everyone else is going to realize when they see the yellow go away, everybody else will know, oh, the killer is here. So being able to tell the survivors indirectly, hey, the killer is here, he got stunned. You guys, if you need to heal, you have a few seconds to do it. That's also quite a nice thing. Very, very simple perk, but can be deceptively powerful when it hits you at the right time as the killer. Next, we have Open-Handed. Do be careful. This perk on its own does absolutely nothing. It does not have any ability on its own. It's one of the few perks that not only empowers other perks, it only empowers other perks. The nice thing is that it's a team perk that only one person needs to run. This perk does not stack with itself, but if one person runs it, everyone in the team gets it. For that reason, you should never have more than one person run this perk. One person, that's good. That's it. When someone has this perk and they're still alive, everybody else in the team, including themselves, gets a massive 16-meter augmentation to the range of all of their auto-reading abilities. But there's a bit of an asterisk here, okay? This applies to all of the auto-reading that is centered on you as a character. For example, Bond, which starts on you, that will get bigger. Windows of Opportunity, which is around you, that will get bigger. Empathy has, I guess technically will get bigger, but it doesn't matter, it's infinite. Other perks that have infinite range, they don't get bigger because they're infinite. And perks that are only related to certain areas, like Wiretap, they do not get applied to Open-Handed. So Open-Handed, for example, will not make the Wiretap gen reveal the killer from a million years away. There is one perk in particular that benefits from Open-Handed way more than anything else, and it is Kindred. Kindred, remember, shows you the aura of your teammates and shows them your aura when there's someone on the hook or when you're the one on the hook. But the nice thing is that it also shows people the aura of the killer around the person on the hook. And with Open-Handed, that aura is doubled. That sounds insane, but basically if the killer makes the mistake of hooking a survivor in the middle of the map, they will now have a 32-meter radius around it, which is basically the whole map, where they will be visible. And this is so insane. The information that you're given to everyone with this is honestly really crazy, and for some of the slower killers, it can make them so predictable, it's actually comically unfair for the killer. So it can be an okay perk. Unfortunately, it doesn't really do anything else on its own, and extending some auras is not the most insane effect ever. Not to mention that even with Kindred, there are some killers that just go away really quick or become undetectable, and it's not going to carry, but it is a nice effect, and I think you will definitely notice it. Distortion is a perk that has changed a little bit over the years. If you used it a long time ago, you might want to reread what it does. Essentially, it is a token perk that rewards you for being chased. Every time you get chased, you replenish the tokens, right? And you can consume, or you will consume, each of these tokens anytime your aura would have been revealed to the killer. So let's say that, for example, you use a perk that would reveal your aura to the killer, or a key item, which you can use the Blood Amber add-on on the keys to reveal yourself to the killer. Or let's say the killer has Lethal Pursuer. Or let's say the killer has Barbecue and Chili, or even an add-on to reveal your aura. There's quite a few of them on a variety of killers. Anytime this would have happened, instead of seeing your aura, the Distortion token will be burnt, and you will not be seen by the killer. Not only that, you also have no scratch marks for a few seconds, which can be really, really good at times. You can really have a killer that's hot on your heels. They use some add-on or some perk, and suddenly they have no idea where you are. It can be quite good. I think that there's two ways to use Distortion, okay? And one of them is definitely inferior. The coward way of using Distortion is to run as a solo teammate and hope that the killer doesn't find you, and just you see it activate and you go, ooh, thank God I haven't been found. Oh my God, I'm gonna keep hiding, and play very passively. The more useful way of using this perk is to use it as an information source. At the start of the game, you pay attention to the killer's perks, maybe you figure out one or two perks, and then this perk gives you a token off, and then you're like, oh my God, the killer has Barbecue and Chili. If a generator pops and then you lose a token, then you think, oh my God, the killer has Bitter Murmur, because that perk triggers when a gen is done. So you can basically use this perk as a way to reverse engineer and figure out the add-ons and perks for the killer, and then that's really useful information. And if you're on a call with your friends, you can tell them the perks and they can be prepared for them and possibly save them in their next chase. That's how you make the most out of Distortion. On its own, a bit of an okay stealth perk, nothing to write home about. If you think of the information, it gets a bit of value. Hope is another perk that has been nerfed. It used to be a little bit stronger. And keep in mind that in the upcoming patch, all effects that include a percentage are going to be having diminishing returns, which means that the idea of stacking different perks that do the same thing is going to get a little weaker. That mostly affects healing perks and haste perks, and Hope is a haste perk. It's a really simple perk. Anytime the gates are powered, that's when all the gens are done, or when the killer closes the hatch, you are permanently, forever, 5% faster. 5% faster is insanely good in some situations against some killers. It is not the most crazy thing in the world against a killer that's already mega fast. If you're playing against a Blight, he's going to catch up to you pretty easily with his power. If you run into a trap, well, you're going to 5% faster step into the trap, but you're still stepping into it. So you need to be a little bit mindful. The thing about Hope is that it really multiplies the time it takes for a killer to close the gap with you. If you are chasing tightly around a loop, and you play against a killer that has a bit lower than usual speed, the fact that you hug the loop tighter and the extra speed makes it so hard for the killer to catch you. It will take them a long time to get you injured, and when you do get injured, you can use the speed that you built aggressively. For example, if the exit gate that's being opened by your teammates is really far across the map, normally you wouldn't make it with Hope. If the killer that you're playing against doesn't have any crazy mobility, you can take the hit, hold forward, and it will take them easily 25 or 30 seconds to catch up. In the 25 or 30 seconds it takes them to catch up, you literally can run across the entire map safely and make it to the exit gate even without any help. So yeah, this is kind of the way that you can play with this perk. Some killers also favor the perk Know It, which makes them insta down at the end of the game and gives them a speed boost. This perk kind of counters that speed boost. So if you're playing against a killer that has some kind of endgame build that is spanking on them, downing you quicker than usual, this perk can help you counter that balance. It's the kind of perk that makes a game that was already looking good for you look way better. It rarely carries by itself. And honestly, with so many other amazing healing and endgame perks like No One Left Behind, I don't value it as strongly, but it can be alright still. Next up is Fixated, a perk from Nancy Wheeler. This perk has the unusual characteristic of being really good for beginners, then not being very great for intermediate players, and then becoming really good again for advanced players. So one of the reasons why beginners will love Fixated is because Fixated allows you to see your own scratch marks. You normally, as a survivor, do not see your scratch marks. This is something only the killer sees, and it is how they mostly track you. You run across the map, you leave scratch marks in a very particular pattern. And many new players, they are not extremely aware of how obvious these scratch marks are or are not. So being able to see them is something that will teach you how the game works, and it can be an indirect way of learning exactly how subtle you are being. And yeah, that as a beginner is already a really nice effect. Not to mention, if you're running some kind of perks, or if the killer is running some sort of perks that make the scratch marks different, this perk can give you a good idea of how good they are. So if you pair this with, for example, Lightweight, you can see in real time how good Lightweight is. So that is quite nice. However, the main thing that especially the more veteran players will appreciate is that your walking speed increases by 20% at all times. Now, just because you walk faster by 20% does not mean you have to walk everywhere. Just like you don't want to walk everywhere with sprint burst, you don't want to walk everywhere with Fixated. If it makes sense to walk a little bit, it can be a good idea. But you don't want to walk everywhere and then waste time while your teammates are being chased and running for their life. So please don't do that. But that aside, why is walking faster good? So many reasons. So many reasons. Let's talk about some of the more obvious ones. You can walk around the map while the killer is nearby, making very little noise. If a killer such as the Spirit is chasing you and you run, you make very loud footsteps, but walking footsteps are really quiet. So you could lose a killer visually one way or another, and then start walking out of the way. You would be much farther than they possibly expect, but you don't have any actual scratch marks around that lead to you. This can be useful on its own, and it's already pretty nice. The walking speed is also tied to how fast you move while using a flashlight. So if you blind the killer while using a flashlight and you walk back, you will move faster with Fixated. This can be paired with Champion of Light, which we will talk about in a little while. So that can allow you to build more distance. And there are a few killers, namely Pinhead, aka the Cenobite, whose power forces you to walk. So when you're playing against Cenobite, he's going to use his chain that's going to hit you from different sides and hold you in place. And while you have these chains, you move at a percentage based on your walking speed. If you have the perk Fixated, you automatically move faster and actually make his power 10 times harder to utilize correctly. That alone can be pretty good. However, the more normal use for this perk, being able to walk a little faster allows you to have an easier time holding your sprint burst, which many people like to pair with Fixated. And also it allows you to bring yourself to full speed a little bit earlier. This means that if you're in a loop and you're constantly like going back and forth, and you're kind of reacting to what the killer is doing to try to loop as tightly as possible, Fixated helps a little bit. And a lot of people also utilize it to have an easier time doing fast bolts. The big idea, right, is that when you vault a window as a survivor, you want to vault it as quickly as possible, and that requires a bit of momentum. So if you're in shack, for example, you need to wait about 1.5 meters in front of the window, and then if the killer comes, then you try to guess whether or not they're faking it, and then you vault. But if they fake it and you do it wrong, that means that maybe they're going to come the other way and hit you on the other side of the window. So with Fixated, this is something that you can do a little bit more consistently. You can bring yourself to full speed sooner. You can pause your movement and then restart it basically earlier and get to full speed earlier. And you can also strategically walk during chase. What does it mean to strategically walk during chase? It sounds absolutely insane, but there is some merit to it. Let's say, for example, that I vault a window, a really strong window like shack. And the killer, right at that moment, comes out of the corner and starts looking at me. Instead of running, I start walking after vaulting the window, and I go out of sight. and then I start running out of sight. Now, doing that makes the game believe that you are not in chase. If you are in front of the killer, but you're walking, the game slowly runs a timer and makes the chase end. And you can do this relatively consistently if you know what you're doing, and you can kind of power walk around corners and trick the game into thinking that you're not in chase with the killer. And when you're not in chase with the killer does not build bloodlust, which means they get less speed over time, and you can vault the same window repeatedly without it blocking after 3 vaults. Something a little stupid, but if you pull it off once or twice, it can already make a big difference in your chases. This is something that's pretty advanced. That's why I told you that this perk is more favored by experienced players. But if you ever want to look into it and you want to practice that and you want to learn how to walk in chase, there are some lovely tutorials out there that maybe will explain it to you in a little bit more detail. Will Make It is a gem of a perk. It is a basic perk that all survivors start with. You will find it in your blood web. If you level up, it's going to be there. And it is an amazing, 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 amazing perk that is unfortunately power crept a lot by Resurgence. Basically, with Will Make It, the person that rescues a teammate can heal that teammate in 8 seconds, more or less. Can be a bit more, can be a bit less, depending on add-ons, depending on skill checks, depending on things that are being used. But let's just round it to about 8 seconds. That's huge. Saving 8 seconds from 2 survivors means that you both, as a team, waste 16 seconds less healing. And that's awesome. 16 seconds is just amazing. That's really good value. The only problem is that Resurgence is so unbelievably good that it basically puts Will Make It to shame. If everybody runs Resurgence, it's literally like pretty much twice as good as Will Make It. And that is a little bit of a shame. If Resurgence didn't exist, Will Make It would be a lot nicer and it would be a lot more appealing. It is still an amazing perk, a great low-level perk to run. If the killer is not on top of you and you have 8 seconds to heal, it's almost always worth doing it. You can pair it with Babysitter so that you can see the auto of the killer and know if he's coming back or not. It's just generally incredible. One nice thing about this perk that does not apply to Resurgence is that the healing boost stays afterwards for a whole 90 seconds. So you could heal a survivor of the hook and then for the next 90 seconds be a little bit of the group medic where you come in here, there, here, there, and heal everybody really quickly. Now, do not be fooled by the extra 100% healing speed. That sounds incredible. It does double your healing speed, but it doesn't stack insanely. If you stack healing speed more and more and more, it does have diminishing returns, and in the next patch, the diminishing returns are going to be even more pronounced. So this perk is perfectly good for healing. Do not stack it with 25 other healing perks. You will see that the difference is not that big. One this good is good enough. Do No Harm is a little bit of a budget Will Make It. It is a bit different. In some ways better, in some way worse. The way this perk works, okay, is that it increases the speed at which you heal a survivor based on how close they are to dying on the hook. When a survivor has not been hooked, you get nothing. When a survivor is out of their first hook, you heal 50% faster, which is the same as Botany Knowledge, approximately. When they're on their second hook, you heal them 100% faster, which is as good as Will Make It. And it has no timer. You can heal them 5, 10, 15 billion times if you want to, if the killer allows it. As many times as you want to, 100% faster, which is double as fast. That's awesome. On top of that, you also get a slight extra if you hit great skill checks. It can pretty much double the skill check. So yeah, that part is not super big, but if you hit great skill checks, even faster, which is awesome. So what are the situations where this perk pops off? If the killer has hooked several people and the killer is playing very defensive, they are kicking their gens, they are holding their ground, they're not chasing anyone in particular, they're not focusing on one person, they're just kind of holding their ground, and you are the team medic, this perk is going to feel incredible. You're going to save 4 seconds here, 8 seconds there, 4 seconds here, 8 seconds there, 9, 10 seconds here. It's going to be incredible, 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 incredible. And in that sense, it can be better than Botany, it can be better than Will Make It. However, this perk fails a little bit in some sadly common scenarios. If the killer is focusing on one survivor, focusing on them very heavily, and you do not have any opportunity to heal them because they're constantly being chased, this perk does nothing. And if the killer is not focusing on hooks and he's trying to down everyone, that happens sometimes. There are some killers that never really hook anyone, like Onryo. They just try to kill you with their side power or with some perk or something. They try to leave you all on the ground. This perk obviously also does nothing. I would say try it out and see if you like it, although it's an incredibly easy perk to replace for just Botany Knowledge, which is more accessible and maybe a bit more consistent. But hey, really, really good perk. It works pretty good in the endgame, and it stacks with other perks, although stacking healing perks, especially in the next patch, is going to be a little bit weaker. It's okay, but really, really not as strong as you would think if you double them. Next, we have We See You. It's a really interesting type of perk. It basically allows you to accumulate tokens each time your aura is revealed to the killer. And when this has happened 4 times, am I getting that right? Yes. When this has happened 4 times, you will see the killer and the whole team will see the killer too. Mind you, this only happens if the killer is not undetectable. If we're talking about a Wraith or a Ghost Face in power, this perk will do nothing. But that's a little risk that you're gonna have to take. Now, here's the obvious thing, all right? This perk by itself is really not good. Most killers do not run much auto reading. A few of them do, but most killers only run a little bit. And it is incredibly difficult to go a match where you get revealed 8 times, 12 times to trigger this perk 3 times. So you would be very lucky to have this perk work even a single time in a normal match. That makes it pretty bad. You can use it a little bit similar to Distortion. Anytime your aura is revealed, this perk makes a noise and gives you a token. So you can use it as a way to figure out the perks or the add-ons of the killer and tell your team. So a hook happens. Hey guys, the killer has barbecue. You maybe have your aura revealed when vaulting a pallet or a window. Hey guys, the killer has Amaliers from Ghostface. So you can kind of use it to reverse engineer the build of the killer, which always is a good thing to have more information. However, the way this perk really pops, I'm saying pops off a lot. The way this perk really shines is when you have some kind of perk or item that reveals your own aura to the killer. That way, you can constantly get this perk value. Now, what are some of the ways to do that? The premium way of showing your own aura to the killer is to run a perk named Object of Obsession, which is also called Bound by Obsession in some versions of the game. This is an obsession perk that we'll talk about in a minute, well, in a few minutes, that routinely reveals the aura of you to the killer and the other way around, but only if you are the obsession. Even though the perk makes you more likely to be the obsession, it is possible that you might not be because the system is a little stupid. You're not guaranteed to be the obsession. In other words, the only build that really makes this perk pop shine is unfortunately not extremely consistent. You can bring a key, which can also reveal your aura to the killer. You can bring Come and Get Me. There are a few perks, there's alternatives, but from my experience, this perk simply requires too many other perks that are never really too quite consistent for an effect that is honestly not that great. Being able to see the killer for 15 seconds feels amazing, especially if it's one perk on one guy that helps everyone in the team. But compared to Kindred and Open-Handed, compared to Wiretap, is really not that good, and it really doesn't come into play that consistently. For the simple reason that this perk helps the whole team, and it gives nice info, I rate it quite highly, but please understand the risks associated to running this perk and how little it can do by itself. Next up is Boon Circle of Healing. This is one of the first Boon family types of perks. All of the Boon family types of perks require you to find a dual totem. There are 5 dual totems in the map. Some of them spawn in relatively predictable locations. Some of them are a bit tricky. With experience and especially with an item or some other perk, you can find them quite easily. And the general idea is that most of these boons have an effect inside them, which is 24-meter radius around it. It has an infinite radius up, infinite radius down, and a diameter of 24 meters around it, right? All of these perks have a effect inside it, and sometimes the effect lingers for a bit when you leave. The effect of Boon Circle of Healing is actually pretty good. Not as good as it used to be when it came out. This perk used to allow you to heal yourself really fast. It was so powerful. Now it doesn't let you heal yourself, but it does the following, okay? It makes everybody else heal you twice as fast. This is literally the same effect as Will Make It. You can be healed in 8 seconds. Consider that setting up a boon takes about, let's just round it to 15 seconds. So if you set up a boon and you benefit once from it, it's not the end of the world. It's really not incredible. But if you set up a boon and you get 2 or 3 heals, and the killer is forced to break it, and then they waste time breaking it, and then everybody sees the boon disappear, so everybody knows that the killer is in that location right now. All of that ends up adding to quite a lot of effect. Boons in general are nice if you're not wasting too much time setting it up, and this one in particular is really nice. Being able to heal quickly in the end game and in the mid game is amazing. It also encourages survivors to do something that against territorial killers is a really good idea, which is to regroup away from the action. One of the nicest things that teams can do when a killer is being territorial and holding a 3-gen is, hey, I'm injured, no problem, let's go back, let's heal, let's go on the gen, I take a hit, okay, no problem, go back, take a heal. Eventually, these matches will be won by survivors. The killer will run out of kicks. You cannot kick gens indefinitely, they run out of kicks. You can only kick them up to 8 times before they stop taking damage. So in a battle of attrition, survivors should win, and this perk can help you in that. The more important aspect that it also does, that's worth talking about if you're not playing with friends, or even if you are, is that it shows you the auto of everybody injured. That means that this boon shows you the auto of everyone injured to everyone on the team. That alone makes this boon really nice in solo play, because seeing where your teammates are being chased or seeing where a teammate that's injured is helps you know where to go to help or where to avoid them and so on. So overall, this is really good, and it allows you to heal other people nice, whether they're on the ground or whether they are injured. It's really good. It's really nice to walk there as 2 people injured and quickly heal each other. Now, do keep in mind that this does not affect your own self-healing speed. If you heal yourself with, say, self-care or a medkit, this boon does not affect that. Next up is Boon Exponential from a different character, Jonah. This one is a little bit different. It's not as immediately useful, and it does not give information to your teammates, but it is equally impactful and sometimes way more clutch than any other boon. This has the potential to be the most powerful boon in the entire game. As we explained earlier with Unbreakable, survivors typically do not have the ability to pick themselves up from the ground. And even with Unbreakable, it takes them 24 seconds or so to pick themselves up. If a survivor dies under or crawls themselves into the radius of Boon Exponential, they can be ready to pick themselves up infinitely, as many times as necessary, in only 16 seconds. This perk by itself can completely and utterly disable any ambition that the killer might have of ever downing multiple people at once and keeping them down. Even if you go down really far away, let's say that you're at the exit gate, the exit gate is almost 99% and you go down, you could crawl back slowly to this area and pick yourself up, which means that your teammates have no pressure to help you as long as the boon is up. It's not a perk that is super easy to use with solo players. A lot of killers never bother leaving people on the ground. This is the kind of thing that it's best used on a group. Your group knows about the perk, they know that you're setting it up, they maybe create and engineer a few cheeky situations that make the killer want to leave someone on the ground. For example, you go down near a pallet, the killer sees someone nearby, they start hesitating, they start sweating, they think, oh my god, if I pick up, they're gonna get a pallet save. So the killer gets the idea that maybe it's a good thought to maybe leave them and go for someone else, and then they go for someone else, but then that person that was down now picks themselves up, and now the killer's really confused because they don't understand how that happened, and before they know it, the game is completely out of their grasp. Yes, it does require you to look for a totem, but if you pull this off, it can be pretty good. I think that if you have a party and you can engineer the situations, this perk gets better. If you just play solo and you hope your teammates know what they're doing, you'll be sorely disappointed, although that's a trend with many of these perks, sadly. Pharmacy is a perk from Quentin. This perk would be so amazing if it was common and everybody had it. Unfortunately, the fact that it belongs to a paid DLC character does make it a bit less appealing. The perk, however, is quite easy to use and really very simple. Anytime you spawn in the map, there's going to be at least 3 chests. One of them is always at the bottom of the basement, and the other 2 are typically in random locations. Some maps have certain locations that are guaranteed to have chests. If you ever notice them, you can go there and check them every time. Right? So anytime you open a chest with this perk, you will open it way faster. It will also be harder to hear for the killer if that matters. Typically it doesn't. And what you're gonna get is a guaranteed blue, I think? Yeah, blue medkit out of it. All medkits are honestly kind of the same. They are only really different when you heal other people. They're a bit faster or slower, but medkits of all rarities are good, and blue ones are great. There's nothing wrong with it. So basically, if you have this perk, you have a guaranteed 2, 3, maybe more ways of healing yourself and giving it to your teammates. It's not bad. It's really not bad. It's like a slightly better self-care that requires you to do it a bit differently. It's really nice. It also pairs super well with any other perk that's related to opening chests, and there's quite a few of them, as we will see. Especially Ace in the Hole, since it will make the medkit have some add-ons as well. Unfortunately, it used to be that medkits could spawn with crazy strong add-ons, but now the medkit add-ons are really not that good. Overall, this perk is great, but compared to Adrenaline, compared to Resurgence, compared to Will Make It, compared to just bringing an insanely good medkit from home, it's not that crazy good. It's really that simple. If you have a full build around it though, it can be pretty fun. Inner Strength. Inner Strength is a really elegant perk. Anytime you cleanse a totem, you have to break it. Whether it's a Hex totem with a perk from the killer or just a Dull totem, just a bunch of skeletons, you activate the perk. Remember, there's only 5 totems in the map in total. So at most, this perk can be used 5 times by the whole team. There's really no other way of activating it unless the killer has a special perk. That means that this perk is not very good if everyone in the team is running it. It's almost better if only maybe 1 or 2 people are running it. But it is really nice. It provides a way to heal yourself by cleansing a totem and then going into a locker for 8 seconds. The nicest part is that there's no perks in the game that make this healing slower. If the killer has Sloppy Butcher, and then Chorophobia, and then Dying Light, and then some other stupid perk or add-on to make you heal slower, don't worry, with this perk you will heal to full in just 8 seconds, which is really nice. The nicest way to use this perk is to maybe you could have a build around doing totems, you totally could, but you don't even have to. The nicest way to run this perk is just run it by itself. Try to find a totem or 2 at some point in the match. If your teammates are not in desperate need of your help, do the little totem, and later on, at some point, there will be a time when the killer is not on you, you're injured, and you maybe can go on a locker, heal in 8 seconds, and don't waste anyone else's time. Keep in mind, please, that when you go into a locker, if you're injured, you do make a little bit of noise unless you have some other perks. So a killer walking by could grab you. So please be a little smart. Do not use this perk in the killer's face. Although if you do, you could use something like Inner Strength plus Head On or something like that. And yeah, you could also pair it with a few other locker related perks like Lucky Star, but honestly, you don't have to. This perk is just perfectly good on its own. Just be a little smart about when to use it and it will be perfectly good. If you get 1 or 2 heals at a critical time, this perk has done its job and is already more than worth the perk slot. Clean Break is an honestly incredibly efficient healing perk. Compared to some of the other perks that we've seen so far, it requires a little bit of teamwork. It's hard to use it with solo teammates, and it is a little bit scary, making it not so ideal for beginners. The nicest part, however, is that it allows you to heal yourself without medkits, without doing totems, and without really doing anything that you're not doing already. So the way it works is very simple, okay? If you heal another survivor, if you finish the heal on another survivor, this perk will activate. And keep in mind, you don't need to do a full heal, you only need to finish it. If you play with friends, you can tell your partner, hey, can you stop healing? I'm gonna come by and I'm gonna finish the healing. So if you can convince someone to let you finish the heal on them, or if maybe they have Resurgence or something like that, you can really quickly finish a heal on somebody. and then this perk will be active. Whenever this perk is active, you now have a new way to heal. If somebody else touches you, you can press the special ability button, the healing will stop, and a new timer will begin. In 60 seconds, you will become broken for the duration. You cannot heal by any other means, but if in those 60 seconds you don't go down to the killer, you will automatically be healed. And this is awesome. The way it works in a normal match is something like this. You have a teammate that is on the hook, maybe you are injured, or maybe you're both off the hook a while ago. You finish the heal on them, and then you tell them, hey, go for the unhook. I'm going to do a gen. But before you go, touch me really quick. And then they touch you, they start healing you, you press the button, now you send them off to unhook. And while they're taking the killer and unhooking and doing all those important things, you're just on a gen, moisturize, in your lane, chilling, hopefully paying attention, making sure the killer's not coming. And in 60 seconds, by doing nothing else, bam, you're full heal. That's crazy. That's really, really good. This perk in a different version of Dead by Daylight would be one of the best perks in the game. And the only reason it's all the way down here is because other healing perks are so much stronger and so much simpler that they make this one look bad by comparison. But yeah, it's really, really that simple. If for whatever reason you take deep wound damage and you can cleanse the deep wound damage, you will still heal. Just make sure you don't go down and make sure you don't trigger this perk at a time when the killer is very obviously going to down you anyway, all right? And then you will be fine. And then this perk will feel worth the perk slot. Anyway, moving on, we have the perk Soul Guard. This perk is also really, really nasty. It's one of the many, many perks that can allow a survivor to tank a hit by getting a short amount of endurance at a very critical time. It basically triggers any time at all that you go from being on the ground to being up. This includes everything. It includes adrenaline picking you up. It includes being healed by a teammate. It includes Unbreakable. It includes Exponential, which we just talked about. Basically, anything that can make you go from down on the ground to up on your feet will trigger Soul Guard. Do be mindful, this perk has a cooldown. You cannot spam it multiple times, right? It does have a cooldown, so it doesn't trigger multiple times every minute. But other than that, you can get it every single time you get up. This is not extremely good on its own. On its own, this perk has a few moments where it shines. If you ever find yourself in a match against a killer with Ruin, this perk allows you to pick yourself up even without Unbreakable, which is quite interesting. And one thing that can happen really frequently, or a lot more commonly than that, is in the end game. If in the end game the killer has the perk Know It and he downs you or downs somebody else, everybody in the game will get a warning and you will see the Hex debuff on your screen. Anytime you have that debuff, Know It or anything else, that means that you can pick yourself up. It's quite situational, but as I said, this perk on its own is not very good. The real value of this perk comes with pairing it with Unbreakable, pairing it with Conviction, pairing it with anything at all that allows you to pick yourself up quickly or allows a teammate to pick yourself up quickly. So something like, for example, We're Gonna Live Forever. Something like We're Gonna Live Forever is a little bit redundant because it already gives you it, but basically anything that allows you to heal from the ground quickly will give value to this. In my opinion, the thing about this perk is that with We're Gonna Live Forever being as strong as it is largely unnecessary. Many of the times you pick yourself up, you don't necessarily want to tank a hit. You're already really speedy, or you're already out of harm's way. So this perk is not quite as usable and not quite as universally applicable as some of the other perks that we've talked about, which can be used in a variety of ways. But it does provide, at the very least, a baseline of safety. That situation, which I'm sure you've been in, where a teammate picks you up and then the killer immediately downs you and then immediately goes for your teammate, and now you're in the same situation as before, but worse. That situation can never happen with this perk, which is honestly on its own already very good. Any perk that allows a survivor to have a bit of a second chance is good, even if it is a bit situational, and Soul Guard is basically no exception. Next, we have Duty of Care, a really interesting perk that unfortunately doesn't see a lot of use. The way I see it, this is a perk that solo players rarely understand and rarely know about enough to really take advantage of. And people that play as part of a team, they just like other perks better. But if you ever give it a try, I think you'll be surprised by how nice this perk is, especially in endgame situations where everything becomes a bit of a game of cat and mouse and trying to use distance to reach the exit gates, right? Duty of Care is essentially a protection hit perk. You need to be healthy to use it, okay? You cannot use this perk if injured. This perk will be disabled if injured. But if you're healthy and you take a protection hit against a teammate, in place of a teammate, that teammate and anybody else that's injured nearby, is it injured? No, not necessarily injured. Literally anybody else. They don't even need to be injured, although at least one of them will be injured. Everybody else will get a speed boost. The speed boost is not 50% haste over 3 seconds, which is the normal one. It's actually a bit more sustained. It's 25% over 6 seconds, which feels very similar. What this does in practice is that if you take a hit for your teammate, you normally surge ahead of them because you lose collision, you go through their body if they're in front of you, and you move faster because of the speed boost that you naturally get when hit. With this perk, it feels as if both of you got hit. It feels as if both of you run at the same speed. That means that if the killer hitting one person gives the speed boost to both, or maybe all of the team if everyone's there. If 1 or 2 people have it, it does allow some crazy situations where the whole team can just like massively leave the killer in a huge bowl of dust, right? So that can be pretty fun. Now let's talk about some of the negatives of these perks. First of all, some killers are incredibly fast. For example, the Blight, right? And they are pretty common, pretty easy to see at high MMR lobbies, which is what I guess most of you are going to end up in eventually. Not to mention some killers just instantly down you or instantly mow down a group of survivors, like for example, Cannibal. This perk doesn't work against that very well. And also protection hits need to happen in a very specific way. A protection hit needs to be on a survivor that with this perk has to be healthy. And there needs to be an injured survivor nearby. If the survivor is too far, it doesn't count. If the survivor is healthy, it doesn't count. If the person taking the hit takes a hit from a multi-hit attack, like for example, Pyramid Head, which multiple hits can happen, or Pyramid or Dracula's Hellfire Pillar, these attacks, because they hit multiple targets, cannot be considered a protection hit ever. So there are a few stupid little exceptions and a few little accuracy things that can fail and make this perk not trigger at a time that you really wish it had. It is a little bit inconsistent for that reason. But if you love taking hits for your teammates, try this out and you might have a fun time. Particularly useful, as I said, in the end game. And you definitely want to pair it with something that will allow you to heal yourself so that you can use the most of it. And you probably will also want to pair it with something that allows you to see your teammate's aura so that you know exactly where and how to take the hit. So bring in this with Adrenaline, bring in this with No One Left Behind, bring in this with Inner Strength or a medkit, might be a bit of a play. Bond, perhaps, maybe get some combination of perks that lets you be precise, and you'll find it pretty fun. If you're the person in the team that is the one that needs help the most, this perk is probably not for you, however. Breakdown is one of those rare perks that almost nobody utilizes, but that has the potential to really ruin a killer's day. It has a pretty insane effect that is honestly quite easy to trigger and triggers very naturally over the course of a match. Anytime you are unhooked, the hook that you came out of breaks for 3 full minutes. 3 full minutes. You also get to see the killer's aura for 6 seconds. So it's kind of a win-win. If the killer is nearby, you now deny the killer that hook. If the killer traded someone for the unhook, or if someone went down to protect you after the unhook, they cannot immediately go on the same hook. The killer will have to waste time taking them somewhere else, possibly further, possibly in a more inconvenient location. And if the killer is far away, well, you get to see them, and now you don't have to guess exactly where they are. You know exactly where they are, and you know if it's a good idea to go for the heal, or if you should reposition, and so on and so forth. So those few seconds of seeing the killer's aura are also pretty nice. Seeing the killer's aura also can help trigger things such as We See You, as we explained earlier. So No, I'm so sorry. That's not exactly true. That's only if the killer sees you. This perk does not make the killer see you. That's a different one. We'll get to that one. The point of this perk is that if a couple people have this perk and they both get hooked in the same area, removing hooks for 3 minutes is an eternity. 3 minutes in DVD time is pretty much half the game. And that means that if the killer had a really convenient hook next to his gens, they cannot use it anymore. If the killer ran a perk such as Pain Resonance, which only works on specific hooks, they cannot use it repeatedly sometimes. And this alone can make this perk really worth it. Needless to say, if you remove 2 or 3 hooks from the map at a time, you can also make sabotaging the remaining hooks much easier and much more painful for the killer. So having breakdown on a couple people can also make a sabotage squad much more annoying to verse. Do not be surprised if the killer ends up leaving you all on the ground. Be prepared for that eventuality. Overall, a good perk. I think it's nice. I think Jeff has a nice set of perks for beginners. Aftercare is really good. Breakdown's really nice. And they are easy to use. So try it out at some point, see if you like it. I do think it's the kind of perk that if more people run, they would realize it is honestly quite powerful. Background player. Background player has a bit of a muddy history in DBD. Do not ask me what this perk did on the PTB. It was really stupid. They had to rework it because it was a perk that encouraged you to just leave your teammates behind and let them die. They reworked it, and at one point they buffed it, and it was one of the scariest perks in the game. If you don't mind the anecdote, this perk allowed you to move at 200% movement speed and basically just zoom around the map. It was ridiculous. They've now nerfed it to a more healthy state. This is an exhaustion perk that has a really short exhaustion timer of only 20 seconds. It is tied with another perk that we'll see later for being one of the easiest perks to recover from. You can trigger the exhaustion from this perk and honestly have it again ready really quickly, or have a different exhaustion perk available really quickly after. If you have Vigil, you're pretty much going to recover immediately. You're going to have this in only 12 seconds. So yeah, that's really, really easy, right? It is a very easy to use exhaustion perk. You get to trigger it if you run when the killer is picking up a teammate. Now, the thing is, you don't have to trigger it. If the killer picks up a teammate, but you're on a generator and you decide, you know what, I'm chilling, you don't have to waste it. That's a wonderful thing as well. You don't have it used against your will if you don't want to. But if at that moment you decide to move, you will be moving at a 50% rate for a whole 5 seconds. That is incredible. That is so good. If you need to make it across the map, this perk helps you. If you need to go to an exit gate or finish a gen that was 99 across the map, that perk helps you get there a little sooner. The time it saves you is not insane. For map mobility, it's not an insane perk, but it is a little bit of help here and there. And if you pair it with a perk such as Junjin's self-preservation, you can move around the map really fast, leaving no scratch marks, possibly for the killer to see later, right? Keep in mind that this triggers the moment the killer picks up. So the main use of this perk is to try to hinder the killer somehow. And there's a few ways to do it. Number 1, you run in front of the killer with a flashlight and then blind the killer, getting a rescue. Running in front of the killer to get a blind is really risky. If the killer sees you, they're going to look away. If you make it super obvious, it's not going to work. If you hide too much, you'll be too far and you won't get it in time. With background player, you can achieve that perfect level of staying far enough that the killer doesn't suspect that you're there, but being close enough that you can still get the flashlight save. You can also use a firecracker or flashbang save. It's a little bit of a high level thing. Timing the firecracker and timing the flashbang to rescue a teammate is a little difficult, but at high level, it can be pretty devastating, and it's a fun thing to practice and get good at. Another thing that you can do is drop a pallet on a teammate that is being picked up. You need to make sure that you don't try to drop the pallet from the same side that the killer is occupying. If the killer is having their body protrude on one side of the pallet, you used to be able to, but you no longer have the ability to face and transport yourself inside the killer to drop the pallet. You kind of have to run to the side of the pallet that is a bit more free, and then drop it at the right time. It's a bit tricky, and you will stun the killer and free your teammate. With background player, you can do this from so far, a killer might never even suspect that you're there. And that is awesome, right? Another use for background player is to position yourself in an incredibly good way with Saboteur or a sabotage toolbox. With background player, you can ask a teammate to die in a corner and then immediately go to a hook and sabotage it, And when the killer inevitably goes to the other available hook, you use background player to beat them to it. Sabotage toolboxes are so fast that you can do this to 2 or 3 hooks before the killer ever catches up to you. And it is very debilitating for the killer to find themselves in a situation like that. So this is actually one of the better perks in the game to pretty much be a one-man army Saboteur exterminator of hooks. It can be quite powerful. The nicest thing about this perk is that the duration is so long that it often lingers after you've done your job. Many times you will swoop in, get a flashlight save, get your teammate off, your teammate will start making distance, but because you have still maybe 2 seconds left of background player after positioning yourself, you can then use those 2 seconds to make crazy distance away as well. And that will result in a killer losing a survivor and having now 2 survivors, both of which are really, really, really far. So yeah, really, really generous perk that allows you to do some crazy things. But just as a little reminder, there are a lot of killers that can shut this down really quickly. Many killers like Wesker immediately grab your teammates and immediately put them on a hook without really picking them up, which can throw you off. And a lot of killers don't even care. If they see that you're going to do something funny, they'll just leave the teammate on the ground, they'll down you, and now you've lost the game. So before you are overtly altruistic, and you do this very overtly and very obviously, think twice, don't show your cards early, find the right moment, don't overdo it, and you'll find a bit more success than if you throw all your cards into one direction. Next up, we have the perk Chemical Trap. Much like Wiretap or Blast Mine, this is one of those perks that you have to activate by doing a bit of a generator first, but the amount that you have to do is very little. You get on a gem for a few seconds, bam, you can get a Chemical Trap. When you use it, it will go on a cooldown, and then you might get another one after a little while, but you do not have you cannot stack it, you cannot bring multiple. So what is the idea with Chemical Trap? The idea with Chemical Trap is that if a pallet is dropped, you can trap it by putting a little bomb on it, and anytime the killer breaks it, the pallet will explode, leave a bunch of gas, of like nitrogen gas, and slow them down, and also hamper their vision a little bit. This doesn't stop them completely, but the minus 50% movement speed that they get for 4 seconds is pretty significant. If they can avoid doing this, they will try. One of the ways that you can use this perk is to put it on a pallet that is not the best ever. And instead of breaking it with their power, which some killers would do without thinking, like for example, Nemesis, they would just break it with a tentacle without even thinking, they will now get a little bit more paranoid. They will try to maybe play around it, and perhaps your perks will help you. Perhaps you will make the killer go for the M1, go for a basic attack, and now you'll have Finesse to vault the pallet quickly. Or now you'll use Lithe to vault the pallet and get out. Or maybe you'll come back later with any means necessary, a perk from Yuri, and pick up the pallet back to a standing position, which, by the way, keeps the trap in there for 60 seconds. It doesn't go away if you pick it up. So that's kind of nice. I mean, it's not bad at all. The real value and the real consistent value of this add-on comes when you use it on a really, really, really strong palette. What we in the community call safe palettes or very safe palettes or even God palettes. A God palette is a palette that once the killer sees it come down, they cannot go around it. Think about the shack. If you're in the shack and the survivor drops the pallet, it is unthinkable to walk all the way around. It is irrational. You have to break it. These pallets that a killer has to break, these so-called God pallets, if you drop it, you can immediately put a chemical trap, and this will build a lot of distance for you. Even better, if a teammate of yours is running away from the killer and you do this, while you're putting the chemical trap, you will be able to build distance for your teammate while they themselves are just holding forward. You can also drop a pallet and immediately put the chemical trap on it even faster if you use the perk 5 moves ahead from Kwon Tae-young. And there's also a fun interaction. A few killers can vault pallets with their powers, including Wesker. And Wesker in particular, if I'm not mistaken, and Legion in particular, I don't know about Legion. I think it is possible for Wesker. If you put a chemical trap on the exact moment that they were going to vault it, you will actually deny their ability to vault, and that can be, it's almost like you parry them. It's actually a bit of a fun interaction. Not something that you're gonna do a lot, but it's something you can do with this perk. But yeah, the main idea is that you go to a really strong pallet, you put it down, the killer is kind of forced to break it, and then they go and they're very slow for a little while. It is not the most insane perk ever, and do not forget, some killers are so strong that losing a bit of mobility is not a big deal, and some killers are so strong that they ignore pallets completely. The nurse. So sadly, against some of these really strong killers, you will find that this perk is a little lacking. Against almost everybody else, it has a little bit of chance to be quite fun and quite impactful, however. Blood Rush is a perk that, similar to Decisive Strike, comes into play after being unhooked. It is a perk meant to empower you and allow you to use exhaustion perks twice. Now, here's a problem, okay? This anti-tunnel perk that is meant to help you avoid the killer for longer if the killer chases you after being unhooked requires an exhaustion perk to go with it. So on its own, this perk is basically useless. And because other perks like Decisive Strike, aka Will to Live, are already so good, it does feel a little bit like this perk is unnecessary. In my opinion, if you want to be safe, run Decisive Strike. If you want to have a little bit of consistency, you can run Off the Record. And if you're a bit spicy and you want to try something different, or you want to do double, triple, quadruple down on anti-tunnel, you can also bring Blood Rush. And it's actually quite fun. What it allows you to do is it allows you to press the active ability button, which will be a bit different depending on what exactly you're playing on, whenever you're exhausted, and it removes the exhaustion, allowing you to use it again. So what are some of the ways that you can use this? You can immediately jump off a building and use Balanced Landing, and then use the perk again to get another Balanced Landing off another building, or into a Lithe if you want to run two different ones. You could even Lithe into Dead Hard, or Balanced Landing into Dead Hard. You cannot Dead Hard into Dead Hard because Dead Hard is a one-time use, unfortunately. But yeah, you can pretty much use any exhaustion perk in the game twice. And to the killer's eyes, it's going to look like you're cheating. And I'm not going to lie, I once saw a survivor use this, and for a moment I thought they were cheating. I did not believe my eyes. They used Sprint Burst to run away from me. I caught up to them. They used Sprint Burst a second time, and I could not believe it. It was insane. And they completely zoned themselves into a favorable position where I can honestly really not do a lot in chase. Now, here's a couple key things to make Blood Rush a little bit better to add to your build and to get more value out of them, right? One of the things that you can do with Blood Rush is to immediately ignore the effects of an anti-exhaustion thing. So say, for example, you're playing against the Huntress. Right off the bat, she hits you with a hatchet as you come out of the hook, and that hatchet has the Venomous Concoction, which makes you exhausted. You would think that maybe you cannot use this perk, but yes, you don't need, it doesn't matter how the exhaustion came. You can use Blood Rush to undo the exhaustion and then use maybe Balanced Landing or one other exhaustion perk, right? So you can use this perk to outdo the effects of a negative add-on or a negative perk from the killer that affects and inflicts you with exhaustion. And another thing to keep in mind is that you can also use it aggressively, even if you're not being tunneled. If you pair Blood Rush with Sprint Burst, which is probably the easiest perk to pair it with, one thing that you can do is right upon being unhooked, if you have already been healed, or if you don't care about being healed, run off to a favorable part of the map. Let's say you run off to Main, right? Or Shack, and then you start doing the generator there, and right as you reach the generator, you press the Blood Rush ability, and now you have Sprint Burst ready while on a new generator. And that means that you've used Sprint Burst to get away quickly and avoid the killer, but if the killer somehow finds you, you don't need to wait 40 seconds, you have it again. And that can be an easy way to work Blood Rush into a normal build if you want to use this perk. Next up is Smash Hit. Smash Hit is one of those exhaustion perks that is a little bit harder to use and much less universally useful for beginners, but it does have the advantage of, much like the other perk that we saw, Background Player, it recovers faster. So you can use Smash Hit repeatedly, sometimes multiple times per chase, or along with other perks relatively easily. This perk only triggers if you stun a killer with a pallet. It sounds really easy, but it's honestly not. Stunning a killer with a pallet is kind of like giving medicine to your dog, giving them a pill. If you don't want them to eat it, they eat it. But if you want them to eat it, they'll never swallow it. Some killers are incredibly scared of pallets and they'll never walk under them, or they'll pull up their hatchet, or they'll have some perk to play around them. And if you want to stun them and you make it too obvious, they never will walk under it. And you could use this perk badly and end up killing yourself over it. So you need to get a little bit smart and play with the camera, make it look like you're running past and really get in their head, or even be ready to sit under the pallet and let them walk under and even take the hit and just hit them with this. The nice thing about this smash hit perk is that it does give you more haste than other perks. It gives you a 4-second haste, and because you have to recover a little bit from dropping the pallet, it does feel almost as good as the other perks. Even if you waste some of those 4 seconds, it is quite nice. At its best, this perk is incredible. If you are in a really bad part of the map, a place that you don't want to be in, that you've already really used every resource around except for one pallet, and you stun the killer, you can then use the speed to go all the way around to somewhere else. Or even, and this is not an insane idea, if the killer does not have the perk Enduring, if you stun the killer, but you are on the wrong end of the pallet, you could vault it immediately, and if the killer doesn't have Enduring, run through the killer and into somewhere safer, much like with Lithe, but even stronger or similarly strong. So that's pretty nice, allowing you to find safety. That's nice. I think it's a perk that is just, unfortunately, a little bit inferior to Sprint Burst and all the other exhaustion perks, but it is more fun, it is more fair, and you can recover it from fast. Using it multiple times in chase is a fun little challenge that I think more advanced players will appreciate. This perk works quite nicely with perks such as Decisive Strike. If you go under a pallet and the killer picks you up, you can drop the pallet on the killer as you escape, and even if you don't get the actual stun, as long as the pallet hits their body, you will trigger this ability and actually benefit from it. So it can be a nice effect as well. And that's about everything you need to know about Smash Hit. If a killer ever runs Enduring, you cannot do the thing where you vault over, but you will still manage to outplay almost anything. Any perk from the killer that relies on them being pallet stun, like Enduring, Nemesis, Hubris, this perk completely destroys, which is really, really nice. Next up is Troubleshooter. This is a perk that is honestly amazing on beginners and intermediate, and honestly, I would say even players of any level. Unfortunately, it is behind a character that not a lot of people are gonna get, and this character has other perks that are on the advanced side, so it's a little bit hard to justify it, but if you ever see it on the shrine or you want to pick it up by itself, it's honestly worth picking. It's called Troubleshooter, and it is a little bit similar, and it has a similar feel as the perk from Vittorio Quick Gambit. It is an information perk that helps you in chase. Anytime that you're in chase, when you see the heartbeat go, aggressively on you and you start hearing the music, this perk will highlight in yellow, if I remember correctly, by default, you can change it now. It will highlight in a special color the generator that has the most progress. This can do two things for you. Number one, it can inform you of a generator that you didn't know was there, so you can go back to it when the killer leaves you. And this can sometimes be really nice. By the way, the killer starts a chase, they leave you immediately, and now you know where the most progress gen is, so you go and help finish it. Awesome. Or, if the killer commits to you, it can also tell you where to stay away from. As a general rule, if the last gen is being done, it is a really good idea to take the killer as far away from the gens as possible, especially towards the end. You want the killer to really, really resent you and really hate you for every inch that you make them walk away from the objective that they want to keep under tension, right? So seeing that gen and going as far away from it as possible is a good thing. But this perk does more. Hold up. Anytime you drop a pallet, you get to see the killer's aura. Now, as you all know, some pallets are very safe and some are not very safe. Some, once you drop them, you are suddenly in a 50-50 city and you really don't know what the way out is. A survivor can drop a pallet and really have to make a hard read on what the killer's doing. With this perk, that doesn't happen. You can even drop pallets really, really early, super, super early, which honestly is not a bad idea against a lot of killers. Many killers do not want to drop the pallet last minute. Against Hunters, you're going to get a hatchet. Against Pyramid Head, you're going to get hit through it. Against Doctor, he's going to shock you and you're not going to be able to drop it in the first place. So many killers can punish you So dropping early, even though it seems like a bit wasteful and you don't always want to do it, it is kind of the play against some killers. With Troubleshooter, not only is it the play, you will then have auto reading so that you can break line of sight, do some really crazy unorthodox pathing, and because you're reading the exact auto of the killer, you know exactly what path they're taking, and you can sometimes let them mind game themselves. This is honestly a really, really nice effect. And it goes really, really well with perks that allow you to stay safe and build distance on the killer. If you want to run this with like sprint bursts and stuff like that, you can play in ways that are really, really, really safe and never give up an early health state to the killer. Prove Thyself. A slightly difficult to understand perk because the game does not explain a fundamental mechanic, okay? So we're going to explain this mechanic first. The thing that you need to know is that anytime you work on a generator, you are doing the normal generator speed of 1 charge per second. Means that after 80 seconds, which is the amount of charges that you need, you complete a gen. However, survivors have a natural occurring debuff that occurs every time that they stick together. This isn't a perk, it's not an add-on, it's not anything, it's always in the game. If 2 survivors are on a generator, each of them is 15% individually slower. Now, obviously, 2 survivors on a gen is still really good, but it's a bit less good than if these 2 survivors were on different gens. 3 survivors on a gen is minus 30, and 4 survivors on a gen, if it's even possible, some gens allow it, is minus 45. Now, if 4 survivors are on a gen, yes, they will complete the gen really quickly, but it will still be far slower than if they had split up and we do the gen and we count the charges per second. So now that you understand that survivors are naturally slower whenever they group up, I can finally explain what Prove Thyself does. Prove Thyself essentially removes 2/3 of this penalty. This penalty is 15% or 15%, 15 or 30 or 45. Well, basically this perk takes 2/3 of that and removes it. What does this mean for you? It means that if you do a generator from start to finish with a teammate, you will do it about 4 seconds earlier. If you do it with 3 teammates, you will do it about, I don't know if it's 5 or so seconds earlier. Now, immediately, this number will probably seem very low to you, but keep in mind that that's 4 seconds that you're saving to yourself and to your teammates. And the more teammates on the gen, the more pronounced the effect is. Prove Thyself does not stack with itself. It does not work when you're on a generator by yourself. You're not really doing the gen faster. It is a perk that maybe only 1, maybe 2 people can bring. And what it does is it essentially makes grouping up on the first or maybe the last generator a little bit better. As a general rule, you shouldn't group up on gens unless it's really, really obvious that the killer is busy elsewhere. But if you do, and you have Proved Thyself, you can save a bit of time here and there. And especially on the final gen, it can be pretty rough. I think that as of right now, the current fast track absolutely destroys Prove Thyself. I think fast track is so good that you should never run Prove Thyself if you can run fast track instead. But when fast track gets nerfed, then Prove Thyself is probably going to look a little bit better in comparison. It's always a nice perk. It's not really, you really don't lose a lot if it doesn't go well, even if it only works a little bit towards the end. Sometimes saving 2 seconds on a gen is the difference between the gen being done and it exploding and then never getting done ever. So even saving a little bit of time here and there is okay. And it's a very accessible perk as well. So not a lot of reasons to hate it. It's not the most powerful, but it is okay. I hope I explained more or less how it works. Leader is one of those perks that has a lingering area effect that you give to everyone around you, and if you are within 10 meters, it stays on indefinitely, but if you leave, it lingers for about 15 seconds, which is honestly completely fine because most of the things that this perk speeds up last 15 or less, right? This perk is great. It's a little bit like Resilience in the sense that it does not make any one thing insanely OP or insanely fast, but it does make a lot of things a little nicer. It makes a teammate that runs by you cleanse totems faster, open gates faster, heal you or other people around faster, sabotaging faster, doing chests faster. That one's not very important. And more importantly, this is really, really important, unhooking you faster. Anytime you're on the hook and someone comes to hook you, unless they unhook you from from 12 meters away, which is impossible, anytime they come and touch you, they will unhook you 30% faster. Everything is going to be 30% faster with this work. And that is very meaningful. Even a modest 30% faster unhook sometimes allows you to immediately begin body blocking for that person to save them from going down if the killer is trying to down them after they unhook you. So a little bit of healing speed, a little bit of unhooking speed, a little bit of efficiency here and there, a potential clutch moment where you make your teammate open the exit gate a little bit faster for everyone. These are all really, really good effects. They're just not extremely game-changing on their own. Empathic Connection is one of those perks that has a small effect. It does make you heal other people, not yourself, but only other people 35% faster, which compared to some of the perks that we've seen before is not crazy. Botany is 50, Will Make It is 100, Desperate Measures is easily 40 or 60, maybe 40 on average. So this perk is not insane, but it does add up. It's a couple seconds here and there. And the main thing that it does is that anytime any one of your 3 teammates is injured, anytime they're injured, they will see your aura across the entire map. This is an amazing perk to have if you are a healer type of build and you have a perk that can quickly reset other people to full health, but you don't know where they are. The perk will not let you see them, but they will be seeing you. This is awesome. It's a great effect. Many times what the glue that holds a team together is the ability for the person to know what it is they have to do and where it is they need, what it is they can get the help they need, right? So a survivor that is injured and they see you healthy, they'll stay away from you if they need to run away from you. They'll come to you if they need a heal. You need to trust them to know what the right thing is. This perk is exponentially better the smarter your teammates are. And you unfortunately don't see its effects. You have to trust, much like Kindred, you have to trust that the information that you give them is nice. Me personally, anytime I play Survivor and I notice this perk and I notice that it's helping me, I find it really useful. And I think it's quite helpful in a build that is centered around coming to help them and then having them find you. It is easily replaceable by other perks like Bond, Aftercare, and similar, but it is nice and it adds a little bit of extra healing speed to others, which is almost nice, which is always a little bit helpful. So yeah, not too bad, but a pretty mild perk. We're starting to get to perks that are nice, but don't really have incredibly powerful effects. Next up, we have Aftercare. This is a perk that unfortunately has to compete with amazing perks like Bond and especially Kindred. I think that Kindred, which is a basic perk, is almost the same perk as Aftercare. It feels very similar, but and for that reason, since Kindred is a free perk, I don't see a lot of reason to recommend Aftercare. But when we judge Aftercare on its own merits, this perk is great. It starts out doing nothing. But basically, anytime that you heal or become healed by someone else, or anytime that you hook or get unhooked by someone else, anytime you have this sort of interaction, you will create a link. That person will see your aura and you will see their aura, and that will be permanent until you get hooked. In a nice mid-game scenario, where you're constantly healing your teammate, going for the gen, now you're pushed out, now you heal your other teammate, you can create a situation where basically everyone in the team knows where you are and you know where everyone is on the team. And this can be super nice. Having a perk that gives you great info and gives your teammates a little bit of info is awesome. If you only look for information from yourself, Bond is typically better. If you want to help your teammates immediately, Kindred is probably a bit better. But Aftercare sits in a really comfortable middle of being almost as good as those perks. And that, I think, is good enough. Especially if you play solo queue, try it out. I think you will like it. Moving on, we arrive at Strength in Shadows. This is a self-healing perk that allows you to finish a heal that someone else started, or heal yourself without any item, even from 0 to 100. It is very, very similar to self-care, and it's good. and bad for the same reasons. If you get interrupted and you waste a lot of time, it's not great. If you go way out of your way to do this at times when you shouldn't, it's not great. But if you know when to heal yourself, what is an appropriate time to heal yourself, it can be really, really good. It is a bit more restricted. You cannot use it everywhere like self-care, but you can still use it infinite amount of times, and it does have some benefits as well. The first one is that when you finish healing yourself with this perk, you will see the aura for 10 seconds of the killer, which can be really, really good. You obviously don't want to finish it if the killer's right on top of you, but it gives you a bit of awareness. And the other is that it's really much faster than self-care. It's about twice as fast, which results that instead of taking about 40 seconds, it's going to be a bit less than 30 seconds to heal yourself, which for a self-heal is actually pretty reasonable. If you hit a few skill checks, it will be faster. If you have some healing perk like Botany Knowledge, it will be really reasonably very, very fast. But even on its own, it is not a bad perk. The main downside of this perk is that it only works in the basement. Every single map has a basement. Some of them have a map specific basement that always spawns in the same place, such as, for example, Gideon. Others have multiple basements that can spawn, typically two in the main building or in the shack. Sometimes the basement is really out of the way and very safe. It takes a while to get there, but it is very safe if you're there. Sometimes it's right in the middle, very easy to get to, but also really close to the action. So it's up to you to decide whether or not it's a good idea. A killer with the perk Nurse's Calling, or with Barbecue, or with any other kind of healing, aura reading, can interrupt you and make this a really bad idea. Now, the nice positive thing about this perk is that, unlike other perks that require you to go into the basement to get that chest, you don't need to go very deep. You only need to step halfway to the stairs, and that alone allows you to use this perk. So you can kind of dip your toes into basement a little bit and quickly get out if you hear the terror radius or something else. So for that reason, this perk is obviously quite fine. The major question to ask yourself really is, why would you run this perk when you can have Resurgence, or when you can just bring a really nice medkit that maybe allows you to heal yourself once or twice already? Compared to that, running a perk slot for this is not great, but if those things ever get nerfed, then this perk will be a lot more valuable. It is still very decent as it is, especially if you want to be constantly healed to help your teammates and help yourself. It is honestly quite nice. It's not a bad perk at all. It does just look a little bit weaker when you compare it to some of the other available options. Second Wind is a really interesting perk. It does something that very few other perks do. It basically gets you an auto heal that happens in the background automatically over the course of 20 seconds every time you get unhooked. Normally, this means that you can only do it twice. Technically, with someone using a certain perk called Shoulder the Burden, it could happen 3 times, I guess, or more, but normally it's going to happen once or twice per match, and that's good enough. This means that when you get unhooked, you go do a gen or get chased by the killer, and you will heal passively. Now, this is very important. If you're injured, you will become fully healed. If you are in deep wound status effect, which will easily happen if the killer hits you right after being unhooked, you will not heal to full. Instead, you will heal the deep wound off. So ideally, if you can, if the killer leaves you, try to cure yourself of deep wound to make sure that you get fully healed after the 20 seconds of this perk's come in. The nice thing about this perk is that it gives you incredibly efficient healing. It works in the end game, unlike some other perks, and it is really, really nice. It only has one requirement to activate, which is that you have to fully heal another survivor. Now, unlike other perks like Conviction, this does not mean that you can heal a little bit of them. You have to fully heal a survivor. It's percentage based. In other words, if you heal a survivor to 99%, but then they run off and don't let you finish, you don't have this perk. And if you start healing a survivor and you're nearly done, but then another survivor joins in and then they heal the other part, then you're going to share the progress and you're not going to get this perk. So you basically want to fully heal from 0 to 100 one survivor to ensure that you get this, or you'll have to heal multiple people. It's very unfortunate. If you have this perk and you get chased first, you don't get much value. If you get tunneled and the killer focuses on you entirely, you won't get any value. It is a little hard to see this perk sometimes not work. And another obvious comparison is if you compare this to Resurgence. Yeah, Resurgence is just way better. You can just have Resurgence and a teammate can heal you in 3 seconds, and it's way simpler than this, and you don't have to deal with anything, and there's no condition to it. So yeah, unfortunately, another healing perk that gets power crept to infinity by Resurgence. But it is a nice perk, and you can use it with For the People if you want to get its effects. If you use For the People on a survivor, and you make sure that you heal them a little bit before you press the button for the people, that actually triggers second wind. It makes it count as a full health state, which is honestly quite nice. It's a nice way to make use of this perk. Other than that, other healing perks are a little bit better, but it's really not too bad. And it can allow you to heal during a chase if the killer is insisting on you and doesn't quite manage to get a hit on you. Next up is Solidarity. It is another perk that has to do with healing, and it is a very decent perk. It is once again a little bit power crept by perks such as Botany Knowledge, Resurgence, but it does stack with them nicely. And it is one of those perks that, because it does a different effect, it doesn't get hit by the diminishing returns that other perks have to experience. So the idea with this perk is that you transform some of the healing that you do to other people into your own healing progress. This means, of course, that you have to be injured in order to benefit from this. If you heal somebody else while healthy, this perk does nothing. But if you heal somebody else while injured, by the time that you're fully done healing them, you will now be nearly fully healed yourself. If you heal 2 people, you will automatically heal yourself passively as well. This can be super, super clutch in endgame situations where time is of the essence and there's really not a lot of time to do too many things, and sometimes you have to choose really carefully who gets the heal. This allows you to not have to choose. Instead of only one person getting the heal and then running off to open the gate or running off to get the rescue, you can now very comfortably heal them and then have them top you off to now have 2 people fully healed, which is amazing anytime you need to get the team back on its feet. Unfortunately, sometimes your teammates might not realize that you're running this perk and will not let you heal them first, which can be a bit frustrating, but especially if your teammates are cooperative, this perk can save quite a lot of time. In a normal heal, assuming that it's 16 seconds that we're talking about, being able to skip 70% of it is a good at least 10 seconds of healing that you save. That's pretty good. Saving 10 seconds here and there is great. The only problem is that normally speaking, the people that go for the rescue, the people that go for the heals are normally survivors that are healthy. You don't want to group up as an injured trio of survivors in some bad area of the map only for the killer to interrupt you all and begin massacring you, right? So even though this perk encourages you to stay injured, it can lull you into a mistake. It can trick you into staying injured at a time when you maybe shouldn't be injured. Maybe you should just heal or let somebody else go for it. So yeah, do be careful not to put yourself in dangerous situations just because you have this perk. Boon Shadow Step. Much like every other boon, you have to find a totem to set it up. Sometimes the killer will hear it and might get scared that it's this or another strong boon and might waste their time getting rid of it. It does have a certain value and a certain risk that comes associated to wasting time setting it up. But this is actually one of the nicer boons for sure. Anytime that you are inside of this boon, you are completely invisible to auto-reading. Barbecue and chili, add-ons, anything at all that would reveal you to the killer that is not killer instinct will not work. And you don't have to second guess yourself, which is really nice. Unfortunately, this does not extend outside the boon, but if you leave it, it does linger for a little while. And the same happens with scratch marks. Your scratch marks are completely gone. This, in a lot of maps, doesn't make a lot of difference, but if you happen to be playing in an indoor map, especially with this affecting multiple floors, it can be really disorienting for the killer to be chasing someone and can only be reliant on their blood and maybe grunts of pain. It can make their life quite difficult, not to mention that a lot of killers rely on their aura reading perks to find people in indoor maps as well. So yeah, this is one of those things that, especially against beginner killers, can be really annoying and can really throw them off. Is it worth the perk slot? Should you use it on its own? I really don't think it's so good on its own. I think you should pair it with another boon, maybe Exponential, maybe Circle of Healing. And keep in mind that if you put this far away from the action, it's going to be a bit less useful. It's the type of wound that's best used where everyone when it gets chased, and that does make it have a bit of weird synergy with Circle of Healing, where you actually want the wound away from the action so people can heal. But either way, even the fact that it can shield you from being auto-read at a key time when you're healed, or when you're being healed, or you're doing the healing, that already is a source of some safety that this provides, and it's really not bad at all. Borrowed Time is a perk from Bill that used to be a staple of this game. A little fact that you might not be familiar with if you are a little bit new to the game. Anytime a survivor came off the hook, they did not have endurance. They could just be down immediately by the killer. The only way to save them from being down immediately was to bring this perk. As I'm sure you know, when a survivor becomes freed from the hook, they now have a 15-second, very, very generous window of having endurance. What this perk does is it simply extends it by another 10 seconds. For those extra 10 seconds, they continue to have endurance and they continue to move a little bit faster. It is a little awkward. The nice thing about Borrowed Time is that if one person has it, they could potentially give it to 3 other people on and off. And unlike other perks that are stronger than Borrowed Time, this one does work in the endgame. Unlike Decisive Strike, unlike Off the Record, both of which are stronger than Borrowed Time, generally speaking, this one works in the endgame, and it can completely destroy a killer that is trying to count to 15. If a killer gets someone off the hook in front of them, and they're like 1, 2, 3, 14, 15, and hit, they will be sorely disappointed to see that they still don't get it. If a killer is slowly catching up to a survivor and trying to hit them, the extra 10 seconds of 10% is also very, very, very noticeable. So overall, this perk is good. So what's the problem with it? Well, very simple. An extra 10 seconds when you already have 15 is not that big of a deal. And the other perks that do similar effects are just way, way better. If you want to give a teammate an incredible head start, run Babysitter. If you don't want them to be tunneled, you can run Shoulder the Burden. If you want yourself not to be tunneled, you can run Decisive, Off the Record, or any of the other perks we've talked about. All of these perks are generally better than Borrowed Time. If you want to bring Borrowed Time on top, it does stack together, and that would be insane, but it's just a little bit overkill. It generally is a perk that isn't bad. It's really not bad. Like, the thing is, 15 seconds does not entirely cover the time it takes to heal a survivor normally. Healing a survivor normally takes about 16, 17 seconds, maybe a bit less, maybe a bit more with a bit of inefficiency. So with Borrowed Time, if you ever heal a survivor and you get them to 99% healing and the killer shows up and hits them, they won't go down because these 10 seconds kind of cover that little bit of extra. That's nice, but that's about the only thing this perk does. Almost everything else, other perks do it better. I think running Babysitter would be better. I think running Will Make It to heal them would be better. No One Left Behind in the endgame is miles better, and running Decisive on yourself to protect yourself from being tunneled is better than relying on somebody else having Borrowed Time. So yeah, overall this perk just gets outflanked by other things, but it's still nice. It's not a bad perk at all. Dance With Me is a perk that used to be quite weak. It had a long cooldown. It didn't last for very long. And in my opinion, it was a staple of newer players. One mistake that a lot of players did back in the day that I'm still sure some people make today is that they try to use this perk as part of the whole build. And I don't think it's a great idea to do that. They run Dance With Me, which suppresses your scratch marks after vaulting for a long time. 5 seconds is a long time. And then they run it with Lithe, they run it with Finesse, they run it with Quick and Quiet. They try to make a whole build around it. And if the killer realizes that all of these perks are being used, they will figure out your entire build. They will understand your other weaknesses, aka you don't have any anti-tunnel, and they'll probably play accordingly and punish you for it. I don't recommend you go a whole build with this, but Dance With Me is honestly quite nice. If you ever take a vault on a window that allows you to immediately break line of sight, I have been honestly surprised by how often I chase a survivor around shack. I follow them around expecting them to have been doing the usual thing that survivors do around shack, and then I look around and I have no idea where they've gone. No idea whatsoever. Ever since they buffed this perk to have only a 15-second cooldown and they made the scratch mark removal 5 whole seconds, it has actually become a fairly usable fairly usable stealth in the middle of a chase build. Do not run this perk if you are the strongest looper in the team and you want the killer to stay on you. Do not run this perk if you want to get better at chase. But do run this perk if you want to occasionally lose the killer and leave them in a cloud of dust. It is not bad for that purpose. Next up is Any Means Necessary from Yui. This perk has the nice ability to highlight all of the drop pallets around the map. Sometimes you will be doing a generator, you will see that a pallet becomes dropped, and then it disappears. And then another one becomes dropped, and then it disappears. The killer is breaking them. This alone, by the way, is a nice amount of information. It kind of tells you where your teammates are dropping pallets so that you know that they are no longer there the next time you get chased, right? So this is very similar to Alert or very similar to Windows of Opportunity, other perks that can help you understand which pallets have been used up so that you don't run into dead zones later. That's awesome, but that's not the only thing this perk does. It also allows you to walk up to a pallet that's been down and pick it up. It takes a few seconds. You cannot do it in chase very naturally without the killer obviously hitting you, but you can do it anytime the killer leaves you, anytime the killer is distracted, and also if you use a pallet for something other than chase. And there's a few examples. Say, for example, that you're playing against Nemesis and a zombie is harassing you on a generator. You can drop the pallet, kill the zombie, and pick it back up. You can also drop a pallet for a distraction. Sometimes, I guess, there can be some situation where you might want to do that and pick it up later if you want to, just for the blood points that this perk gives you. You can just, I don't want you to do this, but you can drop pallets and just pick them up just to get a few hundred blood points every time you do it. Anyway, picking up pallets is not an insanely OP ability, but every now and then you'll play against a killer that feels the pressure of time. They down you, there's a pallet nearby, they want to break it, but they just can't. They have to get back to their gens. They have to get on to the next chase. And you can punish them very harshly for that and pick up pallets that are really, really strong and can be recycled throughout the match thanks to this perk. And yeah, the fact that it exists, it does put a certain amount of pressure on survivors. It's not an insane thing. Right now, pallets are so abundant in most maps in DBD that you really do not suffer a lot from this. But yeah, you could also pick up a pallet that you use to rescue a teammate, maybe one in the very center of the map that is really juicy and really profitable to get it back online, right? Do keep in mind that some pallets, some killers ignore pallets, basically. If you play against a nurse, if you play against a nemesis, many of these killers, they really do not care if a pallet is down or up. It makes far less difference than if you're playing against someone like Cannibal, where each pallet is really precious and can buy you a lot of time in chase, right? So do mind that. It's a nice perk and can do quite a bit of damage over time, but it doesn't have any crazy extreme examples of value. One thing that's interesting and that is worth mentioning is that when you begin to lift up a pallet, it's an action that you can cancel it, and it sounds very similar and it looks very similar as the start of a vault. So what some survivors like to do is they go to a pallet that's a little bit unsafe and they touch the pallet with this perk briefly. They go, oh, and then that can give the visual and sound cue to the killer that you're vaulting, and it can mess with them and might trick them into going the other way. Can help against a spirit, for example. So yeah, it's something that you can use also for a little bit of a fake out as well. Flashbang, a really interesting perk that once again requires you to do a little bit of jump progress before you can activate it. Once you activate it, you have to go into a locker and quickly craft it. It gives you a special item that you can wear on top of your usual item, and you can also leave it on the ground for your teammates to use if you want. Now, I'm gonna tell you already, Flashbang is a genuine waste of time for new players. New players and beginners, it's a fun perk to use, try it out, but do not expect to make miracles with this. It's a one-time explosive that you throw at your feet, and if the killer's looking at it, they will be blinded, and you can also be blinded by looking at it. It is functionally identical to firecrackers, which are a special item that appears in the Blood Web during certain celebrations and events. So they're basically a reskin firecracker. And you can practice how to use firecrackers by going into a private match with friends or something and trying it out against your friends or something. The blinding for my flashbang can blind zombies and can trigger other things, and there are a few easy ways of using it. Let's start with the easiest ways, okay? You have flashbang with head on, you come out of the locker, you stun the killer, before you start running out, you throw a flashbang on the ground, and now they're stunned and blind and probably very, very mad at you. Another easy way, you drop a pallet, you see that the killer is breaking it, you throw a flashbang and you start running away. Now by the time the killer breaks the pallet, they're blind as a bat, and it's not very difficult, and it could disorient them, right? You could also try to preemptively throw a flashbang if you think a killer is going to quickly appear next to you. For example, if you think that a nurse is holding up a blink right at you, or a spirit is holding up her power and chasing at you, and they don't hear the very loud sound when you toss it, that could maybe blind them, and in the case of the spirit, for example, it would get her out of her power as well, which could be interesting, right? So you could do that a little bit, but it takes a bit of finesse. Another thing that happens quite commonly is if you have a Saboteur or Sabo toolbox build, you could throw a flashbang at a hook. And if the killer doesn't hear it, they might walk into it and eat it. If they hear it, they might look up. If they look up, you might sabotage and they might miss it and not hit you. There are a few little tricks that you can do. Now, the most powerful and game-changing thing that a flashbang can do is allow you to rescue a teammate. If a killer picks up somewhat against the wall, you can throw a flashbang really close to them. It's not as generous as it used to be. They did nerf it a little bit. If you used this in the past, you can no longer throw it directly at the wall and blind the killer from any angle. You used to be able to. But you can get some nasty, nasty, nasty angles. And even though you need to be really, really close, you could rescue a survivor that would otherwise be completely unsavable by any other means. And that, if you manage to do it, feels awesome. You need to be there really early, and a perk like Background Player can help you. You will need very specific timing, but it's something that advanced players have gotten really good at and can try. There's also a few other tricks and techs that you can do, throwing flashbangs in specific ways, like for example, throwing it at your feet to trick the killer into looking up, and then you do some kind of maneuver. There are some other things that advanced players can do, but that's something that you probably will discover over time, something that you're not expected to learn these things quickly as a newer player. Next up, Alert. Alert is a perk from Feng Min, which is part of the Manning Darkness pack, one that you'll likely want to unlock. Feng Min has Lithe and Technician, which are also nice beginner-friendly perks, and this is a perk that is great for beginners, and honestly, it can be an amazing addition to your build, and even replace some other amazing perks until you get your hands on them, like Windows of Opportunity. Alert lets you know anytime a killer performs the break action. Breaking can be done on breakable walls, which are those wooden walls that can be broken once, pallets, but also generators. This means that anytime you hear this perk, you need to look around and you will see the aura of the killer. If you don't see the aura of the killer, that means, and you still hear the sound, that means that the killer is undetectable because of their power or perk or some other stealthy thing going on. But even then, you will know that they're doing some break. This is awesome. The main thing that this allows you to do is to know where and how the pallets are being used. You are on a gen, doing your little gen things, and then you hear alert, you look around, okay, Shack pallet is gone. You look around, okay, they dropped the pallet in main. Oh, okay, they're over here. Wait, I'm really close. Let me go help them. You can make great decisions based on the information that alert gives you. Anytime the killer kicks a generator, you will never be caught off guard. Alert is going to let you know. And if you're nearby, be careful. Remember, when a killer kicks a generator, they can sometimes find you with a perk that reveals everyone around them, right? So be careful. Alert will have your back then. So yeah, anytime a gen gets kicked and maybe no one's nearby to go for it, you will know that the killer's there. Every now and then, knowing that the killer is in a particular spot is amazing for players of any level, but especially for beginners that would struggle to understand how the killer is moving around the map otherwise. So yeah, not much else to say about it, other than if you run a certain perk called Eyes of Belmont, the 5 seconds can turn into 7 seconds. The fact that you see when a killer begins to do the action is also very helpful in chase. For example, if you drop a pallet and then you start moving and you lose sight of the killer, keep in mind that generally speaking, a killer cannot fake breaking a pallet. They cannot do that. If they press the spacebar, they're locked into the animation, unlike generators. So if they press the spacebar and you hear the sound, you don't need to worry about them possibly canceling it. They will be breaking that pallet. And at that point, you can immediately begin to do whatever it is that makes the most sense. Some killers immediately break pallets, because of their powers, for example, Nemesis. So for them, you will see the animation, the 5 seconds will linger quite a bit afterwards because the animation obviously is so quick. So it can really help you as well to see what they do right after they break the pallet and maybe help you break line of sight, make them second guess themselves. A really, really good perk, honestly, that is super, super accessible. Rapid Response is a perk that is really, really obviously best used with other perks. And it is quite cute and it is really, really nice. In my opinion, it is a little bit worse than Alert at letting you know where the killer is, but it does work very similar to the perk that we just described. Anytime you become exhausted, normally from your own perks, but possibly also from the killer's add-ons or perks, you suddenly will see the killer. And that would be for 2 seconds. It's a very, very, very short amount of time. You can extend it with Eyes of Belmont, which we'll talk about in a minute. The nice thing is that if for some reason you have this perk and you don't have an exhaustion perk, or you cannot use the exhaustion perk, you can also hop into a locker and come out quickly to auto-exhaust yourself so that you can force this. So you can use this perk aggressively to know where the killer is if at any point you want to know. You could do it at the start of the game to immediately know, oh my god, it's a trapper, oh my god, it's a hag. Much like Alert, it can tell you who the killer is really early, which is super, super, super useful. And you could tell your duo or all of your friends if they don't know already. So that's great. The best way to use this perk is probably to pair it with something like Vigil and Sprint Burst, where you will be using your exhaustion consistently and constantly throughout the match, and you will be seeing the killer here and there, here and there, here and there a little bit. The truth is, there are better perks to reveal the killer, like Troubleshooter and Alert, but it is a cute perk, and it does have a nice niche in an exhaustion build, which is honestly quite nice. Now we talk about Camaraderie. It's a perk from Steve that has an insanely powerful effect that used to be honestly so incredible, but that nowadays is a bit less useful. You need to think of this perk as a similar effect as Reassurance. The thing about Reassurance on Rebecca is that you could use that perk on anybody else, but Camaraderie is only usable on yourself. It's a perk that you give to yourself. It works when you're on the second hook stage, when you're about to die on the hook. If anybody in your team even comes close to you to 60 meters, which is pretty close, that counts through walls, above you, below you, this perk will activate. The 60 meter is very, very generous. It's more than twice Reassurance. Unlike Reassurance, which doesn't really work in basement, you could be in basement and then have someone walk above, and then this perk would trigger. And it will give you an extra 34 seconds on the hook. As I'm sure you remember from earlier, the hook stages right now are 70 seconds, which means that you could, from the moment you get hooked, stay on the hook for 70 seconds. With this perk, it can now be 104 seconds. Keep in mind that if you miss some skill checks, it might be shorter, but as long as you don't miss any, you can be on the hook for, I don't know, like a small eternity. 100 seconds is insane. It is really, really insane. If your teammates know what they're doing, they can let you hang there for a long time. If the killer is kind of going back and forth, kind of contesting the hook, it can be really awkward for him to lose. Like in the time that you can be on the hook, 104 seconds, 3 people can do 3 gens easily, and then some. They can do 3.5. They can do 3.5 gens, which is insane for one hook stage. And one of the nicest things that can come from this perk or from Reassurance is that if the killer is somewhat close and they're very, 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 very slowly giving you anti-camp, you can delay. You can make sure that you get it. So for example, if you were about to die, but this perk extends your life by 30 seconds or 34 seconds, and now you get anti-camp, you can now wait the full 34 seconds, and 1 second before you die, when the killer is out of the like, oh, I've got this in the back, then you use the anti-camp to unhook yourself, come out of the basement, super safely, and you've wasted so much time, the game is probably over by then. Now, let's address the main issue of this perk. Running this perk as a solo survivor is a massive act of faith. Most of your teammates are not going to pay attention to your perks. In the next patch, they'll be able to see them, but many of them won't check very consistently. So even if you could be on the hook for a long time, and the killer is desperately trying to wait for you to come out so they can tunnel vision you and kill you immediately, your teammates are sometimes stupid. And instead of letting you hang and do gens in the background slowly, they instead get you off the hook immediately and now you're gonna die. And there's no way for you to shout at them and be, no, please, please don't unhook me, please, 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 please. There's no way. There's no way. They might be stupid and they might not realize it. And that sucks. The other side of the coin is if you play with your best friends, if you play with friends on Discord and you're perfectly coordinated, there's almost no scenario where, frankly, you're going to need to be on the hook for 100 seconds. If you're in the hook for 100 seconds, and your team, and you haven't built anti-camp, and your teammates still need more time to get you out, honestly, I don't even know what's their problem. It's really rare to need this perk. When you play in a team that's already that coordinated, with the default 70 seconds, they will have time to, at some point, finish a gens, come in, swoop in, get you with Babysitter, heal you with Resurgence, trade with you on the hook, and now you have Decisive if it's not the endgame. So there's basically so many other perks that already fill the gaps that Camaraderie is trying to fill, that even though the effect itself is generally quite insane, it is really hard to justify it. It is still a good perk, and it can buy you insane amounts of time and hold the killer if they decide to camp there for a hot minute. But yeah. It's just a little bit too situational, and you will rarely need it in a proper coordinated team. Next up, we go to the perks that are now 2 stars, and I know many of your favorite perks are down here. Mine too. Unfortunately, these perks are just weaker than the ones above, or they require very specific builds, or they work really well against some killers, but not against the strongest, or not against the majority. And for that reason, I have to be realistic. I have to put them a bit lower down. That being said, the 2-star perks in DBD 6 years ago used to be all terrible. And the 2-star perks in this category are generally pretty usable, and some of them honestly quite decent. So please do not be discouraged by seeing them this low. Many of them are still really good and can be quite annoying, especially if you know what you're doing. And that's what I'm going to try to help you understand, okay? Let's talk about Ghost Nodes. Ghost Nodes does what 2 other perks do, but a little bit worse. It has a similar effect as Vigil in that it makes you recover from exhaustion, all exhaustion, but mainly the one that you give to yourself from Sprint Burst, 10% faster. Now, this is way worse than Vigil. Vigil is 66% faster. This is only 10. So Vigil is more than 6 times better than this. But still, that's a nice little effect. The main thing that this perk does is it makes your scratch marks disappear pretty much in a third of the time faster. That is really, really good. That's really, really good. Especially if you have killers that already struggle a little bit to track, that already get lost and don't hear you very well. This is going to be the final nail on their coffin, and they will have a horrendous time tracking you. That being said, this effect on its own is not that mega noticeable. You can run the perk from Nancy Fixated to see it for yourself, and you'll see that it's nice, but it's not that crazy. If you want to run it on the whole map and generally make the killer have no idea where you are half the time, you could run the Junjin perk Self-Reservation, which we talked about earlier. The real reason this perk can be a bit of a pain for the killer is what happens when you pair it with a different perk that is very similar. It's called Lightweight. So Lightweight is a perk very similar to the one that we just discussed that also makes survivors lose their scratch marks on the environment faster. And the nasty thing about this is that it stacks together. It makes the scratch marks a little bit more spaced out, and it's a little harder for the killer to see the straight line leaning to you. And even though this perk it's honestly a perk that you can slap on any build if you're unsure, and every now and then, without you realizing it, will throw the killer off. I don't think it's a perk that makes you better at the game. I don't think it's a perk that you can get good at using per se. There's not a lot of skill ceiling to it. But if you move a certain way and you're erratic in a certain way, you can certainly make it more likely that the killer will lose you. It's not a super interesting perk, but it does have ridiculous effects when you pair it together with Ghost Nodes. With Ghost Nodes together, Lightweight and Ghost Nodes makes your scratch marks disappear in like 2.5 seconds, 3 seconds. By the time it's been 3 seconds, the scratch marks are basically gone. This is really nasty if you also pair it with Sprint Burst and possibly Vigil as well. You will have Sprint Burst boost of speed every 24 seconds, and if the killer loses sight of you behind a wall or a tall obstacle or something for more than a couple seconds, Whenever they try to chase you, they will have genuinely no idea where you are. If you're injured, you leave a trail of blood. If you're not injured, you leave nothing. You leave nothing. It is so hard to follow you. It is so hard to follow you. So if you want to really get in the head of the killer, this can be a bit of a novel to build. It can do very little. Against some killers that don't really chase you actively, that just set up traps and ignore you until you fall on top of them, like Hag. This build's not gonna carry, but it can really ruin some killers' day, and it's worth including. Next up, we have Clairvoyance. It is a perk from Michaela, whose other two perks are boon related, and it triggers and activates anytime that you boon a totem or that you cleanse any totem. So anytime you do something to a totem, anytime you touch a bone, this perk will activate. This perk allows you to have a on-command auto read that is really powerful, but it requires you to have no item. I'm checking to make sure. You must not have any item on your hand. If you have a flashlight, you'll have to drop it. If you have a medkit, you'll have to drop it. So that is a bit of a downside. But don't worry, it's still really good. It allows you to see chests, exit gates. Why would you need to see chests? It's not very useful. Maybe you'll see the chest down below and see that the basement's there. Maybe you'll see an exit gate if you lost track of it somehow. Hooks, not very useful. If you're gonna sabotage, you might have Saboteur already. But the really useful thing is, first of all, generators. If you do a totem and now you can tap your power and see generators across 64 meters. 64 meters is insanely big. If you go on a map like Midwich or Larry's, where honestly some of the gens are actually a little bit hard to find, this perk can single-handedly point you towards the right direction every single time. So you have this perk, you will never struggle to find gens ever again. That's good. That's really good at any level of expertise, but especially in indoor maps and especially for newer players. But the thing that makes this perk really a standout is its ability to find the hatch. Assuming that you do not have an offering to make the hatch spawn in main building or the shack, finding the hatch can be really difficult. Even with an offering, many maps, like for example Hawkins or Larry's, they don't have a main building, they don't have a shack. So even those offerings do not guarantee the hatch to be in any one spot. It's pretty much a 50-50. However, with Clairvoyance, if at the moment that the hatch spawns, you begin to use this, you will find it very quickly, and your chances to find it before the killer, especially if you position yourself in the middle of the map in a smart way, are much higher. If you have this and Sprinburst, it's almost an 80% chance that you're gonna find the hatch before the killer does. And that is huge. And it's the one thing that makes it really useful. You can use Clairvoyance as a bit of a way to make sure that you escape, even if your team doesn't make it, similar to Soul Survivor, which we talked about earlier. Moving on, we have another recent perk, A Place for Us. This perk is cute and it does something interesting, but it is largely outclassed by other stealth perks. This is a perk that reduces your chances to be the obsession, and it works when you heal the obsession. One of the unfortunate facts of perks like this is that even if you have a reduced chance to be the obsession, the game can sometimes troll you and still make you the obsession. Or you can become the obsession due to killer perks that apply the obsession status to you without you really doing anything. So this is a perk that immediately gets a little bit less interesting if you spawn as the obsession and has that little bit of inconsistency to it. Being able to heal the obsession and giving them 30 seconds of elusive is huge. It can help in their next chase, it can help them move around the map undetected, and there's a bit of a weird interaction with this perk, where if you are the obsession and you heal someone else, I believe this perk activates on yourself. I think that's unintended, and I'm going to assume that they will patch it at some point. I believe that's how it works. It's some kind of weird effect that applies it to yourself when it really shouldn't be. But yeah, either way, this is a perk that helps other people stay under the radar. I think one of the nicest things that this perk can do is you unhook a survivor, it happens to be the obsession, you heal them, and now the killer has some auto perk like barbecue and chili, and they see everyone except that person that is a little bit delicate, and that is honestly quite nice. You can also make sure that or not make sure, but you can also try to have a teammate run certain obsession perks, so it is more likely that this perk will trigger. Overall, I find this perk to be a little bit too situational. It does things that we've seen other perks do way more consistently. For example, the obsession could be running a perk like Junjin's self-preservation, and that would just be better. That would just be, frankly, better. Left Behind is a perk from Bill, and it does one thing and one thing very, very well. It shows you the aura of the hatch up to 32 meters away when you are the last survivor left. Now, unlike Sole Survivor or Down to the Last, which activates when everybody else is dead, Left Behind doesn't just work when everybody else is dead. If everybody else has left through the exit gates, for example, that also works. So say, for instance, you open the gate, your team all makes it to the gates, but you take a hit and it's not safe for you to stay and you cannot take that gate. With this perk, you can tell them, leave, 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 go away. And then the hatch will be visible to you. 32 meters is a pretty nice distance. You can enhance it further with open-handed if you want, and you would find the hatch really, really quickly. Also, needless to say, you can wait for your whole team to die and then just find the hatch with this perk. And it does increase your chances to survive as the final person by quite a margin, in my opinion. It is really, really, really good at that. Unfortunately, it does nothing else. If you die before anybody else, it does nothing. If you wait until everybody has left and you don't need the hatch, it does nothing. If you are the first person to leave, it does nothing. If you are tunneled, it does nothing. Like, there's just so many situations where this perk will simply do nothing that it is a little bit hard to justify bringing it. But the one thing that it does do very well. Maybe slightly inferior to Clairvoyance. Clairvoyance requires you to do a totem and requires you to have no item, but it does have twice the range, and it also works for other things. So in that regard, if you don't mind doing a bit of legwork, Clairvoyance can be a bit better. And I think Soul Survivor is also a little bit safer for gates. It is a bit safer to open a gate if you think the hatch might be a bit far. But either way. Counterforce, a perk that it has a complicated placement on the tier list. I'm going to tell you already, there is no inherent reason for a survivor to do totems. There's nothing good that comes from doing totems. You get a lot of blood points, and in the 1 in a million chance that the killer has Noed, or the 1 in a 50 chance that the killer has Noed, I mean, if you cleanse all of them, I guess Noed cannot possibly appear, so that's good. The fact that this perk allows you to do totems faster is nice. The more totems that you do, the faster that you do the next ones. If the killer has a certain perk that allows them to bring back totems called Pentimento, you can get like crazy amount of stacks, right? And it also shows you the aura of the next furthest totem, which can get you on a bit of a goose chase around the map doing all the totems. So in general, do not use this perk just to cleanse totems. There's no inherent value. You can use it as part of 2 different strategies. Number 1, you have a perk like Inner Strength. You heal the totems, you destroy the totems way faster and then get to heal quicker. Maybe you have something like Clairvoyance and you also want to cleanse totems for that reason, right? So if you have it as a part of a build to cleanse totems and you have some value from cleansing totems, that can be all right. It can be okay. Not the strongest build in the world, but that's okay. And the other one is if you want to be the designated anti-ruin, anti-throw the hunt team player. This is not something that you're going to see every match, but there's a certain flavor of killer that you will encounter from time to time that relies heavily on hex perks. They run a perk like Hex Ruin, which makes the gens regress really rapidly when they're not being done, and more importantly, Thrill of the Hunt. Thrill of the Hunt makes all totems take like 30 seconds to cleanse, and anytime they get interrupted, it's a headache. You have to start over from the beginning. With Counterforce, if you cleanse a totem or 2 and then find more, your totems are going to be cleansed so quickly that you can pretty much single-handedly destroy that entire build almost by yourself. And for some teams, it might be worth one person bringing this to do that. As a general rule, as I said, this perk on its own holds very little value, but it can be quite clutch to break totems fast. If you want to have a perk that's just exclusively to break totems a little fast towards the end game, we also talked about Flow State a little while back. It's really not too bad. It's really, really not too bad. Eyes of Velmon. This is a perk that we have referenced earlier several times. On its own, this perk does not very much. Anytime a gen is completed, which is going to happen up to 5 times, ideally, you will see the aura of the killer for 3 seconds, which is very little. It gives you a little bit of information, which is nice. Sometimes the killer is already on top of you. Ooh, what's that going to do for you? Not a lot. Sometimes you're on the hook and the killer is camping you. What is that going to do for you? Not a lot. Sometimes that information is not very good. The real utility of Eyes of Belmont is the fact that it makes every other auto read that is based on a time last a little longer. Auto read that's based on a location, like Kindred, that doesn't work. Auto read that's based on a certain area, such as Wiretap, that does not get affected by Eyes of Belmont. But any auto reading that is based on time, like Alert or Poised, will get 2 seconds longer. 2 seconds longer is really nice. And it makes some of the short auto reads, like Rapid Response, which we saw earlier, way meatier, way thicker, way nicer. And that makes Eyes of Belmont pretty good. I think it can be a good idea to pair it together with Poise, pair it together with Alert, if you have a free perk slot and you don't mind it. The unfortunate fact is that if you run 4 aura perks, if you are like, oh, I'm going to maximize the effect of this perk by running it with 3 other aura perks, and then I'm going to have a key to also have an aura effect, then it's going to be, wow, so many seconds of aura. Congrats, now you play against a stealthy killer that does not have their auto reveal, and now they tunnel you, and you don't have any anti-tunnel, and now your teammate's getting tunnel, and you don't have anything to do gens or heal faster, and now you are the biggest loser in the whole team. Never make the mistake of running a build that does much of one thing and then get caught off guard. If you're going to do that, you need to be really well prepared and prepare for every eventuality, right? So do not lose your mind. It's okay to use this perk just with 1 or 2 other perks. You don't need to throw the whole house to try to get value out of it. That's a mistake that a lot of people make. It is a nice perk, however. It is a nice effect. Lucky Star is a beautiful perk. It has the prettiest art, in my opinion, out of every Survivor perk. It is really, really cute. And it does a lot of little things. It is a bit of a Swiss knife that makes lockers an interesting point of utility. It does 2 things. The first one, it gives you a sort of stealth when you are in lockers. Anytime you're in a locker, normally you would make a little bit of noise that a killer could hear if they walk by. Very little, but still a bit. This completely quiets you out. So if you have Quick and Quiet and you hop into a locker, or you have Lucky Break and you stealth around the killer and end up entering a locker, the killer will never be able to use sound to determine that you're there. They'll have to figure it out in other ways, but sound will never give you away. That is quite nice. Also, when you leave the locker, you will also continue to be quiet and leave no pools of blood for a decent amount of time, 30 seconds. That sounds a bit stupid, but that alone is actually quite good. You could go in out of lockers a little bit, and the fact that you're not going to have blood every now and then will confuse some killers that are desperately looking at the ground trying to follow a path towards you. On top of that, when you come out of a locker in any way, but fast, slow, doesn't matter, you will see the auras of all of your teammates for 30 seconds, and you will see the aura of the closest generator for 30 seconds. In my experience, the closest generator is often 5 feet away from you in the open, and it's easy to see. But every now and then, especially towards the end of the game, where half the gens are done, in some indoor maps, you don't know where the closest gen is, and finding it quickly is a heaven. It's a heaven sent. It's a gift. It's really, really nice. So this perk is honestly really, really cute on its own. And if you pair it with other perks that encourage you to use lockers, it can be a bit of information, a little bit of stealth, a little bit of objective info, and all of that is really nice. None of it makes you do gens way faster. None of it makes you tank 3 hits from the killer. None of it makes you invincible like other perks do. So this is not a perk that will carry you to victory and get you 600 escapes in a row, possibly. But it is really, really nice otherwise. Next up, we have Better Together. This is a perk from Nancy. It does 2 things. The first, it gives you information. Anytime the killer downs a survivor while you're on a gen, which is hopefully very often, you should be on gens often, you see all of your teammates for the next 30 seconds. The next 30 seconds is typically the critical time where one of you has to let go and go for the rescue. So this is very similar to Kindred. In fact, it's a bit worse than Kindred because it lasts only 30 seconds, but being able to see your teammates is awesome. It lets you know, okay, they're going for the rescue, I heal. Okay, they're going for the rescue, I do gens. Okay, they're being chased, I go for the rescue. So that info is awesome. Only works, however, if you are on a gen at the time the down happens. It also has a secondary effect that is a little weird. It reveals the aura of your gen anytime that you're working on it to every other survivor in yellow or whichever color they've assigned. This is good. It's actually good. Revealing a generator to the survivors is nice. And if they pay attention and they look at your perks in the tab menu, which will be available in the next patch, they will know which perk you have. But I have to admit that it's not as good as it sounds. There are many survivor perks and even a few killer perks that highlight a gen in yellow. So it's possible your teammates might see the yellow and not understand exactly what it is. They might think that it's a killer perk that they have to touch. There's one killer perk that highlights in yellow, Trail of Torment. So it is a little weird. Like, so many things make gens turn a different color that not everybody gets it. But hey, it's a little bit of info going both ways. Any perk that helps you a little and helps your teammates a little, I think it's worth nice and typically worth using. Unfortunately, the biggest crime that this perk did is belong to a paid character when you could just use the freely available Kindred, which is basically an upgrade to it. That's really the biggest deal, sadly. Next up, we have Fogwise. Fogwise plays out a bit similar to Alert. Every now and then, we'll show you the aura of the killer around the map, assuming, of course, that the killer is not undetectable. If you trigger this perk and you don't see the killer, much like Alert, then you know that the killer is being stealthy and watch out, maybe he's coming for you. Now, unlike Alert, this perk does not trigger passively when the killer does something. It triggers actively when you hit a great skill check. Now, hitting a great skill check can happen extremely frequently if you have a toolbox. If you have a toolbox, skill checks come super quickly, and if you're good at hitting them, and experienced players get pretty good at it, you can see the killer's aura pretty commonly and fairly frequently with this perk. However, if you don't have a toolbox, RNG, randomness in this game can be brutal. You can do an entire generator and get 0 skill checks. It's rare, but it can happen. You can also get 1 skill check, and then you accidentally don't hit the grade, and then this perk does nothing. For beginners, I am afraid that Alert is just way better. And for intermediate players, I think Poised, it doesn't work multiple times per gen, but it works once per gen consistently. I think Poised and Alert are overall better than Fogwise. Anytime you have a gen build that wants to do gens, you would almost rather just have something that lets you do the gen faster or points you towards the gen, like Déjà Vu. Fogwise is just a little awkward. Any build that could have it could just use something else that's better. But objectively, it is a good perk. It is a nice perk. Hit 3 or 4 great skill checks on a gen, and you will have very good value, especially against non-stealth killers. Hit 4, 5, 6 maybe across the entire match, and you will have a certain amount of certainty about where the killer is. That's not bad. That's really not bad. A little bit of clause by other info perks that have less requirements is the only sad part. Next up, we have Champion of Light from Alan Wake. This perk is nasty. It is a perk that is very abrasive, and it's very in your face. It's not the strongest survivor perk, but as a killer, it can feel really annoying. The first thing that this perk does is it allows you to walk faster when you're using a flashlight. When you use a flashlight, you move at the walking speed, but with this, you're gonna move way faster. You could use it with the perk Fixated that has a similar indirect effect, and you could stack together. But starting on the next patch, the stacking is going to be not so good. So you're probably better off just running Champion of Light if you have a flashlight. Now, here's the thing. Even though this movement speed only applies to flashlights and flashlights specifically, Champion of Light also has a secondary effect that applies anytime you blind the killer. And this blinding does not need to come from flashlights. It can come from a firecracker or a fast bang as well, and similar. Anytime you blind the killer, typically it's going to be after they drop a pallet, right? And they are locked in animation. You can blind them and they'll become 20% slower. That is so bad. A killer already losing their vision often has to wait a few seconds to orient themselves, and they're already naturally going to be a bit slower to catch up. So hitting them with a pretty significant 20% minus penalty for such a long 60 seconds, it feels really bad. that it feels really bad, especially for slower killers. In my opinion, I think that a lot of survivors misuse this perk. They go to a palette that's not very good. They blind me with this perk. The perk goes on cooldown because it does have a cooldown, but they've gone to a palette that is so bad that after I break it and I get blinded, they really don't make it really far. It's really not that incredible. One thing that they could do to make this perk a lot nicer is to vault a really strong window, and when the killer follows you, blind them during the vault. That can be a lot more debilitating. Also, one of the nice things about this perk, by the way, is that especially if you're blinding the killer for a teammate, you can be insanely annoying. Because you move so fast with this perk and you count as you're walking, you can keep your distance from the killer, blind them, or put the flashlight right in their face so that they are forced to kind of like look away, right? Be really, really annoying. Give your teammate a chance to like lose a bit of the killer's focus and still hold your distance to the killer. And another thing that you can do, since technically when you use a flashlight, you are not running but walking, you can somewhat use Champion of Light to recharge your exhaustion. Say, for example, that you have the perk Sprint Burst, normally 40-second cooldown, and you have Vigil, which now makes it only a 24-second cooldown. With Champion of Light, you can blind the killer as you run away from them, and during those 3, 4, 5 seconds that you're doing this, you're actually recovering your exhaustion. So now your exhaustion is back in less than 20 seconds. It can be really, 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 really nasty, and it's a cute little thing. Unfortunately, a lot of people misuse flashlights and don't use them very well, and even at their best use, they are still not as powerful as other perks that just straight up give you a proper second chance. Not to mention, every now and then, the killer sees 3 flashlights in the lobby, they're going to put on Lightborn, and then we're going to cry because we're not going to be able to use this perk at all if they are completely immune to flashlights, right? So do be mindful of that. Last Stand is one of the scariest perks in the game. It has a crazy, crazy, crazy potential. It allows you to do something that I think most people would agree is like one of the strongest effects in the game. But it's just really, really awkward. And I have to say, if this perk has a lot of potential, I think it goes mostly unrealized. Most survivors do not know how to use it and do not have the teamwork and the skill to pull it off. It is a perk that charges by being in the killer's terror radius. You do not get it while you're being chased, so you kind of have to be close to the killer for about 1.5 minutes, and the perk will activate. This essentially means that you cannot use it in the first chase or the second chase or probably the third chase. You have to use it at some point in the mid to late game. And this is a one perk use. You use it once, it goes away. So what does Last Stand do after you finally activate it? It changes your animation when you vault a pallet and when you vault a window. Instead of vaulting it normally, your character is going to do a bit of a kick as if they are kicking forward. When they perform this vault, for the entire animation of coming out of the pallet or coming out of the window, they will have a hitbox that will be very, very similar to head-on. Much like head-on, you can stun the killer out of grabbing someone. Now, how can this be used in the most insane way that you can imagine? Very simple. Your teammate goes down next to the main building. The killer looks around, they don't see a flashlight, they don't see anyone, the survivor is not under a pallet, they don't have any perks available, so they think, okay, easy kill for me. They pick up the survivor, but you are on the second floor of main building. As you see them pick up, you run to the window, vault it, and as you fall from the second floor, you drop kick the killer in the face and you save your partner. That is insanely, insanely, insanely good. And I'm telling you, people that get really good at this can do crazy stuff with this. However, let's get back to reality. Your solo teammates, they will never understand that you have this perk. Even if you do this with friends and you're coordinated, there are quite a few killers that grab your teammates from the ground, that pull them out with their chains. There are so many killers that have stupid little quirks that allow them to bypass this. Not to mention stealth killers that delay the time that you are inside their terror radius, so you don't get this perk until really, really late into the game. And even if you have the coordination to pull this off, I guarantee you one of the other co-op / aggressive perks that we discussed way earlier are probably going to be better. At the end of the day, this is a one-time perk that is just not that good. One of the nicest things that the perk can do is actually help yourself in chase. If you if the killer is doing a little bit of like a loop around you, and you vault, and then you vault back, and they run into you, you can actually stun them. Now, unfortunately, the stun happens at the end of the animation. So if you vault into the killer and they hit you, you will just go down, or you will just take the hit. You cannot use aggressively. But if you use it in a certain way and the killer gets a bit unlucky or gets a bit caught off guard, you could stun the killer with it. Not the easiest thing to do in the world, but it's something you can do. It's a fun perk to practice and a really fun perk to use with friends, but one that simply has too many conditions and is outclassed by other simpler, stronger perks. You know, you could just have a perk to pick up your friend from the ground in like 2 seconds, and you don't need to go through so many hoops and loops. It's really as simple as that. Scene Partner is unfortunately Nicholas's weakest perk, and it is by far the most annoying. A lot of people run this perk with certain loud characters because it makes them scream, and they go and they go screaming like constantly, and it is really, really annoying. Basically, the way this perk works is that anytime you look at the killer's direction, you're going to scream and have a chance to keep screaming and keep screaming, keep screaming. Depending on luck, that scream can be once, twice, thrice, and it can get pretty crazy and last a long time. And during this during this whole procedure, you will be seeing the aura of the killer. Against some characters, this is insane. For example, if you catch a glimpse of a nurse and then you immediately run behind an obstacle, this can be insanely good, because it will remove the line of sight and she won't be able to see you, but you will know where she is and you'll be able to move and do the move that is most likely to throw her off, right? Being able to show, keep in mind, you don't show your aura to the killer, which means that this does not pair well with We See You from 11, but you do scream, so they can maybe hear you and pinpoint your location. And then it goes on cooldown. Now, this perk let's talk about the main two upsides. The main upside, it annoys the killer. It sometimes makes them chase you when you are the best player in the lobby, and they can get really crazy about chasing you and they get distracted by someone else. That can be okay. And it also gives you information about their exact aura, which can be used to mind game them and play around some tiles that would otherwise be difficult. That's awesome. However, screaming is a bad thing. Screaming is bad. If you're healing a teammate and you accidentally look at the killer and you scream, you will interrupt the heal. You will interrupt the gen. Sometimes interrupting the gen can make the gen get blocked by certain perks. I've seen survivors go to a gate. The gate is nearly open and they're trying to open it, but they go, and then they keep screaming and they cannot open the gate and they die. It is comical, it is stupid, it is a silly perk, it's fun, but it will get you killed, so use it responsibly. Next up, Buckle Up. If you played the map, the game some years ago, you will remember this perk for being infamously paired before the people. It allowed you to pick someone up and protect both of you. This perk has been reworked. It is nowhere near as good. It is in fact quite slept on now. Nobody really uses it, and it is a little interesting. So anytime you pick up a survivor from the ground, which does not happen very frequently in normal matches, you give them a massive, and I mean massive, 5-second sprint burst like haste speed. That is insane. If a killer catches them with this speed boost, honestly, they must be hopeless. You would, like, if they ride a straight line, they will last minutes in chase. It's really good. It goes really well with other people. If you want to protect a particularly vulnerable friend of yours, you can go do that when they're on the ground and bam, they speed off into the sunset. It's really nice. It also goes really well with We're Gonna Live Forever, and especially shines if you have some kind of perk that and some kind of communication with your team to engineer and bait the killer into situations that will result in someone being slugged. If you play the game normally, killers typically hook, then go to gen, kick gen, hook, go to gen, kick gen. But sometimes you can create the situations. You can engineer with your teams the situations where you go down on a pallet and then your teammate shows up. The killer is, I don't want to pick up. They might get the rescue. Okay, I'm going to go for this guy. And now someone else shows up and now you pick someone from the ground. So if you create these little silly situations, Buckle Up is amazing. The main reason why Buckle Up is really not that hot is that instead of running Buckle Up, you could simply run We're Gonna Live Forever. With We're Gonna Live Forever, you will pick up people from the ground very, very fast, and you give them endurance. That means that if the killer doesn't hit them, they are fine for 10 seconds, which is plenty to hopefully find safety. And if the killer hits them, they also get a speed boost. Not as much as this one, but a speed boost nonetheless. One of the saddest things that could happen to Buckle Up is if you pick up a survivor and then they have a massive speed boost, but they get sniped by hunters. So Buckle Up is just an inferior, almost purely inferior version of We're Gonna Live Forever. Now, there is a little bit of an exception. Buckle Up, for some insane reason, actually applies if you pick yourself up from the ground. If you pick yourself up from the ground with certain perks, not with conviction, but with certain other perks, I think Plot Twist works. I think Buckle Up is somewhat confused, and the game thinks that you picked somebody else from the ground. You picked yourself, but the game thinks you picked somebody else, and it actually gives yourself the haste speed, which is, I guess, a little funny, I suppose. Not extremely usable, not extremely important, and probably a bug that maybe will be fixed by the time you try it out. But something worth pointing out, it is a nice perk. There's just not that many situations where a killer slugs, and if they do, you got better perks that solve the problem for you. Blood Pact. Blood Pact, similar to A Place for Us, is one of those perks that only works if you are not the obsession. If it does have a condition that makes you less likely to be the obsession, which normally does the trick, and somebody else will be the obsession, but the way the obsession system works is really stupid, and you still have a chance to be the obsession. So you could have this perk and hope that it works, and then it does nothing, and it's the most depressing thing ever. So already this perk has a chance to not work. Even if you get lucky and someone is the obsession that's not you, maybe the killer will have a perk to turn you into the obsession, like Nemesis, for example. So yeah, overall, a bit of a weird perk already based on that. However, what happens if you are not the obsession? If you're not the obsession, you and the obsession have a link to each other. If they are injured, you see each other. And if you are injured, or both, you see each other. So it's basically like a mini aftercare, mini bond, mini empathy going both ways. And this is honestly really, really nice. You could pair it with a... I don't think it's useful. It's actually very similar to a certain add-on called the Wedding Ring that keys have that also shows you the audio of the obsession. But the nice thing is that it goes both ways. This is nice. This is really nice. And the best part is that if you heal the obsession from injured to full or from dying to injured, you both get a bit of a haste that sticks together and makes you both run faster as long as you are holding hands and staying relatively close to one another. So... for example, if your teammate goes down, you could pick them up, and then you would be able to run away from the killer. And with the 7% haste, it would last a little while. It would last a little while until you're forced to split up. So that would be pretty nice. This would make this perk amazing with For the People, because For the People allows you to pick someone up immediately. But sadly, For the People makes you the obsession. So again, it does not work well. Overall, it's honestly an okay info perk and a relatively situational haste perk that, remember, starting from the next patch, is not going to stack very strongly with other haste perks. So yeah, it's not that crazy good. It's really meh. I wish I could say something a little nicer. Anything that helps a teammate out, by the way, can be huge. Sometimes, this is something that maybe I need to stress a bit more. Your teammates are often really, really lost. Your teammates often run perks for themselves, and nobody else but themselves. And if you give them a little bit of information about what you're doing, you can turn a clueless teammate into a really competent team that will be there to take a hit for you, that will be there to protect you or open the gate for you and do other nice things. So that alone makes this perk worth running sometimes. Bardic Inspiration. Did we get this right? 1 second. Okay, excuse me, I was fixing up the cursor. So, Bardic Inspiration. This perk is gambling. It is a drug. It is something that you do and you probably really shouldn't. And if it works out, you're gonna feel really good. And if it doesn't, it's gonna be a waste of everybody's time. I'm going to explain this perk in different stages, okay? Let's start with the perfect situation. You all spawn in the map. The killer has corrupt intervention, which means all the gens are blocked. The killer is really lost looking for people, but they don't find anybody. And in this time, you get all of your teammates to come close to you. You activate Bardic Inspiration. You start playing your little lute guitar thingy. And then you roll a 20. Amazing. Amazing. From now on, every skill check that anybody hits for the next little while will give them massive gen progress, and that's awesome, right? And if they all spread into different gens, let's say they have toolboxes as well, and that means they get more and more skill checks, right? They're gonna get 3%, and before you know it, 5 gens are popping at the speed of light, and that is awesome, and you will be the hero of your friend group, and they will love you forever. Now, let's get back to reality. What's more likely to happen is that you're going to use Bardic Inspiration for maybe yourself and maybe a teammate or two if you're lucky, and you're probably going to roll somewhere from 2 to 19. And that's going to give you a 1 to 2% extra gen progress anytime you hit a great, anytime you hit any skill check, not any grade, not just a grade, it's any skill check at all. I need to make that clear. That is honestly pretty good. That's pretty good. If at that point you spread into different areas, and then you do maybe 1 gen or 2 gens separately, that can actually be worth the time that you spend doing the little preparation. And that's not the worst thing ever. Would it be better to just have Déjà Vu and just find a gen and just do it faster and skip the whole dancey musical thing? Yes, it would be better. But let's not talk about that. Let's just keep talking about this perk. Now, let's talk into an even more bleak scenario. You start playing the perk, but your teammates are all clueless and they run away. You only get it for yourself. You don't have a toolbox because you are poor. You find a gen and it is blocked. Okay. You find another gen and finally you can do it. The killer interrupts you and then you start crying to yourself. The killer leaves you and then you get back on the gen. You sit on the gen for 30 seconds, not a single skill check happens. Not a single skill check happens. This perk is about to end and it has done nothing for you. You play it again and this time you roll a 1. And then you scream and make no noise to the killer. Yeah, this perk can be really bad. Not to mention many times you can be doing the dance and if the killer interrupts you, you don't get the effect. It's, as I said, because it gives extra skill check to possibly 4 survivors at once, if a team is really insane and maybe they pair it with the other song that also gives extra skill checks, we'll get to that in a minute, this can be potentially kind of insane and give you like some crazy skill checks per second. But all of that is very wishy-washy. It's very conditional. It's very situational. And if you want to be honest, if you want me to be honest, you can right now run really strong gen progress perks like Fast Track before it gets nerfed, Déjà Vu, Prove Thyself, Build to Last with the Toolbox, Stake Out Hyperfocus, and almost all of these perks will, on average, be more consistent and easier to use than Bardic Inspiration. Now, one thing that this perk does that is really not explained anywhere is it increases your chances to gain the killer's affection by 100%. If you are the last survivor and the killer catches you opening a gate and you use the perk Bardic Inspiration to play a little tune in front of them, they are a little bit more likely to feel sorry for you and let you go. It is a pity escape, but it is an escape. So some people do take advantage of that. It is quite dirty, but they do that. 1 second, we have messed this up. Here we go. Mettle of Man, one of the strangest perks in this game. It requires one of the hardest sets of conditions to activate, but the payoff is honestly out of this world. So we've explained previously for a different perk, Duty of Care, what a protection hit is. A protection hit is any time a survivor in any state, as long as they are not on the ground, anytime a survivor takes a hit with another injured survivor nearby, that counts as a protection hit. For example, if the killer is carrying a survivor, that counts as an injured survivor. So if you take a hit while the killer is carrying, that is 100% a protection hit. If the killer hits you with a basic attack, that's going to be a protection hit too. But be careful, if the killer hits you and the injured survivor is a bit too far, that doesn't count. And if the killer hits you with multi-hit attacks that can hit multiple survivors, like for example, Dracula's Hellfire Pillars, that does not count as a protection hit because the game thinks that that hit can go through you, so it doesn't count it. So it can be a little bit tricky to get a protection hit. The only way to guarantee a protection hit is to really get yourself between a survivor and the killer, hope that they do a normal attack, or do it when the killer is carrying. When the killer is carrying, they can only do basic attacks pretty much. And if they hit you while you're sabotaging, which you can kind of force, that will guarantee be a protection hit. So they're a little bit hard to get. A little bit easier if you are sabotaging. But if you get three whole protection hits, Mettle of Man activates. And when it activates, it now makes you invincible. As long as you are injured, you cannot be healthy. As long as you are injured, the next hit that would put you down on the ground will instead ignore itself. It will do nothing. It's not like Endurance. It's not like it actually gives you deep wound. It literally doesn't even give you deep wound. One of the easiest ways to know that you've been struck by Mettle of Man is to hit a survivor, and if they glow white and you don't see a deep wound status effect next to their health, that means they literally just ignored it. That means it was literally just that, right? As a teammate, if you notice that, that's how you know they have this. The perk does have a really weird after effect, where if after proccing the perk, you fully heal, the killer will see you from afar. This should theoretically have some implications and some weird little interactions with other perks, but in my experience, it is almost impossible for this to trigger. By the time this would trigger, it's out of the endgame, everybody's getting out, so don't think about that too hard. It's not super worth it. So what this perk can do is, in a team where everyone is taking hits for each other, or one person is really ready to take hits, they are very capable of healing, they are very capable of being patched up by their teammates quickly, they're very well coordinated. Mettle of Man can be an end game or late game surprise. Say for example, right? The killer sees you approach the hook, they obviously want to get as many downs as possible, maybe they want to defend the hook in the end game. They see that you're injured, and they see you unhook, so it's a no-brainer, they hit you. But then you don't go down, and instead you start running to the gate. And while the killer is recovering from the hit, your other teammate shows up out of nowhere and gets the unhook. And out of nowhere, this poor killer who thought had the upper hand has thrown everything away. And yeah, that can be pretty powerful. Unfortunately, when you equip Mettle of Man, you are approximately 300% more likely to play against Trickster, against Cannibal, and against Nurse, aka killers that are really hard to take a protection hit against, or sometimes are almost impossible. So that is an unfortunate fact of life, but if luck is on your side, this perk, despite the crazy requirements, can have some really good returns. Moving on, we have the perk, one second, Dark Sense. This perk is very comparable to other perks that occasionally reveal the killer, such as Poised, such as Alert, similar to Kindred and Wiretap, and generally speaking, it is inferior to all of them. You do not get to use it many times per match, you do not get to control exactly when it triggers every time a generator is done. If you are close to the killer, you will see the killer immediately. If you are far from the killer, you will see it when the killer gets close to you. This is really nice. Even in an indoor map where maybe you hear the turret radius, but you're really not sure where the killer is coming from exactly, this can save you. If you're trying to stealth, if you have some perk to make you quiet or suppress you, this can work really well in tandem to make sure that not only do you leave no scratch marks, no blood, no whatever, you also make sure that the killer does never get a really nice line of sight to see you directly. So you are basically helping complete the stealth play. The one thing that really helps this perk that makes it so nice is that unlike all of those other perks I mentioned, or unlike most of them, this perk is completely free and available to all survivors. It is super easy to slot into a new survivor build if you're a bit newer to the game. And it's really helpful for beginners. It's honestly quite a nice perk. Now, I do need to warn you about a certain small interaction. There is a killer perk. I'm so sorry. Someone's messaging me on Steam. I'm gonna have to say, no, I'm sorry, it's 2 a.m. I cannot play games. There's a certain killer interaction. You guys didn't hear it because that's muted, but I just heard the Steam notification for the record. So there's a certain interaction that this perk can obfuscate. There is a killer perk named Rancor, where if you are the obsession, every time a gen is completed, you will see the aura of the killer. And if you have Dark Sense, you could confuse it with that. Rancor is a very dangerous perk that in the end game allows the killer to instantly down you and instantly moro you. If you have this perk and you notice that you are the obsession, pay attention to whether or not this perk is going off when you see the killer to make sure that you do not get confused and you do not get blindsided by a surprise Rancor at the end of the game. Other than that very minor possibility, this perk has really no downsides and is overall a really decent beginner perk. Next up, we have Parental Guidance. It is a very unassuming perk, quite an uncommon perk, but it has a space in a lot of builds. If you are a survivor that loves to interact with the killer, you love to hit them with head-on, you love to blind them, you love going for pallet stuns, maybe you want to stun them with the perk that we discussed earlier. Anytime you stun the killer in any way whatsoever, rescuing someone with a pallet, anything like that, you will trigger this perk and you will become stealthy basically in terms of not leaving marks of blood and being grunts of pain and no scratch marks. You're basically completely stealthy. It's almost as good as elusive basically. I guess technically your aura is still visible if some perk reveals you, but basically this perk allows you to make a clean getaway after stunning the killer. There are many perks that go well with this. And I'm gonna start naming a few, okay? The easiest way that this perk can be good, you stun a killer with a pallet, the killer makes the mistake of breaking the pallet immediately, and then after they look up from the pallet, they go, oh my god, you lost them. Similar thing with head-on. The killer walks in front of a locker, you hit them with head-on, you start running away, maybe you even throw a flashbang or a firecracker for added insult, and then when the killer looks away, no idea where you've gone. Decisive Strike also works extremely well with this perk. If you hit the killer with Decisive Strike, that also counts as a stun, and the killer will not be able to, unless you run right in front of them, they will not be able to track exactly where you went, which can buy you even more time. Can be really good. Anything else you can think of that stuns the killer will also work with this. This perk on its own almost never carries and almost never single-handedly wins you the game, but every now and then it's going to extend your chases, and isn't that what we all want from our lovely little perks? Next up, Moment of Glory. I personally love this perk. I love it. I think it's really cool. It has the unfortunate aspect of being a healing perk. And as we have discussed many times, healing perks are so strong at the top of the tier list. Things like Resurgence, things like Adrenaline, things like Botany are so unbelievably available and so unbelievably fast that the effects of this perk are sadly, by comparison, kind of mediocre. Now, one really nice redeeming quality of this perk is that it works passively. So if you would know a little bit what you're doing, it can heal you in the middle of a chase while the killer is sweating trying to get you. So the way this perk works is it requires you to search or do the searching action on a chest twice. This is normally very limiting, right? Most maps, there are a few exceptions, but most maps only spawn 3 chests. One of them is in the basement, which, let's be honest, it's a bit dangerous. And the other 2 are sometimes really randomly scattered on the map. It's really not easy to find them unless you also want to run some kind of item or perk to find them, which at that point, you're already wasting 2 perks, which you could just maybe bring a medkit to heal yourself, right? So, yeah, it does require you to find quite a few chests and open 2 of them. And sometimes these chests can have items that are good, or sometimes they can have items that are garbage. And that really sucks if you get items that are garbage. If this perk worked on its own like this, it really would be really, really bad, and I would recommend that you never ever run it. The nice thing about this perk, however, is that you can kind of prepare it. And you can use it alongside another perk called Appraisal, that we're going to talk about in a minute, to basically get 2 searches out of every chest, and also do that really, really quick. There are many perks, but the main one being Appraisal, that allows you to search a chest a second time. It's called rummaging, to get a special item or to get a normal random item. And the nice thing is that Moment of Glory also counts that as a search. So the really, really nice thing is that you can go to a chest, any chest, like the basement, open it, and then take the item out, okay? And then rummage it. And now you can do 2 things, okay? You can either leave the rummaging at 99% and come back at a later time when it's really safe, and then start healing passively over the course of 60 seconds, very similar to Clean Break from Tarikane. Or if you are very, very, very brave, you can activate the perk already. If you activate the perk already, the next time you become injured, the perk will kick in. And now you have 60 seconds to lasting chase. And if you last that long, you will get healed mid-chase. This is really difficult, and it's asking you a tough question. Are you confident that you can last 60 seconds in chase? The answer is sometimes it can be very hard. Sometimes you can instantly go down to a chainsaw. Sometimes a killer can have a perk to block all the pallets. What are you going to do then? So it's not unreasonable to think that your average chase is going to be less than 60 seconds. But if you can somehow manage it, congrats. By the end of those 60 seconds, you will be fully healed again, and the killer is going to have to hit you a second time before you are injured one more time. So that's awesome. That's awesome. That's great. If you love to gamble and you like to trust on your own ability, this perk can be awesome. Otherwise, as I said, you can always search a chest, then search it again, leave it at 99, and come back later and heal yourself over time. Now, let's once again talk about the fact that instead of doing all of that, you could simply have the 1 perk Resurgence to immediately get unhooked and heal in like 3 seconds. So yeah, why would you ever want Moment of Glory when a perk like that exists? It is a little silly. This perk is massively, massively power crept by all of the other perks that we've mentioned. But I think it's really cute. It goes well with Appraisal, and it goes well with a few other similar perks that allow you to search chests. And if you like to do side objectives, which is really noble and really fun, I think you should try it out at least once. It is generally fun. It's actually one of my favorite perks. Okay, we have Appraisal. I'm going to tell you already that Appraisal is an almost useless perk on its own. An almost useless perk on its own. The perk has 4 tokens, and each token allows you to search a chest twice. Normally, a chest can only be searched once for a chance to get an item. The items in a chest can be anywhere from a medkit, which allows you to heal, that's good, or a fog vial, which, okay, it's not that great, or maybe a broken a key that really doesn't do a lot. Okay, that's maybe not so good, right? So you can get some really big dots or get some really nice things, but it is an absolute gamble that you never ever need to take. You can always bring a good item from the lobby, from your loadout, from home, right? Or you can bring a strong perk that fills the role of an item without actually having to do anything. So yeah, this perk on its own, awful. It allows you to do 4 searches, but many maps don't even have 4 chests. You might actually want to use a chest offering to spawn extra chests so that you can actually find some of them. But now, why is this perk actually kind of nice? It goes really, really well with any other perk that has something to do with chests. If you run it with, for example, Pharmacy from Quentin, your first chest will be super, super fast and will get you a medkit, and your second search will be also very fast because Appraisal speeds it up, and it could be a good toolbox, and that's awesome. And if you have the perk from Ace in the Hole, you get 2 add-ons for each of them, which is potentially pretty good. And if you have the perk Streetwise, which we'll talk about in a minute, you also get massively boosted duration of those items, which can be great. It can be really good. If you get a toolbox that has like extra 80% charges, that can be really, really good and actually worth the time. And there's also a perk from Lara called Specialist that we'll talk about in a little while that actually gives you really, really nice gem progress every time you do a little search or an appraisal style of rummaging. So when you have a build like this, you can actually make it pop off a little bit and it can be quite nice. However, these builds are super situational. They can fall off super hard in many situations. And sometimes you just don't find the chests, or the chests are in awkward spaces. And it is, as much as I love this type of build, it is a little bit of a gamble. And you need to be aware of that. But this is certainly a perk that actually takes on a new color when you bring it along Moment of Glory, and especially some of these other perks that I mentioned as well. Exaltation, a really, really interesting perk that unfortunately gets outclassed by two of its siblings. This is a perk that allows you to replenish item charges. There are not many perks that do this, but the other two that do are just better. If you want to use a medkit and then get another medkit back, guess what? You have built to last. Same with flashlights, same with toolboxes. It just gets you a whole other flashlight or a whole other toolbox by just going into a locker for 8 seconds. Build to last is basically a much, much, much better version of this perk if that's what you're looking for. Even the perk from Dustin, Change of Plan, can also allow you to switch from a toolbox into a medkit much more easily than this if you want to get value out of your items, right? So yeah, Exaltation is a little weird. Anytime you stun the killer with a pallet, specifically, not any other type of stun, unfortunately, if your item in your hand is not already full, it's going to fill it up. And if it's not the maximum rarity, it's going to upgrade it. Now, there's something a little weird about upgrading items. Sometimes an upgraded item is not necessarily better. Medkits always get better, but toolboxes, for example, you can go from a Commodious to an Alex's toolbox, which is better for Sabo, but not better for gens. It is a little weird. Something a little bit special happens, however, if you run an event item. If you run an event item, for some reason, the game gets a bit confused. And if I remember correctly, it transforms it into a blue item and then into a purple, and that can be really, really good. So that can make this item a little bit, this item effect actually kind of nice. Now, it does have a cooldown so that you cannot do it like 5 times in a row. And obviously, each item can only be upgraded a certain amount of times, right? The nice thing about this perk is that it does not necessarily have an upper limit. You could stun the killer 5 times and proc it 5 times. Good luck if that ever works. The nicest thing is that it does work during the course of a normal chase. Stunning a killer and going out of your way to stun a killer can sometimes backfire, but if you manage to do it, you can burst a toolbox on a gen, get the toolbox back pretty much at full strength, then use it again, then do the same thing, and you are generally destroying this poor killer. You are destroying them. And also, you can have a medkit, stun the killer, get a really, really good medkit back, and heal really quickly again. Like, this is nasty, 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 nasty. And it is a nice effect. Unfortunately, it does require you to stun the killer. If it's a nurse, congrats, you're never going to stun her. If it's a nemesis or a huntress or a slinger, all of these killers often hesitate at pallets and they almost never get stunned, so congrats, now you're gonna throw the game trying to stun the killer. It really is the fact that stunning the killer is so tricky and so difficult to do when you really want to that makes this perk a little bit silly at times, but it does have its potential. It can let you cycle through several items and never really run out of them, which is kind of fun. Overall though, probably on a much lower tier than something like Build to Last, unfortunately. Next up, we continue with the trend of items. You might have noticed that the main idea with items is that if you bring good ones from home, they are very good. But if you look for them in chests, they are sometimes very disappointing. Streetwise, unfortunately, is another perk that only really, it doesn't only do that, but it mostly has its effect from opening chests that you find around the map. The chests around the map are limited. You don't find them easily unless you also use offerings or other perks to find them easily. And yeah, it is a little awkward. You could have a match where you get some cool items, but the time you waste picking them up is completely offsetting any value that they give you. So yeah, chests in general are a little bit weak, and being able to grab an item from a chest that has extra charges is not the most incredible thing in the world. It can give you a toolbox that is really juicy. It can give you a medkit that will last you a generation. And I believe it also gives extra charges to fog vials as well, which means that you can pull out their gas and fog up the map many times. That's nice. That's really nice. And it does have some synergies with other perks that also encourage you to open chests, like Gaze in the Hole, that we'll get to. But the really, 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 really nice effect of Streetwise is its secondary effect. Anytime any item is depleted, aka you run out of it, you will see the killer's aura for 8 seconds. And this means that you can do this anytime you want. Some of the items are really easy to deplete. You could, for example, have a toolbox that's at 99% depletion, go on a hook and try to sabo it, and bam, now you see the killer for 8 seconds. So you can use this in some creative ways to basically see the killer at a time of your choosing. You have a flashlight and it's nearly out. You could blind the killer for half a second and then see their aura for a little while if you run out. That's nice. That's really nice. And it works particularly well with items that are really easy to throw away, like firecrackers and flashbangs. Anytime you throw a firecracker or a flashbang, that counts as the item being gone, so you will see the killer for 8 seconds. You could run to a wall where you don't see the killer on the other side and throw the firecracker just to mess with them and just to see their aura and react appropriately. That actually is really, really fun and has a bit of merit and can let you outplay killers at times when they really do not know what the heck is happening. It could backfire in some ways, and as I said, everything that has to do with chess is a little bit luck-based and a little bit of gambling, but out of all the gamblings that we've seen, this is one of the more fun ones for sure. Tenacity. Tenacity gives you the ability to do 2 things at once. Normally, when the killer downs you and leaves you on the ground for, say, an extended period of time, you have 2 things that you can do. You can stand still, and then the game will automatically recover your health so that it's easier for you to be picked up by a teammate or by yourself. Or you can start moving away. It's not always obvious which one is the correct choice. I'll try to give you some ideas, but you really need to think and look at the situation. For example, if you go down next to a pallet, it's almost always a good idea to start crawling to the pallet to maybe let a teammate save you or at least strike a little bit of fear into the killer's heart. If you go down in the middle of nowhere and the killer is very obviously going somewhere else, you might want to start recovering so that a teammate can pick you up as soon as possible. If you think that the killer is getting distracted and you see the opportunity to maybe start crawling away so that when the killer gets back, they don't find you, then crawling away and not recovering might be the actual play. The thing about tenacity is that you don't ever have to ask yourself that question. With tenacity, you can crawl away and recover at the same time. Now, yeah, it also blocks your aura and makes you almost impossible to hear. If the killer has lost you, they will have a really hard time tracking you, especially if you're in grass. Now, the thing to remember here is that if a killer picks you up, immediately, this perk does nothing. It really doesn't do a lot. But the nice thing about this perk is that if a killer gets distracted, maybe a teammate that knows that you have this perk comes in and they clicky, they flash him, they do something a little stupid. If a teammate can take the killer away for just 5 or 6 seconds, when they come back, they're going to realize that you are gone. And they're going to start searching around, and they're going to look around the corner, and they're going to check in the grass, and you're going to be nowhere near. You will have crawled so far away. Yeah. If you have Unbreakable, if you have any other perk to pick yourself up, if you're crawling towards a boon exponential, you'll be able to get there faster and you'll be able to pick yourself faster, and that's nice. Now, why is Tenacity so far away from the other perks? The other perks are just good on their own. They just don't need Tenacity. If you have Unbreakable, it's good on its own. If you have Conviction, it's good on its own. If you have Exponential, it's good on its own for the whole team, pretty much. Tenacity allows you to do everything a little nicer, but it does not allow you to do anything that you couldn't do normally with these perks. So even though you can run it, you're almost always better off just running 1 or 2 of those perks and not tacking Tenacity on top of it. You certainly can. The nicest thing that Tenacity can do, as I said, is a teammate of yours gets the killer distracted, or the killer gets distracted by seeing a gen and going to kick it. Then you crawl away, the killer loses you, and now you go halfway across the map and get picked up safely in a place the killer has no idea that you're in. That can be really, 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 really nice. But for the most part, Tenacity is a perk that on its own just simply doesn't do enough, and it does absolutely need some kind of support or other perks, and it's pulling its weight in a very limited way. For that reason, it is a little stronger. But every now and then, I still eat it, and I still regret not picking a Survivor a little bit sooner. Corrective Action is one of those perks that can apply themselves to everyone in the team passively, and it's honestly amazing to have one person with it, and you don't need multiple people. Even one person with it is enough. It is a perk that essentially helps other people miss skill checks without the downside that normally comes from missing a skill check. If they miss a skill check by accidentally letting go, by getting interrupted, maybe because they were a little bit drunk or something, whatever reason, right? If they miss a skill check, instead of the gen exploding and making a big explosion and losing 10%, which is 9 seconds of progress, if I remember correctly, right? Instead of losing that much percentage, the gen loses nothing and you get away with it. Now, there are two situations where this perk can shine and actually be so good. In a normal match, you put this on every now and then, your teammates will miss a skill check accidentally, and this will save a bit of progress. Also, your teammates, if they know that you have this perk, they can miss a skill check on purpose to reveal themselves to you, if they know that you have this. So that can be nice. They get a little information, letting them know, a little info icon, letting them know that you have this perk. So it's not like they have to guess. They actually get in the info. So that's nice. But the situations where this perk shine are two. Number one, you are playing with a new friend that is new to the game, and they struggle very badly with skill checks. Maybe they play on console, maybe they play on 30 FPS, maybe they have a mouse or a keyboard with or a monitor with like 25 millisecond delay, you know, like some horrendous difficult setup that makes them have a really hard time hitting skill checks. That's completely understandable. A lot of newer players especially struggle with skill checks. If you put them on, you will be their little godfather. You will be taking care of them without actually being there across the map. This perk will allow you to protect them from missing skill checks, which can be nice. The other situation is if you ever go against a killer that has a skill check build. I do think these killers are extremely rare. I don't think I've seen one kill like this in ages, but every now and then you go against the odd doctor, against the odd Wesker, people that try to use their terror radios to make some difficult skill checks, and this perk can single-handedly save you against some nasty perks that would make some skill checks a little difficult. That's it. That's really all it does. It's a perk that applies itself to the whole team and gives you a little bit of info on your teammates if they miss skill checks, and that alone is kind of okay sometimes. Really just not super hot otherwise. Next up, we have Still Side. Of all the perks that get outperformed by a stronger perk, Still Side, I think, is the one that gets the most outclassed by another perk. Still Side allows you to stand still for 2 seconds, don't do anything for 2 seconds, and then over the course of the next few moments, you will have a radius around you that covers 24 meters. It's not very big, although you can make it larger with Open-Handed, the perk from Ace. And then you will see the killer. You will see chests, which, what do you care about chests? And generators. Generators is actually really nice in indoor maps. In indoor maps, especially with Open-Handed, you can go in the middle, stand still for 2 seconds, you see all the gens. The really nice thing about this perk is that while you're being healed, this perk activates. And because you're technically not doing anything. So during the few seconds that a teammate is healing you, you will see gens around you, and if the killer is coming, you will at least begin to see the place that they approach from so that you're not caught entirely off guard. So that is awesome. If you get healed 3 times per match, that's 3 times that you get this. And if you try to stop here and there, the perk doesn't really have a cooldown or a requirement. It's a nice perk. The main issue with this perk is it doesn't show you totems, it doesn't show you hatch, it doesn't show you anything else really. And there is another perk that works way nicer and is way stronger and has a much bigger range, and it works even if you move around while crouched, and it is the Extrasensory Perception perk from 11. We saw that perk at the top or near the top of the 3-star list, and yeah, that perk just completely destroys Still Sight. It does not work when heal. Still Sight is a bit better in that, but it's just way better at everything else. So there's very few reasons to run this perk. Unfortunately, you could run this perk, pair it with open-handed, and then you might go against a killer that's stealthy, and then you don't even see the killer. So you have 2 perks that don't really do a lot. Yeah, you might as well just run other simpler information perks. As far as I'm concerned, this perk is almost not worth ringing with the other ones in mind. Here we have Object of Obsession. If you don't have the Halloween DLC, this perk will maybe be called Bound by Obsession in your version of the game, but don't worry, it's the exact same perk, just a different name. Now, this perk is kind of weird. It increases your chances to be the Obsession, and it works mostly if you are the Obsession. However, increasing your chances does not guarantee that you will be the Obsession. If you are not the Obsession, this perk immediately falls off in utility. And there is still, unfortunately, a pretty good chance that you will not be the Obsession even with this perk. With how common Decisive Strike is, many players will run Decisive Strike and will make themselves the Obsession instead of you. And it is, yeah, the whole Obsession mechanic is really stupid. So, if what does this perk do in the first place, okay? If you are not the Obsession, what this perk does is it's like a reverse Uno card. Anytime the killer sees your aura, you will now also see theirs at the same time. So you will both be staring at each other. Say the killer has barbecue. They see you, now you see them. And you can figure out that they have the perk because you see it trigger. If you know killer perks a little bit from the top of your head, you can very quickly establish what exactly is revealing you, right? So basically, it turns the disadvantage into a possible advantage. It's not always great, but it's all right. It's not super bad. Now, the interesting part is that if you are the Obsession, this perk has an internal timer that you see on the bottom of your screen, where every 30 seconds, you automatically show yourself to the killer, and because of the perk, you also see them. And this is the thing that makes this perk really juicy. If you have Object of Obsession, every 30 seconds, you get to see the killer. You get to basically look at the killer and say, hey, I'm here. Hey, I'm here. And this has 2 main advantages, or 3 main advantages, I guess. Number 1, during these few seconds that you see the killer, you also do gens, heals, and everything else a little bit faster for like a tiny bit. It's very tiny, but hey, a small advantage, right? We'll take it. The other advantage is that if you have the perk We See You from 11, this adds 1 token to it. So every 2 minutes, the whole team will see the killer. This is also quite positive. If it's a killer that requires setup, like setting up traps and hiding phantasm traps for hack, being able to see where they are can be really nasty, and you can kind of harass their prep and mess with them a little bit. That can also be all right. But keep in mind that this can also be a downside. Sometimes a killer is incredibly deadly, and showing them your aura is a bad idea. If you're playing against a nurse in an indoor map and you show them your aura, they're going to blink, and they're on top of you and you're dead. So in some situations, you might actually want to hop into a locker to block the aura and not reveal yourself to the killer. I've seen an unfortunate amount of situations where I down a survivor, the last survivor is the Obsession, and then they reveal themselves and I find them, and it's like, okay, thanks for the easy win. You need to be a little bit careful when running this perk. It does have the risk of backfiring on you by revealing yourself when you really do not want to. Next up is Visionary. Visionary is a perk that there's almost no reason to ever run this perk. Okay, it shows you the auras of all generators that are within 32 meters, basically everywhere around you. If you have open-handed, it can be even further, but you don't really need it. 32 meters is plenty. You will find every gen. This in outdoor maps is almost useless. In outdoor maps, gens have a tall, far light that allows you to spot them from a mile away, and this perk is largely redundant. I mean, it's nice if you see the auto of a gen and you see that it's got entity clause, that can tell you that, hey, it's blocked, so don't go there. Or maybe you see a gen, but then it doesn't show in Visionary, so you know that it's completed. So, like, it's not bad to see an auto of a gen. And the more indoors that the gen is, the better the Visionary becomes. In tournaments, if you can believe it, people run this perk in indoor maps so that they can immediately find the gens and waste 0 time finding them. So this perk really is not bad. If you're a beginner, or if you expect to go into indoor maps, or if you're really afraid of indoor maps, Visionary is a serviceable, decent perk. However, the craziest part about this perk is that it has to compete with a free, always available, common global perk named Déjà Vu. Déjà Vu shows you the aura, not of every gen around you, it shows you the aura of the closest 3 gens to each other, which honestly is better. It's better because those are the gens that, if possible, you should try to prioritize. Because if you complete those, the remaining gens, further, right? So Déjà Vu shows you pretty much the same or even better information than Visionary. It does not have a cooldown. Visionary has a cooldown for some reason. And it also speeds up the gens by 6%, which is not a lot, but it adds up at the end of the game. So when you consider that, while Visionary is an acceptably okay perk, especially for beginners, there is almost no reason to ever run it when you compare it to Déjà Vu. Just run Déjà Vu. Honestly, you'll thank me. This perk is, by comparison, basically nothing, and I feel offended that I have to go on a second longer about it. It's pissing me off. Next up is Wake Up. Wake Up is a perk that is meant to help your team understand where you are opening a gate. And if your team is alive, the more alive, the better. You will be the person that really opens up gates really fast for them. Now, here's the thing that you need to understand. Whenever the last generator is completed or the hatch gets closed, normally gates are revealed to everyone for about 10 seconds. The killer can see the gates permanently, but survivors can only see them for about 10 seconds. And I'll be honest, even I sometimes get distracted and I go, oh, wait, where was the gate? Where was the gate, guys? Where was the gate? With this perk, don't worry, the gates will be revealed to you permanently, so you'll never have that problem where you get a little bit lost. In some maps, the gates are fixed, like in Gideon or Midwich. In others, the gates can swap around places quite dramatically, and this perk will help you find them if you missed it out somehow. And whenever you get on a gate, your aura will be broadcasted to your teammates from pretty much the entirety of the map, which is a really nice way of telling them, hey, I'm about to open this gate over here, run here. If you don't know where to run here, and we all get out, which is really, really nice. Now, if everyone in the lobby is alive, you will have an extra 50% speed opening on the gates. Normally, a gate takes 20 seconds to open. So if you're doing it 50% faster, how much is that? Don't say 10 seconds. It's not 10 seconds. No, it doesn't cut the time to 50%. It just increases your speed to 50%, which means that you do it in about 12 or so seconds. 2/3 basically. That's really good. Opening a gate so much earlier can sometimes make a massive difference. If you have a killer running at you with 3 teammates running desperately and you open it just a few seconds earlier, this can be amazing. However, if you're the last person alive, this perk does nothing. And if the exit gates were being opened very comfortably and the killer wasn't really close, an extra couple seconds is not that crazy insane. Many times you open gates and you open them very comfortably. The killer's maybe busy or camping or pressuring the other gates, so you're fine. It's really not that big of a deal, unfortunately. So yeah, one thing to consider is that every now and then killers, by the way, this can stack with other perks. If you have a perk like Leader applied to you or Resilience, that can also make you open gates even faster. Maybe you can open it in about 10 seconds, which is pretty cool. Now, one thing to consider, there are 2 main perks that killers can use to delay exit gates, okay? The first one is Wake Up. The first one is Remember Me, which Wake Up can somewhat counter. Remember Me slows down or adds more time to the gates based on how many times the killer has hit the obsession. And if you are the obsession, you will ignore it, and with Wake Up, be very fast. If you're not the obsession, you will have to suffer the penalty, but with Wake Up, you will counter it somewhat. So that could be really noticeable if you have Wake Up. The other perk, unfortunately, cannot be countered by Wake Up. It's called No Way Out. It's a perk from the Trickster. If you touch a gate and the gate gets blocked by the entity with spikes, that gate is going to be blocked from anywhere from 12 seconds to likely 24, 36, 48, even up to a minute, depending on how many hooks have happened up until that point. If that happens, Wake Up does nothing. You have to wait out maybe the entire 60 seconds and then start opening the gate. So yeah, be careful. This perk is supposed to help you in the endgame, and it's not the best in the endgame. And honestly, all the perks that we've talked about, like No One Left Behind, Flow State, are all often better at what this perk could achieve. It is a bit disappointing for that reason. Next up is Breakout. Now, this is one of those perks that I see misused a lot. So I'm going to tell you what it does, where it can be useful, and I'm going to implore you not to use it the same way I see a lot of survivors fail to use it, okay? It is an okay perk. It has an effect that is honestly quite unique, that is not really found in other perks. And keep in mind that even if multiple people run it, the effect is only applied once, okay? You cannot run 3 people with Breakout and then do crazy stuff. It's only once. The first thing that this perk does, if a survivor is being carried by the killer and you are anywhere near, you get a 10% haste status effect. That is crazy. A killer is normally moving slower than a survivor when they carry. They normally move at 92% compared to a survivor's 100% movement speed. With this perk, you move at 110. That's way faster than the killer. You can literally run past them like a car speeding down a highway. If the killer has agitation, which is a perk that normally makes them faster than you while carrying, even with agitation, this perk will often outspeed the killer unless you run into a wall or something. So with Breakout, the first thing that you will have is an insane amount of speed that will basically make it impossible for the killer to ever hit you, or the killer to ever outspeed you. If you run to a hook to sabotage it, then you will most likely beat the killer to it. Now, the other thing that it does is that as long as you are within those 5 meters of your teammate, they will begin to wiggle out 25% faster. Now, I don't have the math from the top of my head. Just keep in mind that 25% faster does not mean that they take off 25%. Remember, 100% faster is twice as fast. 50% faster is 1/3. And 25 is about a 1/6 or something. It's not that crazy. Here is the mistake that I see a lot of survivors make, okay? I pick up a teammate, they have a sabotage toolbox or saboteur or something similar, and they run in front of me and they start dancing La Macarena. They start going in circles in front of me like a buzzing fly, and they go woo, 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 woo. And they think I'm an idiot. They think I'm stupid. They don't think that I have a brain. If I see a survivor run in front of me and keep the perfect 5-meter distance in front of me, I know for a fact that they have this perk. Yes, it's going to influence me. I'm going to be smart and not go for a hook that's a little bit too far away. But when I see that, I'm going to put 2 and 2 together, and I'm going to try to hook sooner, and I'm going to try to play around a potential sabotage, right? If you have this perk, let your teammates go down in a pretty messed up place and show up to the killer a little bit out of nowhere. Do not make it super obvious that you have this perk, or else the killer is going to immediately realize, and if they have another option, they'll go for the other hook, right? So try not to make it super obvious, but if you do have Breakout, it can be pretty impactful. Now, there comes a point where if a killer has carried a survivor and they go to a hook, and maybe you sabotage the hook, and they find themselves in a completely hopeless position, there is only one thing that they can do, realistically, which is to drop the survivor. Now, that survivor that is dropped gains wiggle progress. And the next time that they get picked up, they probably will be freed no matter what. But what if the killer never picks them up? What if the killer just leaves them? That could be problems, right? The nice thing about Breakout is that the extra little wiggling percentage that you give your teammates can sometimes put them over the edge. A killer might carry a survivor for 5, 6, 7 seconds. Then they see a sabotage, oh my god, they start looking for other hooks, they don't see any, now they try to drop it, but thanks to Breakout, you brought them too close to the limit. And if a killer tries to drop a survivor when they're already about 80% wiggled, the survivor immediately breaks free. And if Breakout allows that to happen, it can have an insanely powerful effect on the course of the match. Because now, instead of being on the ground, the survivor straight up gets to walk out, and the killer gets a big stun as well from losing the survivor. So yeah, if Breakout allows you to cross that threshold that allows the survivor to wiggle out completely, this perk can be incredible. However, I do think that Background Player is a much safer play to be fast than Sabo, and you can have you could have Saboteur Background Player and you don't need a full build. You can have a little bit of backup. You could have a little bit of Unbreakable instead if the killer decides to leave everyone on the ground. I don't think Breakout completes a Sabo build so strongly. I think there are better options, but it is a nice perk, and as I said, it can sometimes make the difference. Inner Focus is a perk from Hattie that allows you to see the scratch marks of other players. This is the secondary effect. This is weird. It is weird because it is oddly kind of useful. Being able to see the scratch marks of other players gives you a good idea of where they might have gone if you don't see them, and it gives you a good idea of what the killer sees if the killer is in the area, right? So it gives you a bit of awareness about your team. Why would you have this perk over Bond, which literally just perfectly tells you exactly where your teammates are, is a little bit of a question for scholars out there. But yeah, obviously that bit of info is miles below Bond, Aftercare, Kindred, and other information perks that just straight up tell you where your teammates are. You can even run a key and use it to see your teammate's aura with perfect accuracy. The other thing that this perk does that is a little nicer is anytime a teammate that is not you, a teammate, an ally, loses a health state by the killer, you see the killer's aura for 10 seconds. This is really nice. This is actually really nice and plays a little bit more frequently than you would think. It does no longer have a requirement of distance. If you used this perk when it came out, it had a limited requirement. Now you see the aura of the killer anywhere at all. So this perk plays a bit similar to Alert, plays a bit similar to Empathy, plays a bit similar to Any Means Necessary, perks that more or less inform you, maybe while you're doing a gen or while you're healing somebody else, more or less inform you about where the action is taking place. It's also really nice to see exactly where the killer is facing in case you are hiding behind a bush, waiting to come out at the last second to go for a flashlight rescue. One of the most frustrating things to go for a flashlight rescue that can happen to you is you come out at the perfect time, but when you look at the killer, they're actually facing the other way, and you're not expecting that, and you're like, well, damn, perfect timing, but I should have come out from the left side, not the right side. Well, this perk can let you know exactly where to come out from, and it pairs nicely with other flashlight safe perk adjacent ideas like Background Player. Overall, not too bad, and it gives you a bit of info, but it's a really, really lightweight perk. And if you want to see the killer, the other options that we discussed, such as Alert, Poised, are overall a bit more proactive and a little bit better. Boon, Dark Theory. This is a weird boon. It has been a little bit buff ever since the last time that it was introduced, but it is a little strange. So what this perk does is, once again, you need to set up a boon, and it takes a little bit of finding a totem and setting it up. Sometimes you can waste a lot of time not finding it. Don't go too much out of your way. And also sometimes the killer might break it and waste their own time, which is nice if that happens, right? So it has all of the usual advantages, disadvantages of a boon, and you can set it up alongside 3 other boons if you want to, although I don't recommend it. And it creates a little pocket of the map where you and anybody else running will be 3% faster. Now, the nicest thing is that the killer does not know that this boon is in play. If they ignore it, 3% faster haste can be a little bit helpful. It's generally not that insane. And starting on the next patch, haste is going to not stack completely with other instances of haste, which means you're not going to get the full effect if you have hope on top of it. But yeah, as of right now, you could stack this with hope for some ridiculous numbers and make yourself really hard to catch and so on. Overall, it is very gimmicky. There have been perks in the past that allowed survivors to become 3% faster. And the nice things about those perks is that they work anywhere. The thing about the boon is that most of the times you're going to set boon Circle of Healing, and you want the boon to be a safe haven, a place where survivors reconvene and rendezvous in order to heal each other and get back into the action. With Dark Fury, you want the boon to be the place where you're being chased, which means that by the very definition of this strategy, the killer is going to hear the boon and probably break it. And even if they don't, 3% is not that good. Having a 3% faster haste does not help you when you're vaulting pallets. It does not help you against really fast killers. It only has a marginal effect on most chases, and you waste so much time to set it up. You might as well just have Wiretap or some other perk that shows the auto of the killer to actually give an effect that might be more meaningful than just a tiny little bit of speed. It is simply not that good. I have heard from a few very experienced players, people that are really sharp with their movement, people that play with very good ping, that expect the game to work very precisely. These people, they can take 3% and really squeeze the value out of it. But for the average player, I really do not recommend you do this. But odds, what if I have 4 boons at the same time? Well, I actually think this is probably the one boon you want to skip. You could have boon Circle of Healing. You could have boon Shadow Step to also hide auras. You could have boon Exponential. And out of the other ideas, honestly, boon Illumination is not that bad. This is the one that maybe you could also just have another perk like Flow State to set up the boons faster. This might be the one boon you want to skip, frankly. And running it by itself is a bit of a bait. Whenever I hear a boon, I assume it's going to be a heal or exponential. And if I run to that boon to heal myself and then I see this Dark Fury, I'm generally gonna cry. So, yeah. Next up, Come and Get Me, a really interesting perk that frankly has been left a little bit in the dust. It is a perk that activates when you unhook a survivor, and you can kind of bank it. You don't need to use it right away. It doesn't trigger right away. You actually get to pick when to use it. And I'm gonna tell you already, this perk I think is for creative people. If you're a creative player, if you want to find some cute, weird interactions between this perk and others, try it out. Try to cook up a build with this perk. You'll come out with some interesting ideas. When you unhook someone else and you activate this perk, you have to crouch and then press the active ability button. And what's going to happen is you're going to scream loudly, and then your aura will be revealed to the killer. This counts as one of the aura that you can use for We See You. So if you have the perk We See You, you can use Come and Get Me to trigger it more frequently and then show the aura of the killer to everybody else. That's cute. The main effect of this perk, however, other than to hopefully distract the killer, is to make everyone around you that's not healthy become stealthy. They don't need blood, they don't need scratch marks, then they don't make any noise for a little while. This can be really good, especially if you're in comms and you use it at the right time. You could go into the middle of a nasty situation, use Come and Get Me, and now your 3 teammates are all basically invisible, right? Not quite invisible, but they are really hard to track. When used correctly, this can be super debilitating for the killer. However, we need to ask ourselves the question, isn't it just easier if the people that want to be stealthy run certain perks to make themselves stealthier? What if you are the person chased and you never unhook anyone? What if you go for the unhook, but then a teammate unhooks in front of you and now you don't get this perk? Yeah, what if you are so far away from your teammates at that time that you cannot use it? You need to be close to them for this perk to work. It's a few too many what ifs to make this perk really worth running all the time. I think it really shines when you bring other perks along with it, such as 11's We See You. You bring this, you bring a Blood Amber key, and you can make We See You trigger on the killer like every minute pretty much, which is really fun, I guess. But it's ultimately not that super strong. Rookie Spirit. Rookie Spirit is very similar to Visionary. but works a little bit different. First, you need to hit 3 skill checks. You don't need to hit 3 great skill checks, the hard ones, just 3 normal skill checks. This is typically done in less than a gen. If you have a toolbox, probably in less than half of a gen. And then the perk will be active for the rest of the match. It's a really easy to activate perk. What this perk is going to do, it's going to tell you anytime a generator is losing progress. Now, if you want to keep an eye on generators, there is a wonderful, wonderful perk that you're already probably familiar with named Déjà Vu. It's a free perk available to everyone. It shows you gens across the map. It shows you if they are blocked because you will see the entity around it. It lets you do them faster. It shows you which gens need to be completed with priority. So it's just so much better than this and so much better than Visionary. However, let's now sit back for a minute and think about what are the positives of Rookie Spirit. The positives of Rookie Spirit is that it works a bit similar to Alert. Anytime a killer damages a gen from afar or directly by kicking it or in any other indirect way like with Ruin, you will see the gens go back. And what that means is that this perk is a bit of a safety net. If your teammate has a gen that is at 99% and the killer kicks it, and you would have been unaware of that gen, and you're like, oh my god, the Dwight had a gen, but I don't know what it is. Oh my god, where is the gen? I could win this game right now, but I cannot find it. This perk is going to be like, here, go, right there. Being able to see the aura of gens also allows you to see if they have been blocked and if they are in particularly tough places for you to get to, so it can really help you plan exactly what you're going to be doing. It's not a terrible effect, it just gets massively outclassed by Déjà Vu, and even just a little bit of experience will often let you know where gens are and where you can expect them. So this is the kind of perk that a survivor that has a little bit of a brain can figure out by themselves without necessarily bringing it. Quick and Quiet. Quick and Quiet is a relatively accessible perk that can be unlocked by Meg, and the effect seems really strong and is a little bit deceiving. It does seem a little bit more powerful than it is, but it does also have a few interesting plays. So as a new player, you are often very scared of the killer. Doing anything that makes noise seems like a death sentence. You don't want the killer to ever know you exist. If you could spend the whole match inside a locker, you probably would. And so a perk that makes you quiet at least once every now and then seems like a good idea. The truth is, most of the times, if the killer is close by and you vault, it doesn't matter that you make noise, they're going to hear you. And if the killer is really far, a little bit of noise is never going to be that big of a deal. In fact, from extremely far distances, vaulting a window does not even notify the killer if they are really, really, really far. So yeah, Quick and Quiet is not the most insane stealth perk in the world, but every now and then you can go around the corner, vault a window, and because the killer has not reacted to the sound yet, they will see that you vaulted the window a tiny little bit late, and that might be enough to make you some distance. When you use Quick and Quiet, if the killer is extremely close, they will still hear you go, ugh. They will see you do a little voice, but they won't hear the very loud noise that normally happens when you vault. You can also use it to hop into a locker quickly. Hopping into a locker quickly is really risky. If the killer figures it out, even a little late, they'll go by and you're either going to take a hit or even be grabbed. If you have head-on, however, hopping into a locker, if the killer takes 3 seconds to notice it, you could hit them with head-on. And if you don't make it too obvious and you have other perks to support you, that can be an idea. Go see the head-on part of the video if you want to know more about how to use it. But yeah, it can be quite alright. If you manage to cool down well, you could also do some fun things and use it multiple times per chase. One of the nicest things that Quick and Quiet does, it technically does not make your fast bolt a notification. So perks like Amal Ears from Ghostface do not get triggered from this perk, which is quite nice. You can completely dodge a certain killer perks by just running this build. Every now and then, if you're outside of chase and you want to do a really loud action, like for example, let's say that you have Lucky Star and you want to go in of a locker and quickly out, you can do it. And if you want to vault a window while traversing the map, you can do it. And this perk gives you a little bit of peace of mind. Overall, do not think of it as an absolute necessity. You can grow out of this perk. You can even run locker builds without this perk, but it does help a little bit with head-on, that's for sure. It makes it really, really fun. All right, moving on. So 1, 2, 3, 4 from V. This is a very similar perk from the other singing / performing instrument perk that we saw earlier, Bardic Inspiration. This one works almost entirely the same. You play an instrument for 15 seconds and you and anybody in the vicinity gets empowered afterwards. Compared to Bardic Inspiration, this one does not roll a die, and that means that you don't have to guess what it's going to do. It's always going to be the exact same buff, which I think lasts 90 seconds. It increases your chances to get skill checks, whether you heal or you're in gens, by 20%. Now, 20% doesn't seem like a lot, but then you need to remember that the normal skill check chance is 8% per second, if I remember correctly. So this is basically tripling that. And if you have a toolbox which also increases your chances, basically after 1, 2, 3, 4, you are going to get a massive amount of skill checks. And if your teammates are all doing the same thing, that in some crazy world can do some stuff. Now, much like with the other perk, I'm going to run you a situation where this perk can actually be insane. Let's say you spawn in the map, the killer does not find anyone for a minute, you all get together, right? And then 2 of you play each of the instrument perks. You play 1, 2, 3, 4, your friend runs Bardic Inspiration, they roll really, really high, and you all get extra 2% or 3% skill check progress, and then you finish this. Then everybody spreads out on different gens, maybe 2 or 3 different gens, maybe 4 different gens, who knows? And then for the next minute or so left, you all get a crazy amount of skill checks, and every time you hit a skill check, you get massive progress, and if you hit a great skill check, even more progress, and then gens pop left and right, and then everybody claps, and Obama shows up and gives you a medal. And that would be awesome, and maybe you can make it work. However, let's talk about more realistic scenarios, okay? If you get interrupted while running this perk and you don't finish it, it does nothing. If your teammates run away, it only really applies to you. And the thing is, having more skill checks does not have any inherent value unless you hit the grades. If you hit the grades, every time you hit the grades on a generator or healing, you get a bit of progress. On healing, it's 5%, which saves you a bit less than a second. On a gen, it's 1%, which saves you about a second. So if you hit a great skill check, 1 second. If you hit a great skill check, 1 second. Say that this perk gives you 4 extra skill checks, that has saved you 4 seconds. It's not worth saving 4 seconds if you spend 15 seconds playing the ukulele or playing the stupid little tambourine. This perk is incredibly inefficient, and at its worst, it can do literally nothing. However, let's talk about some situations where getting skill checks really quickly can be really good. If you have a toolbox, as we said, it can really, really pop off if you're really hitting all of them. And there's also a perk named Autodidact that starts out really, really weak, but if you hit several skill checks, gets stronger and can even be a little decent. So this perk can be a one-time way to get good Autodidact value, and it could be all right with it. Now, the main elephant in the room is, why in the world would you ever want to have a skill check perk when maybe it's easier to get the same result with other perks? If you want to have mega fast healing, there are perks that do it consistently. And if you want to have mega fast generators, there are perks that do it fairly quickly and a little bit more consistently with less risk than this. For that reason, this perk gets a bit left behind. And unless you want to play it for the killer and gain their endearment, so they give you the hatch or something, it's honestly not one of my top picks ever. But it is a fun perk, and it does have a fun quirk, and if you like Autodidact, you can use it. Next up, we have Specialist. Specialist is a perk that basically activates and gives you a token up to 6 times, which is really easy to... It's not easy to get 6, it's a very generous max amount of tokens. And basically, it gets each token every time you search a chest. Now, normally a chest... you are only limited to having 3 of them per map. And that means that at its best, this perk only gets 3 tokens ever. So in a normal vanilla match, this perk is unbelievably bad. Really, 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 really weak. Awful, 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 awful. However, if you spawn multiple chests if you have Appraisal and or Pharmacy and or other search chest type of perks, and you quickly open a chest or two in between gens, this can actually be really strong. Keep in mind that when you're opening a chest, the killer often is not finding you. Maybe they're not finding anybody else. So even though you're not being efficient, you're also not making it easy for the killer to progress. And if the killer is not finding anybody else, you can kind of kill that dead time by opening a chest or two, maybe getting a really good item or two, and then stocking tokens of this perk. When you get a few tokens on this perk, you can actually decimate a generator. If you accumulate 6 tokens and you hit a great skill check on a generator, which you will do when repairing it later, a quarter of that generator gets absolutely blown out of orbit, and that is insane. It's really fun to watch. Normally you don't want to get 6 tokens. What you want to do is open a chest, rummage it, maybe activate or prepare Moment of Glory, and then you go on a gen and hit Specialist, and bam, the time that you spend doing the chest, you kind of get it back, and that can make this really fun. It's actually really fun to run this with Moment of Glory and Appraisal and maybe a 4th perk of your choice. Now, the unfortunate reality, if you run a perk build like this, is that you're dedicating so many perks, maybe even an offering, to chests. And if the killer has a perk like Dominance, which blocks chests, they counter you. No one runs it though. And if the killer tunnels you and focuses entirely on you, you have no perks to help you in chase. You have no perks to help you heal a teammate. You really don't have anything. You're a bit of a one-trick pony. And for that reason, these builds, fun as they are, love them as much as I do, are really not that super strong, and it's really hard to recommend them. But if you are going to use it, try to use it in a build like the one I explained, and you'll actually have quite a bit of fun. Overzealous. This perk is quite fun, and it has a big payoff if you get lucky. Anytime that you cleanse a totem or you bless it, you get a temporary boost to your gen speed. It's a boost of 10%, which is pretty nice. Saves you about 8 or so seconds on a gen, if you do it from start to finish. And this does not entirely negate the time that you spend doing a totem. So for example, if you spend 14 seconds, which is the standard, doing a totem, and then you get on a gen, and you finish a gen, you still have wasted time doing the totem. So it's not ideal to do totems, but it's something that you can do if the killer is not on anyone, if you have some other perk like Inner Strength from Nancy to heal yourself with a totem, if you have a boon and you want to set it up, if you have some reason to do a totem, this perk gives you an extra little bit of motivation to do it. As long as you do a gen or two, that will come back to you. If you get hit and interrupted, unfortunately, the effect goes away. Ideally, the killer ignores you and you do 2 or 3 gens 10% faster, which will probably stack with everything else and be pretty nasty and end up saving you quite a bit of time. Now, the reason why this perk can actually really high roll is if you cleanse a Hex totem, the effects of this perk are doubled. And that's the really spicy part. If you, for whatever reason, decide to go for totems and you get lucky enough to find a Hex and you cleanse the Hex, that next gen, you're going to be saving how much? About 18 seconds or 16 seconds? That's a lot of gen. And it will obviously work in tandem with some other gen perks and stuff. So yeah, if you have Overzealous and you happen to get a Hex, you will be a happy camper. Unfortunately, if you want to do gens a little faster, Counterforce is the superior option. If you want to do gens a bit faster, Déjà Vu is a consistent 6%, which is a little bit better. And if you want to do gens incredibly faster, Toolboxes and the other many perks that we talked about are just better. This perk, cute as it is, unless you get really lucky with a Hex, is ultimately not that crazy strong. Its numbers are really not anything that serious. And that is exactly the problem with Better Than New. Better Than New, I've seen it described by some people as better than nothing. And it really lives up to that name. This perk is better than nothing, but barely. Now, whenever you heal another survivor, they have a permanent, or temporary rather, buff until the next instance where they take damage. Now, in an ideal world, you heal your teammate A, you heal your teammate B, you heal your teammate C, and then for a long time, they each do things a little faster. These things include not gens, but cleansing, blessing, healing others or themselves. But remember, it can't be themselves, because if it was themselves, they would have taken damage. And if they've taken damage, then they've already lost it. You get it. Healing other people and doing chests as well. It does, yeah. I think it also, includes exegates as well, which is nice. Now, the exegate one is a little bit nicer, but 16% is nothing. This perk is nothing. We have perks that make you heal others 50% faster, 60% faster, 80% faster, 100% faster. So a measly 16% here and there is nothing. This perk, the best thing that you can say about it is that much like Leader, every now and then is going to add an extra 1 second here and there. But yeah, if you heal a survivor and then they get chased, this perk does nothing. If you heal a survivor and they get on a gen, this perk does nothing. It really is such a small perk. It really is not any more complex than that. The numbers are just so tiny, even though they see the icon, the buff, it's honestly not that easy to use it. What are they going to do? Open a chest to make use of it? It really does not lend to any sort of interesting gameplay. People run this perk in tournaments when literally every other perk is banned and they've got nothing else to run. I'm not even joking. Detective Songe is a perk that came out in 2018. I remember it well because it was one of the first DLCs that came out when I started playing this game. And back then, it was amazing. It was great. Back then, Hex perks were really strong and really popular. The best slowdown perk in the game was Hex Ruin. And this perk allowed you to, if you didn't find Ruin early, constantly have a little bit of information about where the totems were so that you could eventually find Ruin and cleanse it once and for all so that your teammates wouldn't struggle with it. That was awesome. It also allows you to see gens, which, I mean, every now and then it's nice. And it also allows you to see chests. Seeing chests is good for a couple reasons. You can find them and use them if you need them. And also, if you see one underground, then you know the basement's there. And that's also good information. Maybe you can avoid it if you need to, right? So yeah, this perk triggers anytime a gen is completed. And yeah, for the next 20 seconds, you can see a little bit around yourself. If you're standing still, you will see around 64 meters around you. But if you move around the map during those 20 seconds, you will see around you as you move. So you will probably see basically everything in the map. If you have good memory, this can really help you keep an eye on gens and totems and everything. That's really nice. It's a nice effect. However, as I'm sure you figured out by the way I'm phrasing this perk used to be great back then. But now it's really not that good. Bless you. Yeah, you see that his name is David. His name is David Tap, in case you think it's a mistype. No, his name is David Tap. This is really not that good. It's really not that good. There are so many perks that are better at doing specific things. We've talked so much about Déjà Vu. Déjà Vu is better for gens. I was going to say we see you. 11's perk, Extrasensory Perception, is incredibly good for totems. There's maps that you can bring as well to find totems. If you want to find totems or chests or gens, there's so many easier ways to do it than to wait until one gem pops and have this perk. This perk simply does something that other perks already do very, very well, and there's almost no reason to ever pick it over those other perks. It's genuinely that simple with it. I'm so afraid. Next up is Urban Evasion. Urban Evasion is a darling perk of new players because it achieves something that few other perks do at that stage of the game. This perk makes you feel safe. And I'm going to tell you that there is, much like Fixated, this perk is good for new players. It's not that good for intermediates, and some advanced players actually like it. I'll try to tell you when you should maybe avoid using it and why. Urban Evasion makes it so that anytime you crouch, you move at the exact same speed as if you were walking. You move twice as fast, which is exactly as fast, as I said, as if you were just walking normally. Crouching around is sometimes better than walking. If you're being chased by a spirit, for example, crouching makes almost zero footstep noise. It's pretty much impossible to hear a crouching survivor unless you happen to catch their breathing. So you're very hard to hear. There are many killers whose power gets avoided entirely if you crouch. For example, the Hack's traps do not trigger if you crouch. The Skull Merchant's scanner, the lines of her drones, do not detect you if you're crouch. The Pyramid Head's trails on the ground do not afflict you with torment if you crouch over them. So with this perk, you can go over these hazards without triggering them, which is awesome. If a killer is chasing around, is roaming around the map and they get dangerously close to you and you are behind a rock, it's also really convenient to like move around the rock as you crouch, making very little noise, not disturbing crows, and keeping a low profile. All of these reasons make Urban Evasion quite good. The only problem is that some new players, especially back in the day, they feel like if they crouch, they are invisible. They feel like if they walk or run, even for a second, if they leave one pixel of a scratch mark, oh my god, the killer's gonna know where I live and he's gonna kill me and my whole family. And that's not the case. Scratch marks go away, killers cannot track you forever, and even if a killer sees you, you have the resources to stay alive for a long time if you know what you're doing. So using Urban Evasion to crouch around the entire map like an absolute little muppet is not something you want to be doing. You need to outgrow that need if it's something that you're doing currently. However, why would you ever want to run Urban Evasion at higher levels? Is there some reason why this perk can be worth getting into even as an experienced player? Yes, many killers require line of sight or a certain view of your hitbox in order to hit you properly with their power. For example, the Deathslinger, for example, the Huntress, all of these killers want to hit you with their projectiles, and if you are constantly crouching every time you go around the loop, and you're going around the loop crouching behind the rock or crouching around the big crate and the big box, it can be really annoying for them to actually hit you with their power. And since they slow themselves down when they use their power, they often struggle to catch up. So this perk can actually be really nice to avoid knives, avoid throwing blades, avoid throwing attacks. You can crouch when the plague is puking at you very aggressively and crouch into her to avoid her stupid little puke, which will go over your head very, very easily. You can do a few cheeky little things like that. On top of that, yeah, you could, I guess, occasionally... What are the other uses for Urban Evasion? I feel like... yeah, there is something called crouch stacking, which is a little bit complicated to explain. What you need to understand is that some killers' hitboxes have a certain shape, and if you move to the side and crouch, they are more likely to miss you. This is something that you can somewhat do against killers like the Hillbilly, the Demogorgon, and I think those are the main ones. There are a few others, but those are the main ones. The thing about these killers is that if they attack you and you crouch to the side, you can sometimes avoid their special attacks altogether. And with Urban Evasion, you can sometimes do this a bit more effectively, or at least lose a bit less distance. The Blight can also be crouch stacked a little bit. So this is a perk that I guess against those killers could have a little bit of occasional help in a 1v1 chase. Other than that, though, it is a perk that you will likely drop early on at some point for perks that are a little bit more impactful. Light-footed is another perk that I think only experienced players should run. This perk does something really remarkable that I believe no other perk, item, or effect can ever do. It removes something that is otherwise completely unremovable: your footstep sounds. Survivors each have a distinct footstep sound. Many of them are generic and they just sound tap, 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 tap. Maybe they sound a little bit more wet or a little bit more solid on concrete or on mud, depending on the map. And some survivors have special sounds depending on certain cosmetics that sound very distinct. For example, Renato has flippers and his footsteps are notoriously harder to hear. Some female characters have heels and their footsteps are... they're a bit more distinct. And light-footed removes all of them. You can run next to a killer right behind them. If you're not a character that does a lot of mouth breathing and they're not very loud when they're running, for example, Feng Ming is quite loud. She goes, You can run next to a killer and with a bit of background noise, they will not have any idea that you're close. It is a bit similar to Iron Will in the sense that it does allow you to do some really bold plays around the killer and do some things that would normally immediately be given away by sound, but somehow get away with it. I think that really strong players that really know what they're doing can try to use this perk to do some bold plays, and especially if they run after the killer with a flashlight or something like that, or if they do some very peculiar sort of pathing around certain loops, this can be interesting. Keep in mind, the perk immediately disables if you're injured and also goes on a short cooldown every time you do a rush action, making it a little bit inconsistent. But it can be a perk that can throw off an experienced killer that uses their ears, and it can also make a killer like Spirit have a horrendously difficult time knowing what it is that you're doing. So it can be quite powerful in very specific times. Now, why then do I not recommend this perk, and do I only recommend it to advanced players? Very simple. New players get injured much quicker in chase, disabling the perk. New players often make too much sound and too many scratch marks to ever and do not break line of sight effectively to really make the perk shine. And it's also a sad and common reality to face a lot of killers that immediately injure with their power, like Ghoul, for example, which is one of the most popular killers in the game. You will often find yourself with this perk disabled when you wish you had it the most. If you want to have a slightly better version of this perk, try Iron Will, which is a bit more consistent, and only try this perk if you really understand the risks and what it requires from you. Other than that, yeah, I think I've pretty much covered everything you need to know about it. Moving on, we have Plunderer's Instinct. This is a perk that will show up in your blob webs because it is a common perk that every survivor has access to, and it is unfortunately extremely mediocre by itself. The first thing that it does is it reveals the autos of chess from a really long distance away. You can enhance this distance with open-handed, but frankly, it's so distant, you're fine, you're gonna see every chest. If it exists, you're gonna see it. One of the nice things about this, by the way, is that it indirectly tells you ahead of time where the basement is. If you see a chest underground next to the main building, well, the basement is probably there. If you see a chest underground in the shack, well, the basement is in shack. This, believe it or not, is not necessarily information that you need to act upon actively. You don't necessarily want to go there if you see it, but it's something that you can remember as the match goes on. If you're playing against a killer that is particularly good at putting you in basement and making sure you never get out, such as the Trapper, the Cannibal, Hag, and so on, maybe take a hint from this perk and stay away from the vicinity of the basement so that you never end up getting there and dying and rotting down there when your teammates fail to get you out. So that any perk that reveals a chest, including Plunderers, is really nice just for that alone. Now, the other nice thing that Plunderer's Instinct does is it makes it more likely that you will take out a higher rarity item out of a chest. You're less likely to get a useless item like a key that really doesn't do anything, or a toolbox that is so weak that the time that you save on a gen is not even the time that you wasted opening the chest. So it does help you a little bit. One of the nicer things is that it makes it a bit more likely that you might get a key that allows you to open the hatch. If everything has gone wrong, if all of your teammates are dead and hope is lost and the killer has closed the hatch and the gates are really close to one another and it's a high mobility killer checking between the gates constantly, you could try to go for a key and open the hatch and escape by yourself. Now, let's talk about why this perk is really not that good. The nicest way to enjoy a good item is to get one in your loadout and bring it from home. Expecting to find items in chests, even with this perk, is a massive gamble that can sometimes give you nice items and can sometimes give you complete garbage that doesn't help you in any way whatsoever. I also think that unless you are really struggling to find chests, this perk does not really help chest builds that much. Chest builds can run things like Specialist, Moment of Glory, Appraisal, maybe Pharmacy to get multiple medkits guaranteed and get really fast searches, and maybe use some chest increasing offering like the coin, so you find them everywhere. This perk it's meant to help with chests, but even in a chest build, it's probably the first perk that you could drop for something else entirely. So for that reason, I really do not recommend it, even though it's fun to try every now and then. Scavenger is a really interesting perk. It is a perk that allows you to rummage, aka search a chest twice to guarantee that you're going to take out a toolbox out of it. I'm going to tell you already, if you search a chest twice and you get a toolbox, unless you're going to use it for sabotaging or something in the end game, by the time you've wasted so much time doing that toolbox, it's not going to help that much on a gen. So that part of this perk is almost entirely useless unless you have a build with Moment of Glory or Specialist that rewards you for doing multiple searches. So overall, that part of this perk, forget it. It's really not that good. The more interesting part of this perk is that it allows you to fully refill a toolbox from 0 charges to 100 if you hit a series of skill checks. So here's how it goes. You use the toolbox on a generator. Now, with the toolbox in your hand being at 0, you need to hit 5 great skill checks. For some people that are new to the game, this is very hard. For people that are more experienced, it can be a little bit luck intensive, but you will probably do it. And then, if you do this, 2 things are going to happen. You're going to get a debuff to your gen speed of 50%, which is massive, for 30 seconds, and your toolbox will be resurrected from the grave. Now, if you have a toolbox that is really, really chunky, like a Commodious toolbox with the socket swivel, we said it right this time, and the wire spool or double charges, you could get on a gen with the toolbox, and even despite the minus 50% speed, you would still benefit from the toolbox. The nicest way to use this perk is to really quickly run out of your toolbox, maybe use an engineer's toolbox so that it runs out quicker, hit the skill checks, and when you hit the skill checks, use that time to do something else. Go on the ground and hit with plot twist, do a totem, unhook somebody, run the killer for a little bit, read a book, whatever, get a hobby, do whatever. And after those 30 seconds, the debuff is gone, you can get back on a gen and do it really, really fast. Now, does that sound like a lot of work? Yes, it is a lot of work. Why in the world would I want to go through all of those hoops and loops? Why would I ever want to do all of that and hit 5 great skill checks, which I'll be honest, it's hard to hit 5 great skill checks. If you hit a skill check and then another, and then another, and then you fail the 5th one, now you're not getting a 6th. Now, oh my God, it can be really frustrating, right? Why would you do all of that when you could just run the perk Build to Last, which gives you your toolbox back for nothing? You just need to get in a locker for a second, bam. This perk, in some very, very hyper-specific situations, could be better than Build to Last and can be used multiple times, but in a realistic and real scenario, Build to Last is just better. And other perks that we've discussed to refill toolboxes are just nicer and simpler. So yeah, too much work for too little of an effect, and the whole ability to scavenge and rummage through chests is generally one of the worst types in the game. Next up, we have what is possibly, I think it is, the worst boon in the game. I want to like this perk. I really want to like this perk, but it really does not lend itself to being liked. Whenever you find a totem and you set up a boon, you know how it goes. You need to find it, you need to do it for a little second, then it creates an area and the effect is granted to everyone in your team. It might even convince the killer to break it, wasting a bit of their time and giving you some info. It's not too bad, it has ups and downs, right? Whenever you complete this boon, the effect that it provides is 2. Number 1, it reveals all chests. I guess that's nice, I suppose. Who cares about chests? That's nice to know where the chest in the basement is so that you can avoid the basement if necessary. And this is important, all generators. Being able to see all generators at once to you and your whole team is honestly quite nice. Not so much for yourself, because you could run Déjà Vu, which is honestly better, but being able to have some kind of perk that your teammates can run into and then they see all gens, especially in their map, it could really help a really clueless team. For some reason, it also gives you a passive ability that no other boon has ever given that makes you cleanse and bless boons faster by 10%, which is nothing. Now, I'm going to tell you a little secret. Perks in Dead by Daylight need to have a tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3. The only reason this secondary effect exists is because the developers could not imagine how to make this perk at level 1, level 2, or level 3. This secondary effect is laughable. If you set up a boon, why would you want to set up another boon already? Why? You probably don't want to reset another boon. What are you doing? Are you doing boons or are you doing gens? And if you want to cleanse another totem, why are you setting a boon in the first place? It really is such a stupid effect and it's so small, so forget that it exists. What this perk does, in essence, is if you set up a boon, you see all gens. Frankly, Déjà Vu and other perks with gens are better. The only redeeming quality this has is that you can set it up at the same time as other boons, and that it can help your teammates, but you would be much, much, much better off having other perks to help yourself, to help your teammates, and having other boons. This perk is just so insultingly badly designed that I'm honestly pissed off just thinking about it. Next up, we have Small Game. This is a perk that is accessible to everyone because you don't need to unlock it from any one character, and it does give you a sort of ping that lets you know that you're looking in the vicinity of a totem. Now, I'm going to share a bit of an embarrassing anecdote. There was a time when I was a little bit still relatively new to the game. I still had quite a few hundred hours, and I was looking for a totem, and this perk pinged me, and I looked for a totem for like 2 minutes, and I couldn't find it. Sometimes if a totem is hidden behind a little obstacle, behind a little rock, or is in like some crack, this perk can let you know that it's there. But if you don't know where to look, I swear it can turn you absolutely insane. So please, 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 please do yourself a favor. Put yourself in a private game. Run around the map with 5 hexes or 5 hex totems. You can have Haunted and then 3 other hexes, and learn some of the totem spawns in the map to really know where you should be looking as a survivor if you're looking for totems. So yeah, this basically gives you a pretty decent idea of where to look for totems. And if you go around the map, it's going to be ping, okay. And then especially if you already know the locations, the predetermined locations that totems can spawn in, this can help you find them really, really quickly. Now, for some reason, the more totems that you do, this perk becomes more precise, but that really is not something you have to worry about. One nice thing about Small Game is that it does let you know anytime, including yourself, a totem is done by you or a teammate. And if you have the mission of cleansing every totem in the map, this can help you achieve that and deny the killer a perk like Know It, which is a nice side effect. That being said, cleansing totems has no inherent value for you. If you cleanse 3 totems while your teammates are getting chased, they will hate you because in that time you could have done half a generator or more. There's nothing good that comes from doing random totems. It really only helps you if those totems are activating some of your perks, or denying some of the killer perks if they are lit with a little flame. Now, if you bring Small Game with a perk like Inner Healing from Nancy, Inner Strength, that's perfectly good. And if you have Small Game to set up boons more consistently, that's completely acceptable. The main downside of Small Game is that it is a perk meant to help you find totems, but there are at least 2 very good other ways that are better than this to find totems. Number 1, maps. If you use a map and you apply a certain purple add-on, it can highlight totems for you immediately. It will not give you a vague hint. It will just straight up tell you, here, right there, there's a totem, which is much easier. And you can use it a few times as well. And the other one are other perks. We've seen many, many, many other perks, including Detective Hunch, but especially Extrasensory Perception. And yeah, these perks highlight totems way faster, way easier than Small Game, rendering this perk kind of useless if you have access to it. There really is not a lot of redeeming qualities for it, unfortunately. Next one, Teamwork, Power of 2, a perk from Lithe. This perk is really disappointing. It is one of the teamwork perks, and it's one of the worst ones. Whenever you heal another survivor, this perk activates, and as long as you and that survivor walk hand in hand, you both will get a minor, but nice haste status effect. Now, how do I put this? Most of the times when you heal a survivor, you say goodbye and wave them adieu, and then you go your merry way, and then this perk does nothing. It is true that if you pick up a survivor and the killer is in the vicinity, you could run this perk and both of you could start running away in the same direction and somewhat make the catch-up time a little bit nastier. Very similar to the same hope haste that you get of 5%. But here's the thing. Why are you running this perk? What's wrong with you? Why would you run this perk that gives you a measly 5% when you could instead have a perk like Botany, like We're Gonna Live Forever, which makes you heal almost twice as fast, or sometimes twice as fast, right? Half the time. And then on top of that, it gives effects like giving endurance to the person that you heal, or giving endurance to yourself in the case of Made for This. There are so many other amazing perks that allow you to heal faster and run earlier, right? That are just straight upgrades to the idea of healing and then being a little bit faster if you stay together. Now, I'm going to tell you what this perk does at its absolute best, okay? In the current version of the game. In the current version of the game, you can stack the same effect multiple times and sometimes make it a little bit ridiculous. If you have the perk Blood Pact, which is very similar to this, and you're not the Obsession, and you heal the Obsession, then you can trigger the effects of Blood Pact and this at the same time and make yourselves almost as fast as the killer, which in some cases can be a bit ridiculous. However, in the next upcoming patch that is dropping right now, pretty much in just a few days, this type of haste will not be as powerful together. You will have diminishing returns, making each new instance of an effect weaker and weaker and weaker. So this build is it's very situational right now. It's not very strong right now. It's going to get even weaker next patch. Please do not use this perk. It is really, really bad. If you got nothing else, it is okay. Autodidact is a terrible, terrible perk. And it makes me feel really bad to say it because it is somewhat fun. It is the kind of gambling perk that is fun to use and super satisfying if it works. And some people love it. And when I tell them that it sucks and that it's really bad, it's like I'm telling them that their hopes and dreams are not valid and they should give up. And it makes me feel bad, but I'm going to give it to you straight. This perk is really, really bad. Now, what you need to understand about this perk is that it only works when you heal other people, and it only works if you have a non-medkit heal. This can actually be a plus if you want to avoid any potential downside from Autodidact. You could have a medkit, and if you use the medkit, you don't risk Autodidact messing with you. But at that point, why do you want Autodidact? Anyway, so what does Autodidact do? It basically replaces normal skill checks that you would normally get with special big fat skill checks. When you hit the big fat skill check, you will actually lose progress, making the heal take about approximately 2 seconds longer. Then the next one will do 0. Then the next one will do 15%, as you can see on screen. Then the next one, 30. Then the next one, 45. Then the next one, 60%? That's crazy. Yes, if you get 5 tokens of Autodidact, every single healing skill check that you get will do 60% progress of a survivor. Now, this sounds incredible. And I'm going to tell you already, at its best, this perk can be incredible. You can heal a survivor that is recently injured, hit a skill check, bam, 60%. Hit another skill check, bam, 100%. Goes to a survivor on the ground, hit a skill check, bam, 60%. Heal them for a bit, now they're up. Wow, you just saved the whole team. Congratulations. That's amazing. You could even, if you like gambling, run this perk with 1, 2, 3, 4 from B. Vunyasa. That perk, if you play it a little bit, and then go for an unhook on someone safely, you can guarantee that you'll get more skill checks and make this a little bit more consistent. But let's talk about the downfalls of this perk. What happens if you get chased constantly? The killer has the hots for you and they just chase you until you're dead. This perk does nothing. What happens if you get very, very unlucky and your teammates refuse to get healed by you because they just are doing their own thing? This perk does nothing. What happens if you heal other people but you don't get skill checks? This perk does nothing. What happens if you heal other people but then you hit a few skill checks and then the killer comes and because you healed slower, the teammate dies? Now it did worse than nothing. But what happens if you heal other people, get skill checks, hit 5 tokens, and then you don't get tokens, you don't get skill checks anymore? That is the worst part. You get 5 tokens on this perk, And then suddenly, every time you heal someone, you're like, skill check, skill check, skill check. And then they don't happen. And then it's useless. If you hit a 60% skill check and a survivor was already healing and they were already at 95, it's basically useless. It's basically useless. So yeah, this perk is incredibly gambly. And in my opinion, overall, it's just not worth running. With perks right now, such as Botany Knowledge giving you a massive 50% faster healing, you are much better off running one of those perks in my opinion. The best part is that Botany applies to healing on other people, healing on yourself, healing on any kind that you do with a bar, right? So yeah, it's really hard to sell this perk. Even if I talk about its fun factor, it is ultimately held back a lot. There's also another perk that can make Autodidact give more skill checks in a very specific scenario. It's called Deadline, and we're going to talk about it in a minute, so keep an eye out for that. But spoilers, even with that, it's really not very good. Now, before I put Autodidact down, let me talk another scenario where this perk can actually be good. There are a few situations where a match elongates itself and it goes on for very long. You all know what I'm talking about. The killer defends the gens, the survivors heal constantly, the match has now been going for 25 minutes. In long matches like that, Autodidact is insanely good. Another thing to consider is that if the killer has anti-healing perks like Sloppy Butcher, Gift of Pain, Coulrophobia, the fact that Autodidact gives you easy skill checks that automatically complete progress flat immediately completely ignores all kinds of anti-heal progress. So even a killer with Coulrophobia that would normally slow you down a lot and would make healing really hellish can actually be completely countered by this one perk if he allows them to get a little stronger. And get fully charged up over time. So yeah, long games, Autodidact can also shine a little bit, and then you might be happy that you brought it. Next up, we have Ace in the Hole. Ace in the Hole is one of the only perks in the game, maybe the only perk in the game, that has an effect outside of the match. This perk allows you to not lose your add-ons if you escape with an item. This is really interesting. Normally, if you escape with a medkit with 2 charges add-ons or 2 speed add-ons or whatever, those add-ons are gone even if you escape with the medkit. But with this, you get to preserve items and also the add-ons that you attach to it. I don't think this is very important for most players. Most players get so many blood points over time that you can have a renewing constant flux of new items. And it's also fun to try new items. But hey, if you're really attached to a certain type of item, Ace in the Hole lets you keep it if for whatever reason you really love it. Now, the other part that is actually more interesting, that is actually in the game. Whenever you open a chest, the chest will not give you an item that's empty. It will be an item with 2 add-ons. 2 add-ons, up to the highest rarity as well. Unfortunately, the overall strength of items has gone down a little bit. The game used to be able to give you styptics and syringes, which were really strong back in the day, and Ace in the Hole could feel really good. Now the strongest items are typically toolboxes that you would rather just take from home, right? So getting a few random add-ons, it's never bad, but it's also not extremely powerful for the most part. However, it's a fun thing. It's fun to gamble. If you have Ace in the Hole, as well as Pharmacy and maybe possibly Scavenger, you now can pull out medkits that are always going to be bringing add-ons and that are going to last almost twice as much. You will consistently be able to pull medkits that give you 2, maybe 3 heals out of each, and that is awesome. If you can give that to a few of your teammates, that's great. You can be the literal drug provider of your teammates. You will basically be handing them out medical supplies like a corrupt nurse. It's actually kind of fun, but it's not very strong. The best strong items are the ones that you can safely bring from your loadout and bring them without having to waste time finding chests. And ultimately, the whole chest searching, as I've explained time and time again, is a sort of build that is not that consistent and not that good overall. Potential Energy is a tragic perk. It is a perk that I've tried to use desperately, and I've tried to make use of desperately, and I've maybe researched more than any other perk on this tier list. And it pains me to say that overall it is bad. It is a really bad perk. There's a lot of text here, but I can try to summarize the perk for you. What this perk allows you to do, instead of working on a generator directly and completing the generator directly, this perk allows you to bank the progress on the generator. Instead of putting it on the generator, you put it in a little piggy bank, in a little jar, in a little bag, in a little container, and you carry it with you. Now be careful, if the killer hits you and damages you, you lose it, and that wouldn't be good, right? But if you do not get hit, you can now apply that progress that you've been banking either on that generator or on a different generator. Now, banking energy in this way is less efficient than just doing a gen. You actually have basically 50%, is it 50? Yeah, basically 2/3 efficient. Like, your efficiency is hurt by like a third. So it's not very efficient, but there are some situations where this can be somewhat useful. And I'm going to try to run you through all of them, okay? Number one, you have a generator that is unbelievably safe. It's in the best area of the map. There is so much room to run. Like, there's so much safety. Maybe there's an insane window, or it's a certain path where you can see the killer coming. It's a super, super safe gen. And it's super easy to complete a gen there. The killer's not even interested. You could take the potential energy on that gen, use it there very slowly, and then bring it to a different gen that the killer is not really paying attention to, that is in a worse spot, and then suddenly, bam, you can do 20% of a gen, just like that. Maybe even finish that gen. So you can take progress from a easy, safe gen into a more contested gen, hopefully without getting hit. That can be pretty good. That can actually be pretty good. And because many of the perks on killer work by hitting a gen with a lot of progress, if you have a gen with 0 progress, many of the killer perks might not affect it as well, which is nice. Now, another thing that you can do, and this is maybe one of the smartest ones, is to trick a killer into thinking that a gen is not being done. Say, for example, that you are in the main building. You spawn into the game, you're in the main building, you go to the second floor, and you start working on the gen. But you're clever. You start, instead of using the gen, normally you use potential energy. And you start banking the energy, not onto the gen, but onto the piggy bank. Now, when you hear the terror radius, and the killer comes by, you stop. And the killer listens in, and they see that the gen is making no sound. They see that there's no other noise going on, and they assume that nobody is there, and they run away. And now you pop that, and now the gen is suddenly at 20%, and the next time the killer comes by, they're going to be, what? This gen was at 0. How is it at 20% all of a sudden? And that can throw killers off a little bit. That can be quite nice. You can use it as a sort of stealth if you want to be super, super, super safe. Now, other than taking gen progress from one place to another, or to help you finish a gen, or to stay stealthy, is potential energy extremely usable otherwise? No, this perk is really bad. My overall conclusion is that playing this perk in solo queue is impossible. There is nothing you can do to somehow tell your teammates to help you make this perk work. It is impossibly difficult to work with random people and use this perk effectively. And when you play with your friends, you just don't need this perk. It's just completely unnecessary. When you play with your friends, you can easily tell them, hey, the 3 gen is in the main building. There's 3 gens really close. I'm going to try to do this, try to take the killer away. Hey guys, when the killer's busy, let's all get together on this one and try to do it. And then the match is going to be much easier. If you coordinate with your team on a very basic level, the need for this perk is not there. It's just, this perk is filling a gap, and it's trying to do a job that solo players cannot really afford, and that team players don't really need. And that is the tragedy of potential energy, I am afraid. It's still worth trying and seeing if you can make it work. If you can, it will be quite interesting. Next up, we have Deception. Once again, one of those perks that is really, really silly at low levels, it might seem really strong. Then if you're an intermediate player, you might think it's really bad. And then at higher levels, you might realize that it's actually quite good again. So you run to a locker, and if you're running, instead of being able to hop into the locker, you will instead get the prompt to open it and fake it. You will basically bait the locker. The locker will make the noise as if someone had gone in, and it will make a loud noise notification. If the killer is going around the corner, they might even see the locker flop and think that you went in. And the idea, of course, is that the killer will think, oh, wait a minute, the survivor went there, and they might open the locker and find it empty. Now, the killer obviously is not a stupid creature. They know that this perk exists, and sometimes if they see deception, they will check the next locker over. Maybe they think you have quick and quiet and you went on it. Maybe you didn't have quick and quiet, maybe you just kept running, and maybe they will be outplayed. Maybe you are there and you hit them with head on. You can introduce a lot of silly little things with deception. The big idea, right, is that at one point, even if the killer knows that this perk is there, you are messing with them. Because this perk removes your scratch marks. If you go around the corner and the killer hears the flap of a locker, they really do not know if you enter that locker, if you went to another locker, if you faked the locker but then went in with him quiet, or if you kept running. And the nice part is that if you kept running, they might lose you momentarily. One of the nicest things that you can do with deception is just be completely brazen about it. If you're on a gen and there's a locker nearby, you can quite literally, don't even try to do anything fun, just run at the locker, proc this perk, and then run in the most random direction while breaking line of sight. Even if the killer knows that you use deception, especially if you have something like Spinburst, they really cannot know exactly where you went after, and it can be a nice way of losing them. So yeah, the fact that this perk can occasionally lose a killer, and that it has a short cooldown, and that it pairs well with head-on builds, it is quite quirky. Ultimately, not the strongest type of build. Ultimately, perks like Dance With Me are a little bit safer, and perks like Lucky Break are a little bit more universal if you want to lose the killer. Perks like Iron Will as well. So this perk does get a little bit outmatched, and ultimately is not often able to convince the killer and make them throw everything away, but if it does work once or twice per game, that's more than enough. Residual Manifest is one of the rummage perks. It allows you to search a chest twice, and it guarantees that you're going to get a green flashlight with no items or add-ons unless you have Ace in the Hole. Now, flashlights are nice, but in order to get this, you need to search a chest for like 20 seconds. It is not worth it. Just bring one from home. just ask for a loan. You want a loan? I'll give you a flashlight. I'll give you $10 right now. Get a flashlight from Walmart or something. Please do not run this perk just for that. The ability to get a flashlight is not that important. Even if you think, oh, but what if I run out of a flashlight? What if I want a second one? You could go into a locker and literally get it back with build to last, or you could stun the killer and refill your flashlight with the perk that we saw earlier, Exultation from Trevor. So there's just better ways to refill a flashlight than Residual Manifest getting a second one. Now, the nice thing about Residual Manifest is that it also has another effect that is completely unique to this perk. And even though it's not the most impactful effect, it is the sort of effect that is really annoying, especially against newer killers. Anytime you blind a killer, either with a flashlight, with a firecracker, even with the perk Blast Mine from Jill, if they kick a gen, if you have Residual Manifest, that killer becomes blind, and it's exactly the same as the survivor blindness. They don't see the auras of hooks, which can be super confusing in some maps. They don't see the auras of the gens, which they normally see at all times. They don't see the auras of survivors from their perks, and this can make some people so lost. Against killers like myself that already play on autopilot because we have a lot of hours, if I see this perk used against me, it is a tiny minor inconvenience. But if you play at a lower level of experience, you can probably make some people very unhappy. At best, it could shut down certain oppressive auto-reading perks from killer, like for example, Nowhere to Hide. A killer kicks a gen in the middle of a map, maybe an indoor map, and they see everyone around them. This perk can kind of stop that for a little while at least. So it's nice, but is it worth the perk slot? Most often than not, I would say no, sadly. Bada Bada Boom from Dustin Henderson. I know this perk is going to upsell a lot of people. It is a really fun perk, and you can use it quite often, and it feels really nice to use it. But I'm gonna tell you, after trying it out many times, I came to the conclusion that this perk is really not that good. It works very similar to Jill's perk. Not Jill's perk, Ellen's perk, Chemical Trap. You do a bit of a generator, very little, and then the perk activates, and the next time that you go to a window, like a vault, for example, a window at shack, you can put a little trap on it. The killer will see it, so they can kind of play around it, but if the killer vaults that window, they will have this chemical trap explode under their legs, and this will slow them down quite significantly. Very similar to chemical trap. It's pretty much the exact same effect. The thing that you need to realize with this perk is that windows are not the same as pallets. Pallets are extremely abundant, and almost every map has 1 or 2 pallets that, unless the killer is a nurse, they have to break. Even strong killers like Blight or Ghoul or Spirit cannot always play around Shack Pallet. If you drop Shack Pallet, they have to break Shack Pallet. And that means that Chemical Trap gets to work on them every single time you do that. But here's the problem. Windows, even some strong windows, are constantly played around by killers. Unless you're playing against a very stupid killer that doesn't see this and doesn't think through, or a very rigid thinking killer that has the perk Bamboozle and tries to pre-vault and pre-block every window in the map. If you play against that and you have this perk, you're gonna have a great time. Unless you're playing against a killer with Bamboozle that is trying to do this, most killers play around windows. Some killers never vault windows. Killers, for example, like Nurse, for example, like the First, Vecna from Stranger Things, these killers, if you vault a window in front of them, they destroy you. And they never need to go through the window themselves. They play around it, they trick around it, they use their movement around it. Sometimes they go through it with their powers, but they don't actually press the vault button, making this perk completely unusable against them. The other sad part about this perk is that even if you do set this perk, unfortunately, you need to set it up ahead of time. If you vault the window and you set up this perk and the killer vaults it, it's true that you're slowing down the killer, but you're also slowing down yourself. You could even be hit while you're setting up this perk if you are really careless. In almost every possible situation that I can think of, it would be better to vault the window and run away as opposed to vault the window, wait a second, and put the trap down. What exactly are you going to do? If you vault the window, you put the trap, and the killer is coming around the window. Then you're going to take a hit to the face. There's really not that many situations where you can safely preemptively set up this perk and reliably get the killer to vault it. There's just really not that many. And when that happens, you're really not that much safer. You would have been honestly maybe fine just vaulting the window using Lithe or using Dance With Me or using some other perk to lose scratch marks or create distance, or using Finesse and just vaulting early and just getting out earlier. It would have just been overall safer to move away rather to try to stay and force the killer to break a window. Keep in mind that there is a fundamental difference between a strong pallet and a strong window. A strong pallet is infinitely usable. If a killer gets really stupid and goes around a pallet at 20 million times, you can vault back and forth 20 million times. And if the pallet is really safe, he will never down you. If a killer gets really stupid around the window and they make you vault it 3 times, the window blocks itself and now the window doesn't exist anymore. Bada Bada Boom, unfortunately, despite being really fun and working so similarly to Chemical Trap, has a few pitfalls and a few downsides that I think make it far less usable. And as a result, I do not recommend it very much. Sadly. It really pains me to say this because it is a fun perk and I've tried to use it so much. But yeah. Moving on, we have Collective Stealth, another teamwork perk, this one from Renato. This one also works if you heal somebody else, and it basically makes it so you guys have no scratch marks. If you yourself are injured, you still live blood. If you guys are running around, you're still visible to outer perks. Like, you still make breathing noises. You're still scared of crows. You still, like, this perk is just so bad. It's just so bad. There is a perk that can actually make your teammate, even if they go away from you, really, really hard to catch. And that perk is called A Place for Us. We talked about it earlier in this category. And there's also so many perks to guarantee stealth for the team, such as Circle, Boon, Shadow Step, right? And also Off the Record, when you get yourself off the hook. There's so many little perks like that that are just so much better. Now, the nice thing about this perk is that it does allow you to trigger it anywhere at any point. It doesn't need to be off the hook, or it doesn't have any particular timer, right? But it does force you to stay close to that person if you want to keep the effect. And if you stay close to the person and you both go nowhere, it doesn't matter that you don't have scratch marks. And if you stay close to the person and you both go to a gen, guess what? The killer's gonna find you. Like, what's the point of having no scratch marks? There's really not that many situations where this is insane. What if you get interrupted by the killer? Like, you would much rather run perks that help you make sure that you finish the heal, or make sure that you get a strong effect when finishing the heal, such as Made for This, which can make you tank a hit when you finish a heal, or even give you some sort of information when you finish the heal, like Aftercare. All of these perks are infinitely better than this. Not to mention that if your team, for some reason, is playing very, very selfish and is playing very self-sufficient and does not want you to finish healing them, they want to just do their thing, stay injured, this perk does absolutely nothing. Really, really disappointing perk. Mirror Delusion is a bit of a meme perk that can occasionally actually really do some funny things. You activate this perk, much like many of the other silly little gimmicky perks, by doing a generator. When you do 20% of it, right, the perk activates and you can place a copy of yourself, a little hologram, doing a number of actions. Now, this is really fun because you can put the hologram not only on a generator, you can also put it on a totem, which I think would convince anyone that it's real, or also an exit gate, a chest as well, but that part is a bit less interesting. Now, there's a major issue. The mirror illusion at a distance is a little bit convincing, but the moment the killer gets anywhere close, and I mean anywhere close, they will see that the illusion is somewhat wavy and hologram-like. I've seen a new player play this game. His name was Chandler Riggs, by the way. He is a famous actor that we played with. And he saw this perk for the first time. And I asked him, did that perk fool you? And he said, no, it was obvious. Like, even a new player that has never seen this perk before, that sees it for the first time, can immediately tell it's a fake. So it is not a very sound perk. Because it needs a generator to activate, it cannot be used multiple times in the end game as well. So it's the kind of perk that you're going to use twice and maybe that's it. Now, as a general rule, this perk really, really useless. It doesn't do anything faster. It's just a little misdirection, funny little gimmicky perk. But there are a few situations where it can be really powerful. If you have a totem and you're scared that the killer is coming back, you could leave a mirror illusion, and if a killer sees a survivor on a totem, I guarantee you they're going to be so scared they're going to get close and maybe even swing at it or something. Many killers also try to attack you from afar. So if I was playing Huntress or Artist and I see a survivor on a totem or on a gen, you better believe, I am going to let loose that hatchet and probably waste my time and my hatchet hitting someone that is not there. Another thing that you can do is give yourself a doppelganger. You can get on a generator and put a copy on a side that you're not working on, so that if the killer comes, they might swing at that copy or see that copy first and reveal themselves and not realize that you're on the other side, so that you get a bit of an early escape, right? But I'm going to tell you there's another situation that happens really rarely, and that is a few killers do not see the particles of this. For example, if the killer is far away from you and they send in Victor, Victor, the little guy from the twins, when he gets close to you, he does not see the wavy hologram-like effect. For him, it actually looks really realistic. There are a few killers that have this weird thing where they do not see the mirror illusion, and for them, it can actually be really confusing. And in a best-case scenario, you could even trick a killer into missing an attack and then kick Victor or get away with some other silly antic. So yeah, in some situations it can be fun, but it is the very, very definition of a gimme perk that does not do anything on its own, and most killers sadly have a brain. Bite the Bullet is a really fun perk that allows you to get away with some outrageous things, okay? The first thing that it does is that anytime you miss a skill check when healing yourself or other people, it makes the sound not play out for the killer. Believe it or not, it is super easy to miss a skill check when healing others. If they move at the wrong time or press shift, the run button at the wrong time, you can miss a skill check without even doing anything wrong yourself. So having something that protects you from broadcasting your location to the killer is not a bad thing. It's a nice safety net. The nice thing is that whenever you're healing, everybody involved in the healing will be extremely quiet. If the killer runs by and they're trying to listen in, they will not hear you. If you're healing yourself, you also make yourself quiet. Now, there's a huge risk associated to this. If you have a perk like self-care or a medkit, you can do crazy things, crazy things. You can take a hit from the killer, run into a room, run immediately to the left of the doorway, and start healing right there. A killer is conditioned to look for blood and listen to grunts of pain. If you are making grunts of pain and they walk into a room and they see scratch marks leading forward and they don't hear any breathing and any grunts of pain, they're going to assume that you're somewhere ahead, they're going to run past you, and at that point, you can finish the heal, or you can even immediately stop and run past them and give them the slip. And if you do that, it is so fun and so interesting to pull off plays like that. It is really interesting. Now, unfortunately, Bite the Bullet, unlike some other perks, does not block your aura from being read. If you try to do the same maneuver that I just explained, and the killer has a perk such as Nurse's Calling, they will literally see your aura and then immediately slap you in the face. And thus, if you want to run this perk, you are somewhat running a certain risk unless you also run a perk that warns you if your aura is being read. So if you're going to run this perk and you want to be safe, you can run Object of Obsession, you can run Distortion, or you can run We See You. Any of these perks would let you know if the killer is seeing you so that you can know that they have a perk to see you. And if they don't, then you can use this perk safely to do some crazy heals and get away with some really silly stuff. Unfortunately, with perks like Resurgence allowing survivors to heal themselves in seconds after being unhooked, the need to heal slowly and heal carefully is very minor and is largely made redundant. You could also run Junjin's perk Self-Preservation to have a massive 30 seconds of Elusive. Elusive does not make your healing silent, but it makes you completely aura immune and makes you quiet otherwise. So unless the killer's right on top of you, you're probably gonna get away with healing a little bit far from them. So yeah, sadly, this perk fails the utility test when you consider all of that. It is otherwise really fun, however. Next up, we have Technician. This is an amazing perk for beginners that are playing Fong Min, which is an otherwise amazing player, amazing character to unlock for new players as well. And it does two things. Now, the main thing that people remember it for is the skill check missing part. If you miss a skill check as a new player, it is honestly quite scary. You make a big loud noise, the killer is probably coming to you now, and you get really scared, and oh my god, it's very stressful. If you miss a skill check with this perk, the skill check does more damage to the gen, which is bad, but it also does not make any noise. It gets muffled. Don't worry, the extra damage on the gen is not that noticeable. Because you can get on the gen faster, you can actually kind of undo the damage. So honestly, the penalty for this perk is really a nothing burger. Don't worry about it at all. The main thing about this perk that is actually really good and somewhat usable even for players of any level is the actual repair sound reduction. What you need to remember is that anytime you're in a generator and you're working on it, there are two sounds that play simultaneously. Number one is the generator sounds. These play directly from the generator, and the more completed the generator is, the more loud it is. They go until it's done. And then there's the actual active repair sounds that your character emanates when they mess with the gen. It's either the little cables or the little levers. You do make a sound that killers can hear very distinctly, and when they hear this sound, not only do they know that a gen is nearby and a gen is progress, they know that you are there right now, and they can hear this through walls and from a fairly long distance. Believe it or not, Technician is actually a really good perk because you can be on a generator and get away from a generator when the heartbeat is getting close, and a killer might have no idea that you were there. It's not a stealth perk, but it kind of enables stealth gameplay, because even if you get off the gen relatively late, the killer will not know that you're there. You can see a killer kick a gen. Be careful, they have some perks that can reveal you, such as Nowhere to Hide from the night. But if you go back on that gen, the killer's not going to hear you when they're leaving. And this is a nice effect. It's mostly not the most amazing thing ever. Better than doing gens quietly is to just do them faster. So yeah, Déjà Vu is just better. All the gen speed perks are better. But do not sleep on this perk. It's actually somewhat usable. Teamwork, Toughen Up, is another teamwork perk and is somehow maybe possibly worse than the other ones. It is a really sad perk, and I think it's extremely unique in the whole cast of perks. It is one of the only perks that only works if your teammates do something and you cannot influence it. You cannot do, like, this perk can go the entire match without ever triggering. And it is really common for it to never trigger. This perk only triggers if your teammates blind or stun the killer somewhere close to you. Many times, your best idea is to make sure that you take the killer as far away from your teammates, right? So if you're playing with solo queue teammates, this perk is really bad. I would say that if you're a new player and you want to have a perk that gives you a little bit of stealth to maybe get away, and you have a person in your party that's taking care of you, that's always there with a flashlight, that's always carrying you, that always unhooks you, that always gets you out of trouble, this perk can be occasionally worth bringing. You put it on, your teammate is going to blind the killer, you're going to have a cleaner getaway. However, now that we've discussed maybe the one situation, the one instance where this perk can be good, let's talk about the alternatives and see why this perk is really not worth it. If your teammate has the other teamwork perk from the Walking Dead DLC, if he has Throwdown, he can blind the killer, and instead of giving you stealth, he can give you literally endurance, which allows you to just tank a hit and be fine. That's much more valuable than this. Additionally, you now have a perk called Self-Preservation that gives you 30 seconds of really good stealth anytime someone gets hooked, which is much more frequently happening in your games other than this. Yeah, you also have Iron Will, you also have Lucky Break, you also have... There's just so many perks that are not the situational. What if you play against a killer that has Lightborn? What if you play against a killer that does not easily get stunned by pallets, such as Nurse? You have a perk that is almost entirely unusable. So I highly recommend that you do not run this perk. And if you figure out something, how to use this perk in some way I haven't thought of, please do let me know in the comments. I would really like to know. Okay, moving on to Boil Over. From here on out, by the way, you're going to notice that some of these perks are a lot simpler and a lot worse. I will be going into a little bit more detail just to respect your time, seeing that we're probably going to be here for a total of 8 hours plus. Boil Over is a perk that you often get when you level up Kate, who has two other really nice perks, and it is very natural to want to use it because it's such a passive perk that seems to be doing something in the background. It does make it so that anytime you're wiggling, the killer moves side to side more aggressively. This can be really annoying in some indoor maps especially. You can make the killer get stuck. And the ability to hide the closest hook to the killer, I swear, in some indoor maps makes the killer really confused, sometimes sends them on a loose goose chase and they go off to some hook in the distance when they could have gone somewhere really, really close. The other thing that this perk can do that can be really, really nasty is if you happen to go down on a elevated area of the map, like a hill, and the killer has to take a little bit of a path and then drop down, you will have a pretty significant wiggle increase and you could get off of the killer's grass by yourself before they make it. In other words, with this perk, a killer has to be very careful if they're going to go into basement and take a little shortcut. They will see the red icon of this perk. They should know about this, but it could catch them by surprise. Overall, this perk does almost nothing. Most killers can play around this fine. They remember where hooks are, even if one of them is hidden temporarily. And they can just very clearly see the effect, play around it, and be minorly inconvenienced. Sometimes you go down next to a hook, and this perk literally does nothing. It can be an okay perk to run if you want to make the life of the killer a bit harder and you've got nothing better. But if you're going for some kind of Saboteur build, there's just so many other options that are just far better along the lines of Tenacity, Unbreakable. We've seen Flip-Flop. There's just so many better options that are a little bit more consistent. Premonition is a free perk that is available to everyone, and it might be tempting to use. I think that if you want to have an eye on the killer and keep an eye on the killer, the free perk Dark Sense is just superior. But the nice thing about this perk is that it does work on a killer even if they are not directly in line of sight, and even if they are somehow undetectable, like for example a ghost fairies or a wraith while using power. It gives you a bit of a ping when the killer is roughly in the direction of your camera, and especially if you happen to play against a stealth killer or two when running this perk, it can maybe give you a bit of an early warning. It can also go off all the time and make you extremely paranoid and make you think that the killer is onto you when they're nowhere near. Maybe pair it with Bond so that if you see your teammates and hear this perk, you can use the information in tandem to actually know what is going on. On its own, this perk triggers way too often and doesn't give you a ton of info to go by. It might make you play very passive, which is something that you never ever want to do. This Is Not Happening is an outrageously outdated perk that does almost nothing. This perk is horrendous. It only triggers when you're injured, and it makes the great skill checks, the hard ones, the wide ones, a little bit bigger. Now, needless to say, if you're injured, you probably should be healing if you can. But if you're going to stay injured for a long time, maybe with a perk like Resilience or something, This Is Not Happening can make you hit more great skill checks. If you hit more great skill checks, you will be saving a second here, a second there, a second here. Maybe at the end of the game, this perk can help you hit 2 or 3 great skill checks that you would have missed otherwise, and it saves you 2 or 3 seconds. That's not a lot. That's really not a lot for a single perk that is basically nothing. If you want to help doing gens faster, bring Déjà Vu. If you want to get injured and do things faster consistently, run Resilience. And if you want some help with skill checks, a perk like Stakeout is far, far better. But, and also, obviously, it would do you good to get used to the normal size of the skill checks, which is nice. But one thing that this perk can do that is undeniable is make it a little bit easier to hit skill checks consistently if you're running Hyperfocus. If I had Hyperfocus and maybe Stakeout, and I had a toolbox, and I had, I don't know, Déjà Vu, and for some reason I was forced to run this perk as my 4th one, and I was injured, I wouldn't even be that mad, because it can help a little bit to hit some tricky skill checks. But other than that, it is a laughably weak perk that should have been reworked years ago. Spine Chill has the opposite problem. This perk was very popular. New players loved it because it told them when the killer was looking at them. Experienced players loved it because it made them vault faster, but then it was reworked, and it got reworked a second time, and it is now a fairly useless perk. It's really, really sad. Essentially, anytime the killer is directly, and I mean directly looking at you, the perk lights up. At that point, honestly, you should probably know that the killer is looking at you, unless it's like a cheeky ghost face. You're probably gonna know. So this is not likely to give you a warning that you don't auto this incoming. And for that brief moment that the killer is looking at you, and for half a second after, if he stops, you are 6% faster at doing things like healing and opening gates. Now, this can be okay. This can be all right. Every now and then, you will be in some crazy situation where you're opening an exit gate and it's 99.999%, and thanks to Spine Chill, you manage to open it and actually get out. It could come in clutch sometimes, but it does not help you vault faster. It really only matters maybe in a clutch heal or a clutch exit gate moment, and the effect is so tiny, and I mean so unbelievably tiny, that you're almost better off running literally anything else that has a stronger effect, including Déjà Vu for gens, Resilience or Botany for healing, or Finesse if you want to vault faster, or Soul Survivor or Wake Up if you want to open gates sooner. Yeah, many other better options. Friendly Competition is a cute perk. It also is a bit of a teamwork style perk. It only triggers if you finish a generator. You have to finish it with a teammate at the same time. Now, unfortunately, if your teammates are a little bit clueless and they let go of the generator a second before you pop the gen, then this perk doesn't work, which would be really tragic. Or if you're interrupted and you have to split up, which is generally speaking the better idea. You should not group up on gens unless you really think it's the last one and it's really worth it. As an idea, if the killer interrupts two people, that's quite bad. If you split up, less chances to be interrupted. Generally speaking, it's not a hard rule, but generally speaking, unless you're confident the killer is far away and not going to bother you, probably split up. But if you do stick together, Friendly Competition triggers, and then you and that survivor get a whooping, an astonishing and never before reached incredible gen speed modifier of 5%. Déjà Vu is way better. Prove Thyself is way better. There's so, even Sprint Burst to get to the next gen is way better. There's so many perks that do more than this. So much more than this. It is true that 5% on two different people saves about 4 seconds on two different people, but that's only assuming that they both get on a gen immediately, which often will not be the case. Often you will be chased, have to do other things. You're not going to get a full gen worth of repairs for the 2 minutes that this perk stays up. At best, this provides, I don't know, a bit of a speed boost to two people that work on two, maybe a bit more gens. But keep in mind that survivors sticking together on a gen have a penalty to their gen speed. So you're again much better off using Dwight's free, easily available perk, Prove Thyself. This perk, the numbers are just too small for it to really do anything, sadly. Next up is Apocalyptic Ingenuity. This perk is tragic as well. It has an effect that is generally quite useful and could come into play many times per match and do some clutch things. But the way to trigger it is simply too demanding. For this perk to activate, you have to search or rummage 2 individual chests or 1 perk if you rummage it. So that means that you have to go out of your way to either find 2 chests or bring another perk that will allow you to search the same chest once again. And also that means that you have to go out of your way to find a chest or go into basement. You basically have to waste a good 20-25 seconds that you could be spending doing useful things like generators and helping healing and stuff. You need to dedicate about 20 or so seconds to doing this to activate this perk. When you activate this perk, 2 positive things happen. The first one is actually quite nice. You see the aura of all broken pallets within a 32-meter radius, and this can work as a little bit of a budget windows of opportunity. If you go to Shack and you see that there's a broken pallet aura, then you know that the pallet that is broken. So it can be an indirect way of figuring out information of which pallets have been used around you. And this is generally quite useful, or one of the better parts about this perk. And the other effect is that you can actually create a fragile pallet out of a broken pallet. A fragile pallet is basically a rebuilt pallet that allows you to stun the killer, but if you drop it, it immediately breaks. So it's a basically one-use pallet that breaks upon being dropped. Creating a pallet on a place where a pallet was previously before can be pretty useful. Even a pallet that has been created this way can still be useful to stun the killer. There's also a good chance the killer might not realize that they already broke it and not realize that it's a fragile pallet, and they might think it's a real pallet and play around it wrong. So it is a nice perk, but the absolute fact that you have to go so far out of your way to activate it, and that it requires maybe another perk in order to not be a waste, and that it's a fragile pallet as well. You could just run any means necessary and pick up one or two pallets that the killer forgot to actually break, and it would probably put this perk to shame. Try this perk out and tell me how often do you actually get to use this perk without having wasted 30 seconds of your time. It is frankly really painful. If a perk requires you to do so much and bring possibly chest offerings and other perks to activate it, it's sadly rarely is worth a perk slot, and this one is no exception. Next one is Teamwork, Soft-Spoken. This perk is incredibly easy to use. Anytime you're on a gen with somebody else, it automatically begins to work. It gives you a 5% faster gen speed, which honestly is a little bit nice. It's not incredibly noticeable. You are being hit by a natural minus 15%. So this perk is only somewhat countering the natural debuff the survivors all experience when they work on a gen together. But it also makes the noises that both of you make a little bit harder to hear. Honestly, this is not too bad. As far as teamwork perks go, this is really weak. I've told you earlier with the perk Technician that making a gen quieter makes the killer sometimes not realize that someone is right there and might help distract them or not keep them aware of what the really critical information is. But the fact that this perk only works with someone else means that you would probably want to split up normally, and this perk doesn't work. And if you get together, you might as well run a perk that makes you do the gen faster. You know what's better than doing a gen quieter? Doing a gen faster, finishing it earlier, so that the killer has no chance to interrupt it whatsoever. I think this perk can lull you into making mistakes. It can get you together in a gen, giving the killer information with a perk like Discordance that you are together there. And yeah, I simply think the minor 5% is really nothing when you compare it to Déjà Vu, which is going to be 6% consistently, whether you're together or separately, whether it's the last or the first gen. Yeah, it's probably just a lot better. It is sadly a perk that just does not pull its weight very much. Next up, we have Diversion, a fan favorite, an absolute banger of a perk that activates passively if you are a very short amount of time inside the killer's terror radius. Not gonna lie, it can be a bit annoying if you play against a Wraith or some other stealth killer that does not let you be, but at some point these killers begin chasing, they have a terror radius for at least a little while, and then you get this perk. It allows you to throw a rock that will explode 20 meters in front of you, in a straight line in front of you. Now, some people believe that because the survivors do a rock throw animation, that this rock follows some kind of physics. And it is not the case. I need you to understand, it is very important that when you press Diversion, it finds a point 20 meters in front of your nose and it explodes. The killer will hear a notification, and if they show up, they will see some scratch marks on the ground that could make them think that someone's there. Now, there are a few ways to do this perk wrong, okay? Number one, if you go on the basement and you use this perk, the killer will see the scratch mark underground, away from basement. so they'll know that you're in basement. If you're in a second floor, like for example a hill or a main building second floor, and you use diversion, the killer will see the scratch. They will see the sound notification on the air. So obviously, if this happens, you're going to give away your location super easily. The best way to use diversion is to make the killer think that that notification is actually a missed skill check. If you can nail the distance of 20 meters and make it happen in a generator, the killer will be tricked into thinking that someone's there, and maybe they'll go and check. And if you make it happen right below a hook, where a survivor used to be hooked, but they're no longer there, or maybe on a corner of the map where the killer really thinks that someone was being healed, if you sell the story a little bit, you might trick a killer into momentarily checking that area. I've been fooled by it a couple of times, but as a general rule, killers are smart. They know what skill checks are and are not possible. They know which ones are and are not likely. And sometimes they see a bit more than you can give them credit for. If I look into an area after a skill check and I see that there's absolutely nothing else, no crows, nothing else around it, I will tell that it's diversion. And because the range of diversion is exactly 20 meters, I can start to pretty much triangulate exactly who the survivor that threw it is being at right now. So sometimes with diversion, I actually find a survivor faster than if they don't have it. It is true that if a killer is a bit clueless, this perk maybe could fool them for very long, but as a general rule, you don't want to assume that the killer that you play against is stupid. And for that reason, I think diversion is a little hard to use, and if you're crafty enough to make it work, you can probably make other perks far stronger. Alright, it's time to talk about the 1-star perks. I don't want anyone to be insulted. Some of these perks are honestly capable of shining a little bit, but almost all of them have some sort of like insane risk that could run everything into a disaster, or they are way too situational. And I think the problem with low profile is exactly that. This perk is too situational. Whenever you are the last person, everybody else is either on the ground or dead or escaped. This perk triggers, and for a pretty nasty 90 seconds, you don't leave scratch marks and you don't leave pools of blood, and you're also completely quiet. You're not immune to auto reading, but pretty much everything else, you are pretty good. Now, the best use for this perk, very simple. Your teammates have Unbreakable, but everybody else is on the ground, and the killer is on you, but then you lose the killer, and then your teammates pick themselves up, or better yet, you get back to them and you pick them up, or maybe your teammates are dead and you're running around the map looking for the hatch, and the killer runs right by you, but they don't see you, and then you slip by them and manage to find the hatch or get to a gate. There are a few situations where this perk can save you, but let me tell you already, this perk does not prevent crows, it does not prevent auras, it does not prevent the killer from having a brain. Many times, by the end of the game, a killer will have a very good idea of where everybody is. And if I down survivor 1, 2, and 3, I know where the 4th one is, or I have a really good idea. The chances that I'm going to lose them just because of this perk are little. If you play carefully enough, you don't need this perk. If you play brazen and bold enough, this perk is not enough. There's really not that many situations where you want this perk to wonder. This is one of those perks that even if you have a good team and they know that you have it, there's nothing they can do to make it useful. You don't ever want your team to die. And if your team is dying, maybe a perk like Soul Survivor, aka Down to the Last, is more likely maybe to help you out in the final 1v1, or even Bill's perk Left Behind. All of those perks are probably way better than low profile. This is a perk that only triggers when your team is absolutely decimated, and I don't think it sadly does enough. But I know some people have a soft spot for it, and it has feet on it, which I also know is a big selling point. Road Life. We've spoken at length about how absolutely unbelievably broken some of the best healing perks in the game are right now. At the top of the top, we have Resurgence, allowing you to heal instantly pretty much. Will Make It, allowing you to heal in half the time. Very strong perks. And then to compete with all those perks, you have Road Life, the most pathetic, disgusting, stupid perk ever. This perk requires you to be injured. When you're injured, you need to hit 4 tokens. If you miss one, you lose them. So you need to hit 4 straight tokens, which are only achieved by hitting great skill checks on a generator. And when you achieve 4 tokens, you have a temporary boost where if you start healing, you will heal faster, but only for 1 heal. And if you stop because the killer interrupts you, or you need to reposition, or maybe the person that you're healing gets a bit spooked and takes 2 steps to the right, the perk goes away. This is so insulting. Like, who in the right mind thought that 100% twice as fast healing with this many conditions was possibly worth it when you could just have no one left behind, which is 100%, no conditions, just in the endgame. Or Botany Knowledge, which is 50%, no conditions, always, on yourself, forever. Your first heal, your second heal, your third heal, all heals. No skill checks necessary. This honestly wouldn't be so bad if skill checks themselves were consistent, but as we know, they are not. Skill checks happen very, very rarely. Sometimes if you don't have a toolbox, you can go a whole generator without getting one. So getting 4 and hitting all 4, even if you're good at skill checks, can generally never happen. So yeah, there are so many ways this perk can fail. This perk requires you to want to heal somebody else, be injured, but somehow not want to heal. Like, it requires you to do so many things in such a specific order that if at any point one of those things you have to do in a different order, it stops working completely. It is an abomination of a perk, and it really pains me to know that this perk came out only a few short months ago, and it really hasn't gone through any changes since. We have the first of the invocations. Invocation Weaving Spiders. This is the best one of the 2, but it's not very good. Invocation perks are perks that you trigger by entering the basement. Most of the times, the killer is too busy doing things to really catch you at the basement, but keep in mind, if you go down in the basement against a bad killer, I'm talking hag, I'm talking huntress, cannibal, killers that can really punish you and really make it difficult to get the basement rescue if you end up being hooked there. You don't want to be in the basement, ever. But anyway, this perk requires you to go into the basement and you need to do an invocation. Now, this technically can be joined by other survivors and it can even be finished by other survivors. But most of the times, you're going to be doing it by yourself. After 1 minute of being in the basement, the perk triggers and you have a permanent broken status effect. Permanent broken status effect. Yeah. In return, you take all of the gens in the map, all of the ones that are still available, and they all lose 10 charges, which is a bit more than 10%. It's more like 11 or 12%. So you basically do 12 or 11% of every gen in the map, and it's permanent. The killer cannot undo it, or every gen remaining. But, this can be countered if one of the gens is blocked, by the way, and it obviously doesn't work if one of the gens is completed. And also, even though 10% or whatever, or 10 charges of several gens, mathematically, it is a nice effect. When you compare this to Fast Track, when you compare this to Déjà Vu, when you compare it to all of these other perks, it's really not that good considering the insane amount of risk that you put on yourself by going into basement and for being injured the remainder of the game. Being injured the remainder of the game means you cannot take hits for teammates without going down. You can never trade at the hook. Any killer that can down you from afar can now escalate the violence tremendously. You can quickly go down unexpectedly and put your team under massive pressure. And there is no good reason to do this, frankly. It is a cool thing, and it can be part of a gen rush, kind of work in the background sort of build, but trust me, there are much, much better things that you can do with your time. One interesting tidbit is that if somebody else finishes the invocation that you start and you're on the ground, the invocation can actually pick you up because it puts you into the injured state. That's a bit of a fun little quirk that you can try out if you want. You can also actually pop a generator with this perk. If a gen is close to 90%, this perk can actually make it complete without no one being there, which is fun. It's gimmicky, but it is ultimately a massive, massive imbalance of risk and time and reward. You can do way more damage than just 10% of a gen by being out there, and it does not have this massive downside. There's not much else to say. It's really just not that good. Next up, we have Calm Spirit. This perk got reworked some time ago, and the developers did not know how to add a Calm Spirit tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3, so they gave it a downside. And that downside makes this perk unbelievably unstable and dangerous. Let me explain why. The main effect of Calm Spirit is actually fairly good. It allows you to not disturb crows. This is not something that you think about super often as a survivor, but many times as a killer, you make many important decisions based on seeing a crow in the distance. It allows you to find people at the start, near the end, throughout the match. It's actually quite good. So being able to run around carelessly without disturbing crows, it is quite okay, and completely counters a perk like Spies from the Shadows, which is nice. It also adds the ability to passively resist all of the perks and all of the powers, even the ones that you yourself carry, that would make you scream. So for example, if the killer is playing Doctor and he shocks you, you will have the madness, but you won't scream, and he will have a harder time tracking you. If you, for example, have Infectious Fright on the killer and they down someone near you, you will not scream. All of the perks that can make you scream, you will resist it and completely ignore it and make it harder for the killer to know that you're there. This can actually be quite nice, and it does make a few really stupid perks much nicer. It doesn't completely counter every perk that can kick you out of a gen, but it is a nice effect. This part of the perk so far is completely fine. It also makes you completely silent when it comes to cleansing totems and doing chests. Chests are not super high priority. Totems, I mean, they're nice to do sometimes, and if the killer walks by, they're probably going to check on the totem, and you should not risk it, but making it silent, I mean, it can be okay. But here is the part that makes this perk a really tragic one. This perk passively makes your totem cleansing, totem blessing, and chest unlocking 30% slower. Now, for the chest part, it's not a big deal. You're not going to be doing many chests anyway, but the slower blessing makes boons horrendous. You should never run boons. And the slower cleansing is potentially completely game breaking. Now, cleansing a totem takes 14 seconds. Doing it with this perk, it's not that bad. It's only 18 or so seconds. That doesn't seem so bad. However, keep in mind that if you get interrupted by any means whatsoever, you will go back to 0. And what if the killer runs one of the really strong perks, such as Thrill of the Hunt, which is a pretty popular build at the moment. Thrill of the Hunt makes all totem cleansing slower, and you can pair it with other nasty hexes, and it can actually be quite difficult. It's one of the strongest builds in the game. If you have this perk and you have to cleanse a totem with that build, you are completely useless. You will spend more than 30 seconds cleansing a totem, only for the killer to possibly interrupt you and reduce all of that progress back to 0. It is so dangerous to have Calm Spirit. If your teammates have Know It and you have to cleanse Know It, you cannot do it in a timely manner. Being just a perk that debuffs you in that way makes the rest of this perk a bit less appealing. Now, some people will neglect this or put this aside and think to themselves, hey, you know what? I don't like playing against Doctor, and I don't like playing against kills that make me scream, so I like being really quiet and really stealthy. And to those people, I say, I understand, but how often do you really go against those killers? If the answer is not very, don't bother running this perk. If you want a more active stealth perk, you can run Self-Preservation, which is not going to protect you from birds, but it will protect you from most of the things, and you're going to have a much easier time, in my opinion. Next up is Cut Loose. This is supposed to be a misdirection / stealth perk that is horribly designed. The idea is that if you perform a vault action, aka vaulting a pallet or a window fast, you have a small window of 6 seconds where any follow-ups are completely silent. And I mean completely silent, very much like Quick and Quiet. So if Quick and Quiet is the first hook, the first vault is silent, this is kind of like a second Quick and Quiet. So you vault, but then the second one is quiet. That's it. In theory, this can sound quite fun and quite interesting. In practice, there are almost zero, and I mean zero scenarios where you're gonna vault 2 windows in a row. Most of the time, or you're gonna vault 1 window into the same one back. If you're doing that, you're often vaulting back into the killer or taking a 50-50 random blind chance that you will. And it is really not that easy to find a scenario where you benefit from being silent, especially if the killer is so close to you. But here's the really tragic part about this perk. This perk has a massive cooldown of 45 seconds, and the perk goes on cooldown even if you don't use it. In other words, if I vault a pallet and I run to another loop and I now want to use Cut Loose, I've already lost Cut Loose from vaulting that pallet. So many of the few places where you could theoretically try to make this perk work, you will not have it available if you vaulted anything prior. That makes this perk literally so unbelievably worthless. I think it's so overdue for a change. Until that happens, please do not insult yourself. Respect yourself. Do not run this perk. Hardened. Hardened is one of those perks that I love the concept of. It requires you to do 2 different side objectives in order to activate it, okay? First, you need to do a chest, any type of chest, only one, and then you need to cleanse or bless a totem, which means that you have to break the totem or apply a little boon. Now, luckily for you, there is one perk that allows you to find both chests and totems at the same time, which is 11's Extrasensory Perception. So if you have an insanely high confidence on your ability to find both a chest and a totem relatively quickly, or if you run that perk, you can run Hardened. And after cleansing a totem, which takes 14 seconds, and after opening a chest, which takes about 8 seconds, you now have a passive ability for the rest of the game where anytime you would scream, including the killer hitting you, including the killer hitting you with a shock or other powers, or including perks, instead of screaming, you don't scream, like Calm Spirit, and actually see the aura of the killer instead. Seeing the aura of the killer is awesome, and it can actually be quite playful, but I'm gonna tell you the sad reality of Harden. This perk requires you to use 1 perk slot, possibly 2, if you want to consistently find a totem or consistently find a chest, right? So it possibly requires 2 slots, and it requires you to waste about 25 or 30 seconds to set it up. Conservatively. There are so many matches where you simply cannot afford to do that. There are so many matches where you're gonna do this, you're gonna waste 20 seconds, now you're gonna get on a gen, but because the gen didn't get done earlier, now it's being attacked by many of the killer perks that start happening after the first hook. The first hook happened and pop. The first hook happened and Painless. The first hook happens and DMS, Scream Embrace. All of the killer perks often happen in waves after the first hook happens. So delaying the first generator by even 20 seconds is so unbelievably risky if your teammates are not already on point. So anything that delays you for that long, I think is mad risky. And unless you just happen to get the most incredible item out of a chest, and unless you happen to cleanse the most incredible totem out of your way, I really don't think this perk is worth running. Yes, it's very cute to occasionally be able to see the killer. And if you play against a doctor, every time they shock you, you see the aura, which is kind of like turning the power on themselves. But frankly, just having to put so much time aside for an effect that can often be so lackluster is a massive wager that I don't think you should take. I love the idea of this perk. I love the idea of doing side objectives. I've tried to make it work, and in my experience, I have failed more often than not. Teamwork, full circuit. I think this perk is honestly almost insulting. It does make you do gens 5% faster, when you're with someone else, but you already have a debuff of -15, which means that you already do gens -15 slower. So really this does not make you any faster, it just makes you a bit less slow. Overall, it will save you about 2 seconds on a generator. Yeah, it will save you about 2 seconds on a generator compared to if you didn't have anything. That's on a full generator that you do from 0 to 100. So yeah, it's very similar to Soft Spoken, the teamwork perk from 11, which is the other survivor from this chapter. So yeah, saving you 2 gens on 2 seconds on a gen, frankly, I mean, it's not bad, but just run Déjà Vu, please. Just run Spin Burst, just run literally anything else. You will actually have a perk. The main effect of this perk is that anytime you're on a generator, the easy part of the skill checks becomes way bigger and more big the more other people, the more people on a generator, the bigger the skill check is. Now, as I explained, the more people on a generator, you have a naturally increasing debuff to your speed. In other words, you're not really encouraged to be on a gen. It's not a good idea to have 4 people on a generator. It does do the gen fast, but it does put the team under a lot of pressure if they all get interrupted, right? So generally speaking, you don't want to stick together unless you have a good reason. And if you do, please use a perk like Prove Thyself, which actually takes away part of this debuff that naturally occurs. This perk is awful. The skill checks are already really easy. Making the easy part even bigger has almost zero utility unless you are playing with a baby that cannot hit a skill check because they are 1 year old. It is generally insulting. I cannot think of a place where this perk would actually show any value whatsoever. It is downright insulting how bad it is. Moving on, we have Red Herring. Red Herring has the unfortunate downside of being a terrible perk, but it is quite funny, and it has a funny icon, and what it does actually can be a little bit hilarious, so I almost am tempted to give it a pass, but I'll explain why it's actually quite bad. The idea with this perk is that anytime you work on a gen for like a little bit of time, the gen gets marked in a different color, and now if you go in a locker and hop into a locker, maybe you want to hop into a locker to trigger a perk or a different perk like Lucky Star, stuff like that, you will now activate a fake miss kill check on that generator. From the killer's point of view, it will look as if someone's on the gen, and if they're afar, they'll think, oh my god, someone missed a skill check, I'm maybe gonna go there. If you time this at a good, appropriate time, it can actually be quite decently good at maybe convincing the killer to check. A really good time would be if the killer is just done hooking a survivor, and you give this Red Herring on a particular gen that the killer hasn't checked recently. Maybe the killer will teleport there if they're Freddy or Dredge, or maybe they'll go there with their mobility power if they're Hillbilly or Blight, and you could take the killer away from a different gen. However, that's about as good as it gets. It takes quite a bit of time to set it up. For you to distract the killer on a gen, you have to be on that gen, so you kind of are taking the killer towards the place that you are. And the most horrible part is that your teammates might not know that you have this perk. Your teammates are maybe gonna go on that gen, and then the killer will find them, or maybe you're gonna convince the killer, oh, they're missing skill checks on that gen, so I'm good, it's not gonna get completed, I'm gonna go check a different one. Honestly, just because the skill check happens, it does not make the killer turn into a zombie that goes and checks it. We all have seen some funny videos where this happens, but in real matches, this simply does not happen that often. It really doesn't happen. If the killer has only 3 or 4 generators left, he's gonna have a pretty good idea of where everyone is at any one given time, and bringing him to any one gen, especially when they could just check it from afar really quickly, is not gonna be worth your time. It takes too much time for this perk to work. You have to go into a locker, you have to touch the generator, you have to maybe step a little bit far away so that the killer doesn't find you right away. It really isn't that hot. You might be tempted to pair it with Wiretap, to pair it with Blast Mine, to pair it with all these funny other perks, and what you're gonna end up with is a build that does one thing, and one thing that can fail very, very badly. Ultimately, it's not that difficult for the killer to make the right choices with the information that they have, and this does not fool them as much as you would like, even though it is a fun little fishy perk, and that gives it a little extra points in my opinion. Deadline. Deadline is a really interesting perk, okay? It does something very unique, and I have to give it props. The first thing that you need to know is that it only works when you're injured. This is an unfortunate thing, because you could really do some fun things with this perk at the start of the match, but unless you happen to get injured right away or use the perk no either, we'll talk about that in a second, this perk is really not immediately available. But that's okay. All right, what happens when we get injured? When we get injured, this perk activates and gives us a passive. The passive is that we are more than twice as likely to get skill checks when healing or doing gens. Also, if we miss the skill checks, the penalty, which is normally 10%, is now only 5%, which is, it's a little nicer. It's a little nicer. Keep in mind that the penalty also includes a certain period of inability to work on the gen or work on the heal, and that does not change. So if you ever miss a heal on a teammate accidentally, you'll notice that there's like 3 seconds where you're like, you want to heal but you can't. And this perk doesn't change that. It just makes the penalty a bit less pronounced. But anyway, it makes you twice as likely to get skill checks. Now, if you have the perk Autodidact, that can really be nice. That's really nice. Also, if you're a robot that can hit every great skill check, this is insanely nice as well. Unfortunately, most of us are not robots. Most of you are not robots anyway. And yeah, this perk comes with a heavy downside. It makes skill checks randomize. If you've ever played against a doctor, then you are familiar with the idea that skill checks can be randomized, not just in the middle of the screen, but all over the place. And this is unbelievably risky. I'm going to tell you, there are a few perks in the game right now that when used by random killers are not very good. One of them is Merciless Storm. It's a perk from Sadako that gives a bunch of random skill checks that you have to hit around the center of your screen, and if you hit them all, the gen is completed. But if you miss them, the gen gets blocked and even loses a bunch of progress, which is really bad. There's also another perk that's very similar and applies to healing from the Houndmaster called No Quarter. So these perks, I'm going to tell you, unless you're playing against a doctor, they are a joke. They're actually so easy. If you get these perks, and I see them every now and then, it's an easy peasy moment, right? However, if you have deadline, these perks actually become really hard. You can actually make a useless killer perk into an actual threat that will be super difficult because the skill checks are all going to be in different parts of your screen and you're going to turn yourself crazy trying to hit them. So with deadline, you can make perks on killer that would normally be fine into actual little nightmares. And the question is, what are you doing it for? What's the big deal? For more skill checks that you might miss? If you want to do healing faster, there are approximately 6 million perks that are better than deadline for healing faster. So many of them. The easiest one, Botany Knowledge. If you want to get a lot more skill checks, you can also even use V's perk 1, 2, 3, 4, which is double as good as this perk. It does have a condition to trigger it, but it works even when healthy. And it applies itself to all of your teammates as well. Deadline is an absolute joke. At its best, it will do nothing. At its best, maybe it helps autodidact a bit. At its regular, it will do nothing. At its worst, it can actually make you lose the game on its own. Here's another perk that can also make you lose its game. Repressed Alliance sounds like something that could occasionally be incredible. It gives you the ability, after you've done enough of a gen, to block a generator yourself. This is something that regularly only killer perks and killer add-ons do. Normally, a gen being blocked is a bad thing for Survivor. But with this perk, you can strategically do it in order to protect a gen that can maybe be taken after a little while. Now, the reason why blocking gens can be useful for survivors is that a gen that is blocked by the entity is frozen in time. It cannot be damaged further up or down in any way whatsoever. It is frozen. After the entity blockage ends and the generator is available, it can begin to lose or gain progress, but in that time, it cannot move. So for example, if you're working on a 99% generator, but you can sadly tell that a killer is about to interrupt it, you could theoretically block it, run around the map for a little bit, waste a little bit of the killer's time, and when he's not looking, get back, and bam, you now finish it really quickly. That is the absolute best case scenario for this perk. Now, let me tell you why this is really, really bad. You know what would be better? To not block the gen and just take the damage. The killer has pop. Okay, let him kick it for 20%, and then you get back on the gen. And if the killer wants to defend the gen, he stays there, and then somebody else does a different gen across the map, and then the killer loses. The problem with Repressed Alliance is that if I'm a killer, and I go to a gen that's nearly done, and the gen gets blocked, I now think, awesome, this gen is frozen. I'm gonna use these 30 seconds to pressure the other gens, kick them into the dust, and then come back here or kill someone and make the most out of these 30 seconds. This perk literally can work in the killer's favor by preventing a survivor from quickly taking advantage of a situation. Think about it this way. If you have a generator that's at 90% and the killer kicks it, does 5 damage, and then leaves, you can get back on it and finish it so quickly. But if you made the mistake of using Repressed Alliance, the killer didn't kick it, but now you cannot use it. And your team is going to look at it and be, what do? You've killed us all. We could have all got it on the gen and finished it. Now the killer is focusing on someone else. This is a perk that literally gives the killer a chance to tunnel someone out and focus on someone for 30 seconds, which is not a short amount of time, and get something done and destroy you in the end game. It is a perk that almost never should work. With the insane amount of things that you can do to speed up your own gens, including fast track, which is going to get nerfed, many other perks as well, you are much better off with those perks. Please never touch this perk. If this perk allowed you to strategically block a gen and then make it go away when the killer leaves and you go back, that would be amazing. But you do not have that flexibility. This perk can really do a lot of damage. Next up, we have the perk No Mither. This perk is meant to be bad. It's meant to be challenging. The devs have explained that it's meant to be a fun, hard mode perk, and we're not going to judge it really harshly. It's bad, but it's meant to be bad. It makes you start the match out injured and permanently broken, which means you're never going to be able to heal to full. You can heal from the ground, but you can never be fully healed. Now, the killer will see the HUD and immediately realize that this is the case, and they will understand that it's this perk, they will know 100%, and they will play around it. They're not going to be stupid. They're not going to fall for your tricks, and if they can kill you quickly, they will absolutely kill you quickly. So this puts a massive target on your back. You need to be quite careful. Now, there are a couple things that come with this perk that can actually turn into a positive. Number one, you don't leave blood, which is nice. Number two, you are very quiet. Very quiet with this perk. And also you have a pretty much infinite Unbreakable. It's not as fast as Unbreakable, but you can pick yourself up in about 28-ish seconds or so. So that means the killer can never leave you on the ground. Believe it or not, in tournaments, people have used No Mither occasionally to pretty much have a person that can never be slugged by the killer and that can always pick themselves up and that can always be pallet rescued by a teammate. There are some crazy funky things you can do. Starting the match injured also allows you to immediately plot twist on the ground and make the killer lose their Corrupt Intervention, which is a perk that goes away and stops locking gen whenever the first survivor goes down. It can also allow you to plot twist and let a survivor heal you to farm out of the deck. There's a few other silly things that you can do. And since many perks work only when injured, you could put on Resilience, or you could put on Deadline, or many other perks like this, I guess, and they would immediately start working because you are injured. It also makes, obviously, a lot of perks unusable. You can never use really Lucky Break because you'll never get it back. It will just go away. You can never use Dramaturgy, so do be careful. This perk goes really badly with any of the perks that require you to heal or be healthy or, you know, or be in full health at any time. But yeah, overall, it is a bad perk. Although occasionally you could take advantage of the self recovery on the ground to make it a bit of a difficult thing for the killer. I remember a long time ago when I played Dead by Daylight Mobile, I played against 4 no-mithers, and I thought I was doing really well, and I started downing them really well, but then they kept getting back up, and it was honestly quite difficult. There are some funny gimmicks that you can do with this perk. It is somehow, despite being quite possibly the worst, designed to be the worst perk in the game, still not the worst perk in the game, if you can believe it. That pleasure, that privilege goes to Invocation, Treacherous Crows. I'm going to teach you a tip that is going to really save you when you use this perk. If you accidentally equip this perk, understandable, or if you get this perk in your loadout as part of a random perk challenge or a random perk game mode, the best way to use this perk is to brainwash yourself into thinking that you don't have it. All right? It's like a ticket to buy a yacht 10% off. You don't have to use it just because you have it, right? It's a bad idea. It's suicide. It's financially irresponsible. Do not do it, right? Invocation, Treacherous Crows. If you see it, no you didn't, do not use this perk. This perk shares every single one of the downsides of the other invocation perk. Requires you to go into the basement, spend a whole minute there, makes you broken and permanently injured for the rest of the match, lets the killer know that it happened and that they can find you in basement if they're quick enough. Makes you completely unable to really help your teammates in any way whatsoever. All of those downsides that I explained earlier in more detail are here. But the upside, the actual effect that you get is a map-wide permanent effect, whereas anytime the killer disturbs a crow, everyone in the team sees them for 2 seconds. Okay, I'm gonna really respect that maybe some of you watching might not, maybe you don't play the game a lot or you don't have a lot of experience. Maybe it's not really so obvious. Don't the killers go around the map pretty often, and don't they kind of bother crows often like survivors do? The answer is not always. Some killers never bother crows. If you're playing Wraith, you don't bother crows, for example. If you are Xenomorph, and I think you are in crawler mode, you also don't bother crows, if I remember correctly. So some killers kind of ignore this. And most killers, when they are chasing a survivor, the survivor is leading the way. And the survivor is the one that's bothering the crows first. So even after spending so much time and giving yourself such a massive handicap, if you somehow trigger this perk, it is incredibly likely to reveal the killer 3-4 times for the rest of the match, and that's literally it for 2 whole seconds. Seeing where the killer is really not that big of a deal. Bring Kindred, bring Wiretap, and you will do 3, 4, 5, 10 times this perk without making yourself broken. It is an insult of a perk, and I really hope it gets, along with the other invocation, a hefty big rework. Anyway, thank you for watching this short video. If you enjoyed what you watched, I'm really happy to hear. There's one way you can support me without spending extra money, and that would be whenever you make a purchase on Dead by Daylight, you could use code ODDS when you are in the store, and that won't make you spend any extra money, but part of your purchase will go to me. So if you want to pay me for the 8.5 hours where I've destroyed my throat talking about the stupid perks of this game, that is the best way that you can do it. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next one, which is going to be soon, talking about killer perks this time. God help me.